do it. It'll turn out okay. And welcome back to our mini series, Dinosaurs with Dr. Dino.
Yes, hello, folks.
For those for those who are on my channel who may not know who he is, why don't you do a little introduction?
Sure. Hi there, folks. I am Dr. Dino, not an actual doctor. My name is entirely a parody of Kent Hovind's moniker. Though I am more credentialed than him, I at least have a bachelor's degree. Um, I like to talk about geology, paleontology, and evolution, and how creationists love to misrepresent all of those topics. Uh, yeah, that's pretty much me. I'm not making a lot of content on my channel right now, but I am starting up another channel with some friends where I'm actually a lot more active these days.
So, as soon as he gives me the link to that, I'll put that in my description below, so you can subscribe to that channel.
Oh, sure thing. I will send it to you.
Uh, Anyways, when he first appeared, we talked about the Alvosauruses, the pterodactyls and dinosaurs in general. And last month, we talked about the or oh God, the Orthians swords.
Ornithischians, yeah.
Yes.
And there's the link to the channel. We are called the Boneheads. We use science communication to. Sorry, we use a game called Ark Survival Evolved to do science communication. It's actually kind of fun. And we might be branching out to other games in the near future.
Cool. So, you guys gonna play Spore or something?
Spore could be fun, but we're trying to stick to stuff that has real life animals in it.
Yeah.
At least for now. We do go into Spec Evo though.
Going from cellular to tetrapod might be a little jump there.
A little jump. It's a great game though.
Yeah. Yeah. No. No follow. But anyways, so last time, the majority, if not all, of the animals we talked about, Clay talked about, were like omnivores or herbivores. This, except for a few of them in more modern times, these mostly are the carnivore side.
More or less. There are some herbivorous theropods, but most of them show up pretty late in the game.
Yeah, I know. Some of the birds now are fruit. Some are seed and fruit eaters.
Oh, I'm not talking about birds. I'm talking about animals the size of Tyrannosaurus Rex.
So I don't know. I don't know how much of that lasted of them were herbivorous on more distant times. But anyways, so these guys, as far as we know, are the only survivors of the dinosaur family, right?
Yes, definitely the only ones surviving into the modern day. Maybe a few ornithischians survived a bit into the Cenozoic, but if they did, we haven't found them yet. Be cool though. And yeah, so this time we are talking about the theropods of the early and middle Jurassic. Now, if you'll recall from previous episodes, viewers, or if you missed them, dinosaurs started off small. They all began as small bipeds that ran around really quick. A lot of them probably had feathers of some sort, and they were warm-blooded. Now, some dinosaurs retained all of those traits. Some lost most of them. It really depends on the lineage you're discussing. But this lineage, the theropods, eventually led to birds.
Yeah.
And there's some very interesting stops along the way that we'll be making as we go through this presentation.
Also, real fast.
Yes.
Also, could be wrong here too, but most of the other clades that I know of eventually uh, went back. A lot of them went back to all four on the ground. But these guys mainly remained bipedal for the most part. I think, if my memory shows me correctly.
Yes, we actually don't know of any quadrupedal theropods. There are some hypotheses for that. I think one of the big ones is just that the way their wrist articulates with the hand, they can't really put a lot of weight on them. So that would have prevented them from going quadrupedal, even though there were some big herbivores. And that means that a lot of theropods had a maximum size they could really get to while still being bipeds. We won't be seeing any of those in this presentation. That'll be in the future. But it's kind of neat.
So, what are these ghost lineages?
So, ghost lineages are a really important subject in paleontology. Basically, when you find a fossil, it's in a rock layer, and that rock layer can be dated to a particular time. And as you uncover more fossils in different rock layers, you can usually draw a line between two different taxa, or two different animals. Like, oh, these things are really similar. They're probably closely related. They have all of these shared derived characteristics we don't see in their ancestors, stuff like that. Sometimes, though, the gap is a little lengthy. And sometimes the gap is just completely broken, and you just have the dangling end of it at the very end of their evolutionary tree. A ghost lineage is when that happens, when we just have a huge gap in time between the oldest representative and the youngest representative of, or in the next oldest representative of a clade. We can see this in dromaeosaurs, actually, the raptors. The oldest ones we have are about 130 million years old. And then the next oldest ones we have are like 20, 30 million years later. But just based on how derived they are, they probably evolved sometime in the Jurassic. We just don't have them. So we have these big ghost lineages between what we do know.
Uh,
And we have this with some mammal groups too. It's unfortunate, but it's generally tied to just how rare fossilization is. It's an extremely rare process, so there's many animals that we'll never see representative of, no matter how thoroughly we comb through the rock record. Yeah, pesky created kinds.
what?
Well, shall we go to the next slide? So here we see a phylogenetic tree, or family tree, of the theropods. This is from a 2015 publication, so it's a few years out of date, but most of it still holds up today. Now, if you look closely, I don't know, can you full screen the image?
Yes, hold on. Uh, 1 second.
Yeah, that's better. So, viewers, if you look closely, you can see that the horizontal lines leaning to different dinosaurs. Some of them are thick, and some of them are really thin. The thick lines show solid, direct fossil evidence, as in, this is when the oldest one was found, and this is when the youngest one was found. That black line is between them. The thinner lines are where we don't have any animals from those groups, but they're pulled back into when they probably diverged based on other animals or scraps of material that don't have a proper name, stuff like that. Like, for example, I just talked about dromaeosaurs, the raptor dinosaurs. There are troodontids, which are related to dromaeosaurs. They're not quite dromaeosaurs. The oldest good fossils of them we have are from the early Cretaceous, but we have what are probably troodonted teeth from the Middle Jurassic. So there's a big ghost lineage between their earliest evidence and the actually first named and described member. That's the ghost lineage.
Right,
Uh,
so, like most of the major clades, this they started dividing up in the Triassic.
a lot of them did. Some didn't start until the Jurassic. Most of the major groups of theropods appeared in the Jurassic. Not all of them, but most of them. And for this discussion, we will be talking about the section of theropods known as neotheropods. Those are theropods that are definitively on the lineage that leads to birds after sauropods split off. So, like stuff like Herrerasaurids and Eoraptor, they could possibly be sauropodomorphs, like just really basal, really old sauropods. What we in common parlance would call primitive, but that's not usually the term that paleontologists like to use or evolutionary biologists like to use. But common parlance, they're the primitive ones. So we will be talking about everything from Neotheropoda down. That's coelophysoids, all the way down to some rather interesting things near the bottom of the screen. Should be good to pop the chat back up. I just wanted to make sure people could see the diagram. And also, Vendalia, would you mind sharing the link to the presentation either in the description or in the comments?
Sure.
I wanted to embed the sources in the pages so people can just click the source and go to it.
All right.
Make it easy.
1 second.
Da-da.
Well, I can't share. You have to share the link because
Oh,
I don't have permission to share. I don't think.
well, that's Google Docs. Why you got to be this? Why you got to do this? Anyone with the link can? You should be able to share the link.
Let me try again.
I'll send it again in the chat. I can post the link in my chat.
You should have permission. I think you have permission to post in my chat, don't you?
No, I don't have a wrench.
Oh, I will give it. I will give it to you then. A second.
Okay. And so this does mean, folks, if you want to join us along or join us as we go through the presentation, feel free.
All right. You are a moderator now.
I am a moderator now. Let me just refresh the page. Boop. Yep, there we go. So if you want to check out this presentation for yourself, folks, double check my sources. They are on the pages, easy to see. They should all be online, unless they went down in the last day or two. I think that's all I had written for this page. You have any questions or anything you'd like to talk about?
So the thicker ones are ones we know about, and the thinner names are ones we don't know much about, or what?
Yeah, the thicker lines are solid fossils. Like we have like half the skeleton or something like that. Like this is definitely a ceratosaur or a tyrannosaur.
So
the thin lines are scrappy evidence or based on inference, which unfortunately we have to do. But every year, those thick lines grow.
So the Ceratosauria, the Tentori, and the Sorelias are those three thick names.
Oh, the thick lines, not the thick names.
Oh,
Tetanurae, Silurosauria, and Theropoda, Ceratosauria, those are just major clade names. So
okay.
major groups.
Right. And there I see the one a lot of people hate because of that the third Jurassic Park movie, Spinosaurus.
Yeah, Spinosaurids are a little infamous. They're really cool, though. They're really cool dinosaurs. They're so weird. And honestly, we're still fighting a bit about what they are. Just because of how strange and derived they are. But with all that said, now we can get into our first example of, like, our first named example of the show. So this is Megapnosaurus. It is a coelophysoid. Now, again, in case you didn't catch one of the previous episodes, coelophysoids are small, really lightly built theropods. They could run really fast. They probably ate small prey. They generally had pretty weak jaws. Um, they'd kind of be like the jackals that we have today. Like, they're not going to take down a moose or something like that. They'd probably eat rats if they were still around. But they're important. In coelophysoids, we see a lot of. Oh, go ahead.
I say, but they don't. They probably don't give birth to their fake penis like the jackal.
I think that's hyenas,
Oh,
but
God,
no, it's okay. Anyone? Okay, for anyone confused about that, hyenas are really weird, and the females have what's called a pseudo penis that they give birth through. So it's like they have to pass a kidney stone the size of their head every time they have puppies.
Oh, and I totally got confused anyway, since hyenas are more closely related to cats anyways than they are the dogs.
Yeah, they are. They're bizarre creatures. Anyway, we see a lot of uh, important features appear in the coelophysoids that we see carried on to further theropods, even though the coelophysoids do die out by the mid Jurassic. Um, let's see. And the interesting thing is, as a group, we have a lot of bone beds, like multi-individual bone beds. Sometimes there are dozens, or I think even hundreds in one case, of just coelophysoids and almost nothing else. Maybe a couple lizards or crocodilians. Now, that doesn't mean that they lived or hunted in packs. We can't say that for sure. They could be like a lot of modern birds and just have been really tolerant of their own species. That's something we see a lot of in reptiles, honestly. Like, they're fine with communal living, even though they don't cooperate or help each other at all. But it is neat to see. In fact, I don't think, or there are two other kinds of theropod that I can think of that we also find in big death assemblages. One is Allosaurus, which, again, could be pack hunting, could be family living, but most of the sites that multiple individuals have been found in were probably deposited during the dry season. So they might have just been attracted to water and died because it was super dry. The other group, though, are tyrannosaurids. I think there are three separate genera of tyrannosaurids that have been found in these massive death assemblages of multiple individuals. It is really cool when we find them.
Right, we have a question in chat.
So the extinction of the dinosaurs, I'm guessing, is it supposed to be 65 or 66 million years ago? So it's closer to 66. Initial radiometric dating estimates were a bit off. They've since been corrected or refined. I think it's something like 65 point. I want to say 65.8, but I'm not. Let me double check.
It's funny when I first heard it was 66 million years ago. Now instead of 65 that we thought before, I was like, did we pass the million year mark somewhere in the year 2000? Did we pass that mark already?
Let's see. That is something we'll specifically get into in the in one of our last few episodes. But yeah, 66, almost exactly 66 million years ago. Actually, never mind, I was wrong. Plus or minus about 40,000 years.
All right.
Right. And the pictured animal here is Megapnosaurus. I believe it's Megapnosaurus rhodesiensis, although that might be an older name for it. And it has a really interesting name history, actually. Yeah, what's a few 100,000 years between friends? Um, the original name for Megapnosaurus was Centarsus. Centarsus means fused tarsals. The tarsals are a bone in your feet, so it had fused bones in its feet. Unfortunately, after it was named, scientists realized that there was already a beetle named Centarsus, which of course there was, because there's billions of insects.
And first come, first serve.
Yeah, unfortunately. So its name was changed to Megapnosaurus, which is a bit of a joke, and I'll get into why in a minute. But the really ironic thing is that beetle is no longer called Centarsus. It was synonymized with another genus. It's a mess. It's a mess. Anyway,
just go back in time and name and get these names first.
Oh, we should. But Megapnosaurus translates to big dead lizard. That's not an exaggeration. And
I hope it's dead. I even though it's small, I really wouldn't want to see it around.
Well, I mean, you can call it small. It's the size of a large dog. Like, I wouldn't want. I'd probably win, but I wouldn't want to get in a fight with one.
Yeah, well, still a dog. Even a large dog is small compared to some the future ones we'll be seeing. I'm sure.
Yes, some we'll be seeing in this episode, actually.
Not for those who can't see the map. Where was this clade?
South Africa, specifically what used to be called Rhodesia. Hence the name Rhodesiensis. That means from Rhodesia. And in fact, there have been some scientists who want to lump it in with Coelophysis because they're very similar. But Megapnosaurus lived quite a bit later than the latest Coelophysis.
Right. Anybody have any questions for this particular branch of the family tree before we go on?
Yes, folks, if you have any questions, please do feel free to ask them. Happy to answer any questions about dinosaurs that won't get our channels flagged.
Does that mean there are questions about dinosaurs that will get us flagged?
Depending on the questions asked, maybe. On a lighter note, as people can probably notice, I titled these I titled these a bit differently than previously because I wanted to have some fun. So this is Growing in Hunger and Power. Towards the end of the Triassic, and especially into the early Jurassic, a lot of the large land crocodilomorphs started to die out. Whether that was due to climate change or being outcompeted,
or
can't
the
really say.
Jurassic extinction.
yeah, the Triassic-Jurassic extinction probably didn't help. But regardless, a lot of theropods started to get bigger. While they were usually still pretty lightly built, they did get a bit stockier, especially in the head and arms. They got really strong, actually. Uh, this group used to be called Dilophosaurids. That that classification has been contested, so we just have Dilophosaurus here as a stand-in for all of these early branching, large-bodied theropods. And Dilophosaurus is a pretty interesting animal. The name means two-crested lizard because it has a pair of crests on its head. And uh, see, we have a few individuals. And what's interesting is one of them is really beat up. Just recalling this from the top of my head, but it has a broken arm. I think it has broken ribs and maybe a broken jaw too. Just a super beat up animal. And it's cool that we have that preserved. We don't always get a lot of stuff like that. And I mean, of course, I got to bring it up because we're talking about it. This animal was in Jurassic Park, and everybody knows it was actually bigger than shown in Jurassic Park. Now, fortunately, since the movie came out, it's been leaked that the Dilophosaurus in the movie is supposed to be a juvenile, which is cool. But that might have been retconned in the most recent movie.
Was that the one that killed the fat guy in the first one and the main villain in the last one?
Yeah, the Venom Spitter, which is also a bit of speculative evolution, which honestly I don't hate. I don't hate it. It's wrong. We have no evidence that Dilophosaurus spat venom. We have zero evidence of that. And there are correlates of such abilities that you can find on the bones. So we can say that with some confidence. But I don't hate it as an idea.
Yeah, I just gotta say, the story, at least storyline for purposes, not biologically, I thought it was fitting that the same dinosaur that took out the guy that destroyed the first park also took out the guy who paid him to destroy the first park.
I mean, yeah, that is. I can agree with that. I feel there could have been a more fitting death, but yeah. Oh, jeez. Looking at the chat, Crow has a million cloaca-related questions, so horrifying. And Sydney Raptor asks if the big frill was accurate. No. We don't have evidence. We don't have evidence of any structure like that on any dinosaur, as far as I know. The structure in the movie was based on the Australian frilled lizard. And if Dilophosaurus had a similar frill, there would be very obvious signs of it in its anatomy. That doesn't rule out that some dinosaur could have evolved that, but we don't have evidence for it right now.
Probably got it from his frog DNA.
Australian lizard frill from frog DNA. Yeah, maybe. Oh dear. But yeah, Dilophosaurus, pretty cool, and it's one of the first large predator theropods. I think it's a bit bigger than Herrerasaurus, which we talked about previously, and it's definitely more lightly built, so it would have been faster.
It says this could have been an apex predator.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think we have any large pseudotsuchians from its environment. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think we do. All right.
This was drawn by Rudolf Hemna.
Yes, Rudolf Hema. I literally just learned about this man 2 days ago. Fabulous paleo artist. Just jaw dropping stuff. Seriously, go check him out, folks. Go check out all the artists that I shout out in this presentation. Really, paleo art is awesome. Let's see. Ah, yes. Armoring up and biting down. So we're still in the early Jurassic, and things are starting to pick up. By that I mean some theropods are starting to slow down, get armored, and get much more powerful. So pictured here is Saltrio venator, hunter of the Saltrio rock formation. It is an early ceratosaur. Now, the group is named after the very famous Ceratosaurus. I'm sure
Like
people
like the kind that Dapper is.
exactly like the kind that Dapper is. Yes, and ceratosaurs are characterized from other early theropods by a much more robust build, flexible tails, and massive butchering knife looking teeth. And I do mean massive. I think Ceratosaurus has some of the largest teeth for its body size of I, I'm not going to say all, but at least a large swath of carnivorous dinosaurs. Saltriovenator is pretty fragmentary, but we do have enough to identify it as a ceratosaur. Unfortunately, the fossil was discovered when a mining crew blew it up with explosives on accident, which unfortunately happens quite a bit. But ceratosaurs are cool. They're one of my favorite groups of theropods, and although ceratosaurids in particular die out in the Cretaceous, their descendants do see the end of the dinosaurs. In fact, it could be argued they completely take over the southern continents.
So where are these guys from?
They're kind of found everywhere. We have ceratosaurs in Europe. Saltriovenator is from Italy, but we have North American ones. We might have a South American ceratosaurid. I could be wrong on that.
I was wondering, these
Yeah,
guys.
they're everywhere.
So
Oh,
these guys
nope,
came.
we have ceratosaurids. Never mind.
So these guys came along after these guys came along after the Pangea split.
Yes, this was definitively in the Jurassic, at least as far as we know. Yes, and Eddie, I picked this paleo art because I like it. Like, I'm not sure if it's probably not the most accurate paleo art I could have picked, but I think it looks pretty cool, and I think that's an important thing to consider with paleo art. You want something eye-catching that gets people to ask questions about the creature.
Because there were no photographs back in the day.
True, this could just be a male in the breeding season, which honestly isn't too far off from a lot of modern birds.
Now,
oh, go ahead.
Now,
Oh dear.
as I said, I wouldn't think that mainly predators would need to have armor. That they more of their prey and stuff, but apparently they need armor too.
Well, not always so much. Well, first, not always so much they need armor as it just happens. That happens with evolution.
True.
Sorry, excuse me. But also just they're not alone in their environments. Particularly with ceratosaurs later on, they tend to share their environments with much larger, much more dangerous predators.
That is true.
So being armored up can really helped them survive. And I don't mean that they were like ankylosaurs, like they weren't that armored, but they did, a lot of them got really thick scales, or in the case of Ceratosaurus in particular, osteoderms. So bones in the skin to help ward off bites and claws and stuff like that.
So these guys were like maybe not apex, but say mesopredators then.
Maybe. Um, like I said, they're often in areas with other theropods, so there might be some niche partitioning.
Okay.
Uh, Niche partitioning is when you have a bunch of animals in an area that are, say, herbivores or a bunch of carnivores, but each of them specializes in a particular type of food.
Like one
It
goes
minimizes
after
their competition.
like one goes after sauropods, the other one goes after stegosauruses.
Exactly. Although, well, we'll talk about Ceratosaurus more in the future, but there have been some interesting ideas proposed for it. And I think that's all I have to say about Saltrio venator. Okay. Now, oh, sorry, I just realized something else I could say. Could you go back?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, also Sydney Raptor, armor for interspecies competition. That's also true. A lot of animals will fight amongst themselves for the right to mate, or food, or territory, or because they feel like it and the other guy looked at them funny.
Good old sexual selection.
Yes. Animals will fight, and a little bit of dermal armor can help, especially when you have, again, massive teeth. Anyway, what I wanted to bring up was that we are going down the list of theropod groups, trending towards birds. Now, this is going to bias the list a little bit because we're looking at the groups splitting off from the bird lineage. You can draw the theropod tree oriented around whatever groups you want. We're just picking birds because they're modern dinosaurs. They survive the longest, and they're the most diverse in modern times. So there's generally a lot to say about them, and they are important. Not that the rest aren't, but birds are particularly important. Ceratosaurs are the earliest diverging, so the earliest split off of the group known as Avarostrans. So Avarostrans are a group within theropods. It translates as bird nose.
Real fast. Apparently, a crow thinks birds are cool for some reason. I don't know why a crow would think that.
Hey, I agree, Crow. I agree, Crow. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the Avarostrans, the bird noses. As far as I know, well, not just as I do know, a lot of the dinosaurs in this group have evidence of an avian type respiratory system. Now, for anyone unaware, birds don't breathe like humans, and neither did a lot of dinosaurs. They have what's called a unidirectional breathing system, where air flows in, goes through the body, and then comes back out. They only have to breathe in, and it just pumps the air through. It's a lot more efficient. Like, it transports oxygen around the body a lot easier and faster. And that's why a lot of birds can fly like miles up in the air, but bats really can't. It's also why humans are awful at super high altitudes unless you've acclimated to it. But birds can go up and down several thousand feet without much problem. Anyway, in the Avarostrans, we have marks on the bones that indicate that they had the same bird type flow through lung, which is pretty cool. Even something like this that doesn't look anything like a bird was a really efficient breather, probably warm-blooded, and just a quick, honestly, I'm not going to say intelligent, but a quick animal that could probably learn pretty easily. It's really neat.
Now, if we go on the next thing, in fact, this I don't know if it was this clade or all the clades, but their jaws were getting stronger, or their mouths were getting stronger as we go on. At least some of them are.
Surret, generally, yes. There are a few groups that lighten up later on, but a lot of the Avarastrans have very strong bite forces, yes. At least compared to earlier dinosaurs. Dilophosaurus actually had a pretty strong bite too. Um, that's a paleo meme that it had a weak bite. More examination has shown that it had a strong bite. But basically, everything from here on out could probably gnaw through your leg pretty quick, except for the really small ones.
Now, uh, Katina, did he answer your question? Or do you still need to answer it? Ask it.
Yeah. Again, folks, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Though I don't think we have much of a time limit tonight. Okay. So now within the Theropoda, once again, theropods, there is another smaller group within Avarastrans. These are the Tetanurae. Tetanurae have generally stiffer tails than previous theropods. So their tails act like a balancing beam, not wiggling around as they run, but kind of bobbing behind them. It generally made them more agile and faster. Well, just faster in general, actually. The way dinosaurs move their legs backward is different than humans. Dinosaurs don't have a butt, right? Um, their leg muscles attach to their tails. So if you have a more stiff tail, it's easier to pull on to make your leg go back, and it helps it store up energy for the next step. It makes your walking way more efficient. They also generally have 3 or less fingers. Even modern birds have 3 fingers. It's just that 2 of them are fused. I did notice Crow is interested in how far back the unidirectional breathing goes. So, I don't know about the breathing of other extant archosaurs. They do share similarities. So, modern crocodilians have a reduced but similar system to birds. Let me see if I can find a diagram. Again, they breathe different than mammals do. Let's see.
It's almost like they come from family tree that split off a long time ago.
Yeah, really weird. Okay. Let me pop up this image.
Right.
How do I share something? See share screen. If you wouldn't mind popping this up super quick. Okay, so this is a CT scan of an alligator. And these colored highlighted things in here are its lungs. Now, at first glance, they probably look really weird, but that's because you're probably used to seeing a mammalian lung, where it's basically just a big sac. With alligators, they breathe in, and the air goes through all of these passages. The oxygen is absorbed, held onto, and they can stay underwater for quite a while before they have to come up to the surface and let it out. Now, part of that's because of their slower metabolism, but the other part of it is that they have the way their lungs are constructed, they can easily drain all of the oxygen out of the air in the lungs really efficiently. And keep in mind, these guys diverged way before the other dinosaurs did. kind of neat. It's also important to remember that our modern crocodilians are super derived in their own right. They're actually rather weird even among crocodilians. They just happen to be the ones that survived.
Yeah, her question. But I was trying to figure out if more than one clade became birds.
Yes and no. And we'll actually get to one of those later. So if you hang on about 30-ish minutes, probably, I can give you an answer on that.
Finally, Sydney asked, one-way breathing can lead to biojet propulsion.
That'd be fun. That'd be fun. Anyway, what's shown here is one of the earliest diverging tetanurans. So again, those are the stiff-tailed theropods. This is called Piatsnicus. Sorry, I always have trouble with this name. Piatnitskisaurus. Piatnitskisaurus. There we go. This is a megalosaurid. So that name might sound familiar, and yes, this is related to Megalosaurus.
To answer your question, Eddie, the answer is both.
Well, it is specifically Piatnitskisaurus, but they are closely related. It is a megalosaurid.
So it's a part of the family, but not. It's one of. Is it like a square is a triangle? A square is a rectangle, but rectangle is not a square thing.
Yeah, kinda. Although it's more like all Chargers are Dodge vehicles, but not all Dodge vehicles are Chargers. They're very closely related. They're very similar animals. Megalosaurus, for anyone who may not know, was one of the first named dinosaurs. All the way back in the early to mid 1800s in England. Its name means big lizard because they could figure out it was a big reptile, but very little else about it.
Of course, the very first description of them being quadrupedal was a little off.
Yes, I think that reconstruction was mostly informed by monitor lizards, like a Komodo dragon. So wildly inaccurate for a dinosaur. But to be fair, comparative zoology was in its very infancy. Like, this is when the biological sciences were still being semi-established. But it's still really cool, historically. And we found a bit more of Megalosaurus. Honestly, not too much. We don't have much of Megalosaurus anymore. Or still, but we do have some of its relatives. And Piatnitskisaurus is one of them. The interesting thing is, it's from Argentina. So it's not even in Europe where Megalosaurus was found. All the way across the globe. And we will actually be seeing a lot of Argentina because Argentina has some great rock exposures from all throughout the Mesozoic. And we have some very important dinosaurs from there. I think that's all I have on this one.
But these guys branched off before birds, right? Or they
they're what before birds?
They branched off?
Yes, long before birds. They are on the lineage, but they are more basal than birds.
The flesh gazers.
Okay.
Grazers.
The flesh grazers. Yes, that is a reference to a lifestyle that we'll be going more into in the early Cretaceous. But the dinosaur pictured here looks a lot like Allosaurus, a super famous theropod.
You said
it's not like Allosaurus, and it threw me for a loop the other day when I was putting this presentation together. This is Asphaltovenator. Now, it's not named for asphalt. It's named for the Cañadón Asfalto Formation, I believe in Argentina. Again. But it is an Allosauriod. And that means it's related to the later Allosaurus. Now, Allosauroids are avitheropods. They are, compared to everything else we've seen so far, even more bird-like. Like, a lot of their skeleton is very reminiscent of birds to a shocking degree in some cases, actually. Allosauroids are another group that we have direct evidence of a unidirectional lung in. I think it's an Allosaurus itself, actually. But Asphaltovenator is older. It is 30 million years older than Allosaurus, even though it looks nearly identical. And we have Allosauroids that continue way after Allosaurus too. So whatever these guys were doing in their environment was apparently so good they barely had to change for like 50 million years, which is nuts.
Apparently, we have a creationist in our chat.
It seems we do. I don't, stop me if I start talking about this too much, but we do not have any evidence for Noah's flood, Jess. All of the rock layers. Oh, sorry, I'm in top chat, so I'm only seeing one of our messages. But all of the rock layers contradict there being a global flood. We have no evidence for it. We know what flood deposits look like. We know what they look like in the rock record, and we know how to identify them. We don't find them everywhere. We find a lot of other environments and situations preserved.
You know, I was just say, I think it's funny when they say the dinosaurs, climbed up. Like, so elephants can climb higher than dinosaurs then, since they're on higher rock ledges.
Apparently, I want to know why birds could climb higher than pterosaurs.
And modern day butterflies too.
Yeah. Why do we see sea life fossils on top of mountains? So the continents move. There's not really competing hypotheses. We know why the continents move. It's more so a debate on which factors are more important. Basically, the plates tend to dip into the Earth's mantle at some points, and they want to keep falling deeper, so they pull on the rest of the tectonic plate. At other places, magma is welling up from the mantle and pushing the plates away, causing divergence. You can see this in places like the African Rift Valley or the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And as the continents move, they buckle. They push up against each other. If you put your hands on a table in front of you, flat, and push them together, you just keep pushing, your fingers will eventually start moving upwards because of the compression. The rocks are doing the exact same thing. And that means that older, lower lying rock layers can get pushed up high into the sky. Let's see. Flood legends all over the world that sound like the flood in the Bible. We have flood legends all over the world. A lot of them differ significantly from the biblical account. We've seen older versions of the biblical account of the flood in other older writings. Writings that were probably written around the time the flood supposedly took place.
Ness says whales climbed higher than pterosaurs.
Yeah, whales climbed the mountains better. And they climbed it better than mosasaurs or Dunkleosteus. Like listen, I do just want to say, I am anti-pseudoscience. I am not anti-religion. This is just my personal stance.
Mm-hmm.
I feel I encourage people, if they find meaning in their religions, to have a religion. If it's good for you, do it. I think that's great. But you don't have to throw the science out with the bathwater. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of creationist apologists do. They lie about the science and about the world to make money and scam people.
And unfortunately,
I hate that.
I'm going to rant real fast. Unfortunately, some of it leads to things like anti-vaccination and stuff like that.
Yes, it does.
Once you go down the anti-science train, you go down.
How do you know whales climbed higher? Whales are found in generally higher up or younger in our worldview, if we want to put it that way. They're found in higher rocks than very similar animals in the rock record. And by very similar, I mean they would have lived the exact same way and had the same ability to survive during a global flood catastrophe. These are animals like mosasaurs, which are giant lizards that spent their whole lives at sea.
Yeah, and also, I don't think, at least in any of the translations I've ever read, they even mention whales in the Bible by name.
Don't they call them big fish? Or am I misremembering?
Well, they mention big fish, but I don't think... Well, only big fish I know of they mention is in Jonah, but...
Yeah, but I think they just call it a fish because everyone called them fish at that point. But yeah, Jess, I don't want to get into this too much more because the stream isn't about this, but I'd encourage you, look into the science, look into geology. There are great courses on YouTube or other places online that don't come from apologists, and they can teach you a lot about the natural world. And in fact, many Christians, well, not just Christians, but religious people all over the world, they look into the science to better understand the world their God or gods created. And I think that's a wonderful thing. Anyway, where were we?
We're talking about the not Allosaurus.
Yes, Asphaltovenator. Its name is weird. Like I said, it means a hunter of the Cañadón Asfalto Formation. Yeah, Sydney, you're not wrong. So hunter of the Cañadón. Its species name is Validade, which when I first read it, I thought it meant like valid. But no, it refers to an organization that helped excavate the fossil that has Validad in their name. Or Validad in their name. Just kind of fun. But yeah, the Theropods, this group, includes allosauroids all the way to birds. They are very birdy. Most of them probably had some feathering. And they were very successful. I think that's all I've got for this guy.
So these guys are more closely related to birds than the last group is, correct?
Yes, they have very birdy skeletons. They probably lived very bird-like. They grew like birds. Like, they grew very fast in most... I think in most cases, most of these guys were full-grown adults. So from like a foot-long chick to a 30-foot adult in less than 15 years? Less than 10 years in some cases. Which, considering how much weight they had to be packing on every week, that's pretty insane.
No, I won't say this the wrong way, because they weren't quote were these arms still, I don't say useful, but they getting smaller than normal arms, or they still?
So for the allosauroids, later on they do. That happens after Allosaurus, because Allosaurus still has very powerful, very well-muscled arms. Oh, and also, I feel I should mention, we have a lot of Asphaltovenator skeleton. which is kind of cool. This thing is like 180 million years old, but we have almost the entire front half of the animal. It's neat. Oh, and we have a good question from Crow. How do we get the rate of growth? So, like a lot of modern animals, dinosaurs have bones. And the thing about your bones is they will grow faster if you have a lot of food, and they'll grow slower if you have very little food. In most animals, this represents like summer and winter, the dry season, the wet season, stuff like that. Because of how the Earth works, there are seasons around most of the globe, unless you live right on the equator. Even then, there's a bit, but whatever. Um, so there will be a season where there's more food and a season where there's less food. When this happens, the animal will grow more during one season than the other because they have a lot more food. That means that their bones will be more compact in some areas than others. It'll be more compact in the areas where they have less food because there's less growth. And that leaves lines in the bone. Just literally just like tree rings. It's caused by a very similar process. And you can count up those rings and figure out the age of the animal. And as they grow, eventually they will reach what's called senescence. Senescence is when you have essentially stopped growing. You might grow a little bit more, but you're an adult, basically. Like human males generally can keep growing until they're in their early 20s. But when you're about 19 or 20 years old, you're probably about your adult height. You might gain an extra inch or two if you grow a lot, but you're basically an adult. And your bones reflect that. So do theirs. The rings are a lot closer together.
And these guys had, like most, had the hollower bones than we do. Us on the mammal side.
Yes. Yes, they had hollow bones. They're lighter than mammalian bones, pound for pound. I'm not sure if they were quite as strong. I don't remember the stress experiments, what the results were. I think they're weaker in some cases. Could be wrong on that. Probably wrong on that. But they're different. They are hollow. It's cool. Dinosaurs are cool. I say that as a totally unbiased observer. And here we have, yes, the tyrants. So believe it or not, folks, Tyrannosaurids, well, they don't appear super early, but they appear earlier than you might think. But they don't look like you think they do. Sorry, were you going to say something, Vanilla?
So these guys were the runts of their family?
Yes, these were the ancestors. They were small, birdy, and quick. Shown here is Chilescus. Chilescus is a proceratosaurid. Proceratosaurs are a group of tyrannosauroids, so they're not super closely related to T-Rex. They may have been ancestral. We can't say that for sure, but they were definitely closely related.
They took steroids?
Eventually they did. Actually, not until about the end of the Cretaceous. They waited a while. But proceratosaurids were generally small, with a few very big exceptions that we'll see in the early Cretaceous. So by small, I mean between 2 and 5 meters long. So between about 6 and 15 or 20 feet. Very lightly built, and actually very good runners. Like, exceptionally good runners. I think they're basically tied for speed with ornithomimids. So, the the bird mimics, the ostrich mimics, whatever you want to call them. So very fast, very leggy, and fluffy. We have evidence of feathers.
Where would they rank in a modern race?
And a modern, just running,
Yeah, with a modern.
they'd be near the top in most ecosystems.
I-
They'd probably be about as fast, if not faster, and longer running than wolves. Actually, yeah, probably faster and longer running than wolves because they have an avian respiratory system. They are Silurosaurs, which is the next group within theropods that we're talking about. Silurosaurs specifically have hollow vertebrae. I think that's. Wait, I just said that. I think that's where it comes from. Let me double check. I know Celus is hollow. Oh, okay. It's hollow-tailed lizards, so they have hollow tail vertebrae. It reduces the weight of the vertebrae on the tail, makes it easier to swing around, while mostly retaining its strength. They also generally have long arms, and in the case of Proceratosaurs, they generally have crests, which is kind of interesting, and it's something that continues all the way to the end of the Tyrannosauroids. Most of them have some sort of structure on the nose and or above the eyes that looks like a crest or a horn. Even Tyrannosaurus rex has markings that indicate it probably had big keratin pads or spikes on its nose, which is pretty cool. I don't believe we have the crest of Chilescus, but based on closely related animals like Proceratosaurus, it probably had the crests.
Real fast.
Or it probably had a crest.
You mean the ones that were that that have been that the people have claimed that they're fake? Who made them?
Huh? The crests?
No, the Inca stones.
Oh, the ecostones. Okay, so that's actually something interesting to talk about. So, for those who don't know, the ecostones are something, I forget the tribe, but some tribe in Central America would make etched stones um, to like record history and stuff. And they usually have animals or people on them showing ceremonies, things like that. However, in the 1900s, a local dentist decided to start making some and sell them to tourists. He hired local people to carve the stones. He artificially aged them. I think it was in a bath of chicken feces because the chemistry of the feces caused the rock to artificially weather and look older. And then he sold that to tourists. And it's been known to be a hoax for decades now. Like, it's a very well-known hoax. Um, again, I believe we have that as testimony from local people who were hired to make them. They also depict things like heart and brain surgery and alien abductions. So, if you want to believe that that was happening, go ahead, I guess. But the people who made them say they were fakes. Oh, there was an older question before Nestlig. Crow asks if the keratin nasal feature is related to beaks. I don't know. Um, I don't know. I don't believe we have evidence for beaks in Tyrannosaurs. We do have it in the next few groups of theropods. I think most of them have beaks. Not all, but most. So there might have been something going on there, but I can't say for sure. Let's see. As for Nestlig's question, T-Rex, I feel it had lips. There are more lipped. There are just more lipped animals on land than non-lips. and more lipped reptiles than non-lipped.
So they haven't got to their beak stages of the birds yet.
No, Tyrannosaurus probably didn't have a beak, but it almost certainly had lips, just based on every every other animal except crocodilians. And what we have to remember is that crocodilians are weird. Modern ones are, at least. They are aquatic specialists that may not be the best representatives of their ancestors. They have evolved just as much as modern birds have. Let's see. Jess is saying it's absurd. They're accurate depictions of dinosaurs. They are not. The ecostones were based on toys, I think from the 1960s. They look like toys from the 1960s. They are horrifically outdated by modern standards. They have dragging tails. They walk like kangaroo. The dinosaurs walk like kangaroos. They're just, I'm sorry, they're not real. If they were real, that would be cool and we would admit that. But they're not.
It's the last page. Are you done this page?
Yes. Only click once, though, please.
Well, I only have one page to go.
No, what? No, wasn't supposed to show that.
That's all that there is to show.
You're in the slideshow, right?
Yeah.
And you press next page?
Yeah. Maybe you can try sharing it.
Like you're in the slideshow presentation.
Yes.
Just a second. This is going to be a reveal. So, folks, people were. Oh, where is it? Hang on. Why is it? Yeah, slideshow. Okay, I'm sharing it. Okay. Google Slides, you're fired. You're drunk. So someone asked before if birds evolved once. And I said yes and no. And the reason why I say yes and no is because of these animals that I'm about to show you. So in the mid-Jurassic, a lot of weird things happened. Like I said before, a lot of dinosaurs started to appear. One of the stranger things that appeared are the Scansoriopterigids. I think the talking time with caffeine is covering up its face, but this is a Scansoriopterid. It is a small theropod with very long arms and hands that had membranes between the fingers. They were what happens when dinosaurs try to make a bat. And they're so weird. But they were a thing. They were real. It's so cool that they were. These appear a bit before the oldest definitive birds that we have, too. So these appear to be they're almost like a trial run of birds, in a way. And it looks like a dragon. It looks like a little dragon. It's so cool.
We don't know what dinosaurs looked like because we weren't there. We had the fossils. We don't know what it ate or anything. We just know it lived and died.
Sorry, Jess, you're not being consistent. Just a bit earlier, you said the ecostones were accurate and that they looked like dinosaurs because we know what dinosaurs look like. You said that earlier. Now, as for what dinosaurs looked like, we know a lot of things about animals just by looking at the skeleton. We can't say what color they were, usually, there are exceptions, but we can get a pretty good idea. And there are a lot of dinosaur skin impressions, so we know what a lot of their skin looks like too. We know if they had armor in the skin, or if they had spikes, or 100 other weird little details. We have a lot of that information. In fact, some dinosaurs we do actually know the color of their skin because it's preserved that well. It's really cool. It's rare, but it's cool. And again, the Ecostone dinosaurs look like toys from the 1960s. There have been a few years since current year and 1960. Let me see. Yep, okay. So here is an image of an ecostone from Wikipedia. So it looks like we have, it looks like a T-Rex up here. We have a sauropod over here. They're both dragging their tails. The T-Rex is hunched over like a kangaroo. It physically could not do that without breaking its tail and its spine. The Triceratops, its feet don't look like Triceratops' feet. It also has what looks like one horn in the middle of its head. I have no idea what this thing is. The only thing on here that looks kind of okay is the Stegosaurus. But that's really outdated too, because we have more complete Stegosaurus now, and they didn't hold their tails like that for one. They had long limbs and a lot of other features. Like, I'm sorry, these look like toys from the 1960s because that's what they were based on. And that's what the people who made them say they were based on. Also, we can date the carvings, and they're young. They're fresh. They're not 1,000 years old or 400 years old or whatever. They're young. I'm sorry, but they are. And we can go through as many of these examples as you want. Here's another one. Again, T-Rex posed like a kangaroo. That is not accurate. Oh, look, a Triceratops dragging its tail with feet that don't look like a Triceratops' feet. Also, the head's way too small. Like, oh yeah, there's this thing. This isn't the Ecostones. This is a petroglyph that has been quote unquote enhanced. It doesn't actually look like that. And by that, I mean, I believe this one is two separate engravings that are near each other, and creationists connected the lines to make it look like a dinosaur. Sorry, this is just, they're not real. Behemoth is said to have a tail that moves like a cedar. Yes. It looks like a sauropod's, or sorry, no, duh, words, you're making me mix up. It looks like a cedar tree. The cedar that's being referred to in that passage of the Bible is a local cedar tree that is small and wispy and waves in the wind.
Yet not
It
an
looks just
American
like
red,
an elephant's tail.
not an American red cedar from America, totally on a different continent.
Nope. Here, let me see. Middle East cedar tree. Yep, a Lebanese cedar. Where is it? No, it's not one of these. Well, kind of like this. They're not very tall, and they're wispy. They float around in the breeze. It's not a single tall trunk like the American cedar. Like they're not the same. And I'm not the one saying that, just to be clear. I'm not quoting them directly because I don't know their names, but I'm quoting Bible scholars here. I'm not a scholar of the Bible, but I have listened to people who are. Well, other
So,
than that, this was fun.
yeah.
Um,
So, anything else about the brands that led off to the birds you were talking about? Was that for a future episode?
that will be in the future because the oldest birds we have are from the later Jurassic.
Right. So, uh, so the only major clade that looks like this one I'm missing, we talked about still is the sauropodomorphs, I think.
I believe so, yes.
Who are more closely related to at least, or at least right now, since that hypothesis was proven to be false that I know of, that are more closely related to these guys than the last group we talked about.
The ornithischians.
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what way the literature is going to swing on that. I think right now that Saurischia is a group. But I could be wrong, and if I am, I'd be interested to see.
All right.
Let's see.
So,
Well, you want me to say an outro? Or?
I was gonna say, anything coming up on your channel or your other either of your two channels you want to advertise?
Sure. Though only one channel is mine. I don't know. I haven't done a lot of stuff on my personal channel lately, mostly because I've been really busy. I've had a lot of projects. I've got a big one coming up. I'm going to be talking more about expedition planning soon, I think. For those who don't know, I am a fossil preparator, currently in between projects, but I'm trying to find another one. And this summer, I will be going to Wyoming. I'm going to be heading out there, trying to find some dinosaur fossils. Not to take with me, but I want to try and find the original dig site that some fossils were taken from. Because if there's anything left there, it needs to be preserved before the Badlands devour it. On the other channel I'm on, I've started a new channel recently with some friends. We call ourselves the Boneheads. We're currently using the video game Ark Survival Evolved as a way to teach people about evolution and biology and Spec Evo and a bunch of other fun stuff. If you want to check us out, folks, it's at the Bone Heads. The logo is 3 layers of rock with fossils in them, surrounded by what looks like a drill. It's a tool used in fossil cleaning because 2 of us are preparators. Yeah, this week we'll be talking about a Spec Evo creature, which should be fun. It's a giant sloth with crystals on its back.
All right. So either anybody on my channel has subscribed to him yet, do that now, and vice versa. Anybody on Dino's channel has subscribed to me.
Of course.
Return the favor. As for my channel coming up next week, there's nothing because I'll be at a carnival in my area once a year, local carnival, checking it out. Then in 2 weeks, Jillian will be back on my channel to talk about the production code of comics. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm sure she'll explain it closely. In 3 weeks, I find his name real fast. Tapioca here, we back on my channel along with Ness and Landon for a Q&A about the history of years before Earth, our follow-up show. And then in a month from now, 3 weeks, about 3 to 4 weeks from now, can't do math. My friends Eric and Nick will be back to talk about the different Disney eras, from Golden Era to Dark Era to the Renaissance, all the Disney movies and their throughout time and why they're good, bad, or whatever. And finally, in about a month from now, Dr. Dan will be back to talk about sauropods.
Yes.
So, does anybody have any last minute questions?
I'm not seeing any last minute questions, though I will say, might be streaming on that second channel. Not sure if I'll be doing that later tonight or sometime soon with my co-hosts, but if anyone wants to come enjoy some nerds talking about dinosaurs on a live stream, feel free to join us. Though we won't be giving any spoilers away about future creatures.
So, you have a closing catchphrase you used to like to say?
Have a good evening, folks. Hope you have a lovely day.
All right. And as always, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. We will see you next week, or 2 weeks from now. Bye. If you just do it, it'll turn out okay. And welcome back to Dino Week, or Dino Miniseries.
Yes, hello, folks. Hope you're having a good evening.
We got Dino Doc here, and we've got myself, Nessie, Wild Paleo.
Yeah.
Good to see y'all again.
Of course, we got me.
Oh, yeah,
So-
of course. How could I forget you? Talking with caffeine, Mr. Vindalia over here. He's a big part of our resource. He's a good guy. If you're
For
not
sure.
following him, you should follow him as well.
And vice versa.
Yeah,
We're all streaming on all 4 of our channels. My YouTube, her YouTube, his YouTube, and my Twitch. So check them all out.
Oh, let's see. Are you playing? Oh, you're not playing World of Warcraft this time.
Well, my account is disabled until I get until you gotta pay for that stuff.
Okay,
Play it.
That's fair.
Good to see you, Kaden and Cody. Good to see y'all.
Yeah, howdy, folks.
Thanks for being in here.
Yeah, we should have a.
We're talking about allosaurids.
Yep,
Yep.
we've
Did I
moved
say that
away.
right?
Uh,
Allosaurids.
Allosauroids. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Our
talking
first,
about
our first of the Theropods group.
Mhm.
Yes, this is our first time getting into a.
Thank goodness. I've been waiting for theropods forever.
Sorry, had some microphone issues. Yeah. We've just been going through the ornithischians.
Yeah, lots of ornithischians, but now we're into the theropod territory,
Yes.
and we're ready for this.
We're into the meat-eating metasaurus.
Metasaurus.
So
And
of this
okay.
group, there is no current living descendant group of these, right?
Correct. All the allosauroids are extinct. Well, at least as far as we know. There
Yeah.
could be some weirdos out there. What? Sorry. She has cats. They're being cats.
Cats are being cats.
So you might hear some things in the background.
Well, since these aren't technically the bird ancestors, but they're close enough. Maybe the cats are hungry.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, man. Well, they ate all the flowers off the roses on Valentine's Day, so makes sense to me.
Yeah, apparently her cats like to eat flowers.
Yeah, I should have bought the ones with the thorns on them. Teach them a lesson. Not that mean.
All
Yeah,
right.
back in
Oh.
the way back in the ancient days of the 1980s, this was my favorite group of dinosaurs.
I mean, I don't blame you. They're a really interesting group. Allosaurus kind of gets seen as a basic theropod by a lot of people,
Yeah,
but
it is not a basic theropod.
yeah, I think it's doing it a pretty big disservice.
This one's in my backyard.
Yes, we will talk about that. Nessie
get
and I
there.
have both found allosauroids, and we will get into that later.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. anything else to go over, do you think, Vandalia and Nessie?
No,
Think you're good to
we
start?
are we ready to start, Mr. Vandalia?
Yep, ready when you are.
Okay,
All
let's
right.
go.
Well, we can go ahead and begin then with our Allosauroids. As always, I like to cite/source the images I use. This is one of my favorite video game representations of Allosaurus.
The wide jaw.
Yeah, with the big wide
She's
jaw.
gorgeous.
I'll have to play the roars for you later. They're spectacular.
Do the roar.
This is from the Isle, which has a history, let's say.
That's a
Oh.
scary visual game.
Oh, real fast. We currently have 16 viewers watching right now.
That's
Good.
pretty good. Oh, and I will say, we will answer whatever questions we can that pop up in chat. But if you would like your questions to be highlighted for us, please make sure to send them in a super chat,
Yeah.
or just add us too. We're not picky.
Yeah, super chat or the Streamlabs things for me, since I don't have since I'm currently not what's the word, monetized yet.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, then of all of us, I guess I'm the only one that is. Well, if you want to send in any dino questions and have them highlighted, you can send a super chat on my channel.
Yeah.
All right. Shall begin. So, it has been literal months, if not actually, I think close to a year since we last covered a Saurischean, let alone a Theropod. So, I want to do a super quick review on dinosaur phylogeny. So, obviously, you have your dinosaurs. They're a member of a group of reptiles called archosaurs, which also includes crocodiles and pterosaurs. The dinosaurs branch into two main types of dinosaurs. You have the ornithischians, which have been all of our previous streams, basically. So the plant-eating dinosaurs
And then the Saurischeans.
are mostly carnivores, with some exceptions. Well, actually, one big exception, the sauropods are also saurischians. Ornithischians and saurischians are generally distinguished by their hip shape. That gets weird with some birds and some not birds.
That would be a
Some
lot
not
of meat for a
birds.
sauropod to eat,
Non-avian.
to float those bodies.
Some not birds.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's true too. Either way.
Yeah. And today we are focusing specifically on the theropods, and
Mhm.
even more specifically, a subset of theropods called the allosauroids.
So they're the two-footed meat-eater dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Theropod.
No.
Yep.
Quick
Yeah,
question
but
for
I'm
you
just
guys.
trying to explain
Oh, yeah.
for
Are
theropods are the two-footed, two-legged
yes. I was gonna ask you,
meat-eating dinosaurs.
Yes.
are they the only ones that never went back to that went back to quadrupeds?
That's correct. Yes.
As
They
far as
never
we
went
know-
back. As far as we know, they never went back to four legs.
Mhm.
But theropods, as far as we know, are the two-legged meat eaters.
Let's see.
Except
Also,
for some of
super duper quick.
except for some
hi,
of
George.
more of the modern. Sorry,
Hi, Georgie.
except for some more of the modern versions of this family who started eating nuts and berries nowadays in modern times.
Well,
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
So it's complicated. There are a few groups of theropods that do turn into plant eaters, but none of the allosauroids do. So that's
Right.
all for a separate stream.
That's gonna be a whole nother biscuit. Of
Yes.
cans.
And
Can of biscuits.
and not just birds either. There's some weird plant-eating theropods that we'll
Mhm.
eventually get to.
Mhm.
All right. So, once again, dinosaurs, theropods. Within theropods, there are a bunch of different groups. So, what we've normally done in the past is we start with the most basal members, but we decided to kind of shake it up for this stream.
Yeah.
So, we're actually going to be skipping a few of these early prongs in the family tree, and we're going right over here to the allosauroids.
Yeah, to the middle.
So, as I said, divisions within theropods. Once again, theropods are bipedal and usually carnivorous.
Mm-hmm.
Within theropods, there's a group called the tetanurans, or tetanurae. Tetanurae means stiffened tail, and as you can probably guess, all of these dinosaurs have. Sorry, my microphone's not wanting to behave. If we have any audio issues, people let me know.
Can y'all hear us okay?
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just assume it'll survive.
I think she's fine.
Hopefully.
Probably fine.
Anyway, so tetanurae have these big, stiff tails, usually just big tails.
And don't they usually have less than 3 fingers?
Yep.
3 fingers or less.
Three
right?
fingers or less. I don't think there are any. Well, there might be some basal tetanurans with 4 fingers, but
Well,
most of
no,
them
I'm
have
talking
3.
about like a Belosaurus.
Those aren't tetanurans.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they're ceratosaurs.
Wow. Ceratosaurus. Okay.
And then within that subset of tetanurae are the avitheropods.
Mm.
Now, if you know Latin, you know that aves means birds. So these are the bird theropods. And as you can probably guess, they have, well, I'm not sure why you'd guess this. They have very pneumatized skeletons, meaning they have a lot of air spaces in their bones.
Mm.
Even theropods like T-Rex, which are also members of this group, have these big air pockets in their vertebrae and their ribs, and often in their skulls. They just have
fenestra, especially.
Yes, they also get these big, just holes in the skull called fenestrae that you will see on some of the dinosaurs in the show, or a slideshow, actually. And within these avitheropods, one of the earliest branching groups are the allosaurids. They're a group characterized by these massive, just flesh-shredding jaws. Their teeth are usually recurved, so curved back, and thick. They actually look like knives. Serrated like them too.
Yeah, with the
So
serrations.
when did they branch off from the rest of other?
It took about 30 million years for the certain serrations
Well,
to branch.
No, he's meaning when did allosaurids?
Oh, I thought you
We'll
meant
talk about
Tyrannosaurids.
we'll talk about the shark tooth lizards.
Okay.
The allosaurids branched off in the early to mid Jurassic. The earliest ones we have are about 160 million years old, give or take. And in fact, our first allosauroid, which might not be an allosauroid, is that old.
Monolove. What's up, Monolove?
Yes. This is Monolophosaurus zhangai. Its name means single crested lizard. It was named partially in reference to Dilophosaurus.
And this was found in the middle of Jurassic, right?
Yes, 160 million years old.
Wow. Okay.
And then the species name, zhangai, apparently refers to like a hotel / tavern that existed near where the skeleton was found.
That's interesting.
Yeah, apparently it has a lot of history to it. So,
okay.
Just kind of neat. And yeah.
So it's similar to other basal theropods.
Yes.
Are found like similar to this?
Yes. So if you know of dinosaurs like actually Dilophosaurus, Coelophysis, or Herrerasaurus.
Yes.
Well, this body plan probably looks very familiar to you. They're very low to the ground. They actually have fairly short legs, and they're very long. This is sort of the ancestral body shape for a lot of dinosaurs, and including theropods. And Monolophosaurus here, it's so basal, so close to the ancestral theropod condition, we're not 100% sure if it is an allosaur or not. Different studies seem to go back and forth on it, but at the very least, it's close to the base of that tree.
Okay.
So figured it'd be a pretty good starting point. It also starts a few trends that we see in the later allosaurs. Again, big arms with big meat hook-like
but we
claws.
still put Monolophosaurus inside of the Allosauroloid category.
We are for this for this presentation. Like I said, sometimes it is an allosauroid, sometimes it's found to be just
Okay.
outside.
Yeah,
But
that's what I was curious about.
It's
So
very
she could
close
be
at the
inside
very
it,
least.
inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is what the
Okay.
ancestral allosaur would look like. They would have had these big, strong arms with big claws, 3 of them. Actually, let's see, which is theropods lose digit 5 and 1, right?
5 and 1. Yeah.
So okay, so their pointer finger, which is their first finger, actually had the biggest claw. That's a trend we see in all allosaurs, I think.
Yeah, it's a pretty well known trait.
Yeah, they just have this huge thumb claw. And many of them are also crested. Actually, do we have any that don't have any sort of crest? I can't think of any.
Not without being an Allosaurus. No.
Not the allosaurids.
No.
No?
Not an
Yeah.
Allosaurus.
So basically, all allosaurids also, or allosauroids rather, also have crests. Not always big and flashy like Monolophosaurus, but they're there.
Big and flashy.
Yeah. In fact, we'll be seeing a lot of eyebrow crests in particular later on in the stream. All right. Now, moving up the allosauroid tree, we come to one of the first major radiations, or one of the first big offshoots. Those being the Metriacanthosaurids. This group is named after a dinosaur from England, interestingly enough. And it means middle-spined lizard. Because, actually, kind of funny. So your vertebrae have a little spike coming off the end called the neural spine. Metriacanthosaurus's neural spines are midway between normal theropods and a theropod called Altispinax, which means tall spine. So middle spine lizard.
Which is different than what we're going to get into with Acrocanthosaur,
Yes.
which means high spine.
Yes.
So this one's very interesting to me.
Yeah, they're interesting. They're weird.
Was that a soccer player?
Yeah, I think this drawing has a soccer player for scale, which just made me giggle when I saw it, so I had to include it. Metriacanthosaurids are also where we first see the allosaurs start to get big. They're actually some of the first really big theropods. Some of them approach 30 feet in length, some maybe a little bit over. They could get up to 2, maybe 3 tons at the largest, which compared to that, the previously biggest theropod was maybe 15 or 20 feet long and half a ton. So they get big.
So where do these
also get
guys
these big-
sit on the feather scale?
We will talk about that more later.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's actually
Very
that's a
good
whole
topic.
conversation.
That's another thing, but we will get there.
We'll get to it. So not only do the Metriacanthosaurids get bigger, they also get much bigger heads, and the arms shrink a little bit. A lot of these guys have smaller arms, which sets them apart from most allosauroids, except for the latest ones.
Don't their arms kind of remind you more of like Abelisaurids?
No, they're not.
They're
They're not that small.
backwards, and yeah, they're not just like arms coming straight out of the shoulder sockets. They're still pretty small
In comparison, yeah.
in comparison to most allosaurids. Yeah.
Yeah. So they probably weren't using their arms for hunting much. They're probably mostly using their heads.
Coming close to vestigial.
I don't know if I'd say that.
Would you use those arms for anything?
I mean, maybe nesting.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I do agree they get smaller though.
Yeah, they do.
And interestingly too, So their tooth count does go down compared to previous theropods, but it still remains pretty high, even in later groups. They have a lot of teeth, and they have these very sharp teeth. So here's
And
our
they're serrated.
very sharply serrated, quite literally like a steak knife.
Yeah.
Actually, I think they might have a higher serration count than most steak knives. And here's our example, Metriacanthosaurid. This is Yangchuanosaurus. It's a large one from China. Most of these are from Asia, with some weird exceptions in Europe and maybe one in North Africa. Just they don't move around a whole ton. They mostly stick to the northern continents. And also, this group starts another trend we see with these Allosauroids. They get these big heads, they get big, they get these strong builds, and the sauropods they live with usually have bite marks on them. A lot of bite marks on them, usually attributed to Allosauroids. We see this especially with Allosaurus itself. It has way too many teeth.
Yeah, Allosaurus in general.
Or,
All
well,
the
or they just bit everything.
All the tastes.
I never can get into it later, but were these guys pack hunters or solo hunters?
That's a good question.
We have evidence of some of them being pack hunters, and especially out here in Wyoming, with the amount of trackway sites that are together, we have high evidence that they're possibly working together.
Well, if not working together, they may have at least
nested together.
Maybe nested or mobbed prey and hunting.
I think so.
It's an open question that's really hard to answer with just bones. Trackways do help. And we do
help.
And we do have Allosaur trackways.
Yes, and then these guys all the trackway sites and everything together. It kind of seems that way, but without further evidence, we would have to look further into that.
Yeah, so we just can't say for sure right now.
So, but these guys were mainly the northern continent.
Yes, sir.
Early on, some of them move south later, which we will get to. And again, we don't know what their hunting strategy would have been. We don't know if they probably didn't take on sauropods solo, at least not a healthy adult.
No, not the way the Big Al did.
Yeah. They leave any journals for you. They leave any journals for you about their war efforts.
Sadly, no. I wish.
Leave us some journals. Dear diary, tried to get a Diplodocus today.
But with that said, well, I'll save that for Allosaurus, actually. But up next, we do have another Metriacanthosaurid. So this one I wanted to include for a special reason, and that's because it's brand new. This dinosaur came out last year on
my birthday.
Yep.
Happy birthday.
August 21st last year.
Yep. This is Alpcarucus kyrgyzicus.
You want to try that again? Try that again.
Alpcarucus?
Alpcarucus.
I don't speak that language. I'm trying here.
Alpcarucus kyrgyzicus.
Alp. Kara.
That's right.
Oh,
that's Turkish, isn't it?
It's from Kyrgyzstan.
Okay, so it's Turkish.
Okay, I don't speak that language.
Alpcarucus kyrgyzicus.
Kyrgyzicus. And that's what I said. Anyway, enough clowning on me. New dinosaur. Very new dinosaur. It's named after apparently a bird monster from a local legend, which I think is really cool. And then Kyrgyzicus means it's from Kyrgyzstan. And we don't just have one, we have two. We have two partial skeletons, one of them being a juvenile, the other being a subadult, which were found together. So
So we
maybe
have
they
two
live together
different individuals
of different ages.
of different ages. That's the same animal
Yes. And as far as we can tell, buried at the same time.
and from the same area.
Yes. Now, keep in mind, we can't say they for sure lived together, but they got buried together. And I also found this just fun little bit of art of a hypothetical adult with
Yeah, the
an
little
anime girl for scale.
bag.
I just thought it was fun. And next, surprisingly enough, we usually get to big names like towards the end of these presentations. Not so for today, because Allosaurus is not a super derived allosauroid. It's from the late Jurassic, and the latest ones we have are from almost the end of the Cretaceous. So it's early, and it's really important. Obviously, Allosaurus is the namesake of the Allosauroid group, and it's known from 3 species, and it's found on 2, possibly 3 different continents. We have Allosaurus europaeus. You get no points for guessing where that's from.
And then
Allosaurus fragilis.
my true love.
Well, I thought your true love was Allosaurus jamadseni.
Well, it depends.
They're in a triangle.
Yes, there's a triangle of species.
It's a love triangle with the Allosaurs. To be honest.
Oh, and there's possibly Allosaurus material from Africa, but it's not confirmed.
Yeah, that's true.
There's
True.
So there's a tibia.
Yeah, and we don't even know if that's Allosaurid.
No, it's Theropod, but which that might sound kind of random. But during this point in Earth's history, the continents were much closer together. The Atlantic was much smaller. So there's a lot of animals going between Western Europe,
Yeah.
North America, and Africa.
Going down to Larmidia.
Yes.
Somewhere in there.
So super widespread, really diverse genus. We see a lot of individual variation with Allosaurus, though we do see a lot of common trends and a lot of common injuries, which we'll get into in a bit.
Yeah. And that's so crazy that you mentioned that because the
That-
injuries that we will get into
Okay.
are a big portion of a lot of, especially with like Big Al. So I worked on Big Al myself.
Here, yeah, I'll just go ahead and skip to Big Al.
No,
Go ahead.
no, go. I
Let's-
thought Big
okay.
Al.
No, we're on Allosaurus.
Yeah, but see the tiny little owl bass.
Yeah,
baby?
you made me.
I made you add that because I thought that's. I'll let
Maybe
you
you
go.
should have
Sorry.
maybe try to rearrange. Talk about how you're gonna set the sites up before we go.
It's okay. Things happen. Anyway, this is a very important dinosaur to history. So we're going to talk about that a little bit, but not a ton. We're not going to.
Backyard.
Yes, it is
Right
found in
here.
our backyard.
Half a mile, right here.
There's one found half a mile away.
Well, he's like less than a mile away.
Well, Big
This
Al was
way.
like 15 miles.
For only $1,000,
Romantic.
we'll go in. For only $1,000, we'll go in depth about this dinosaur in the future. This game,
Yeah, that'd be fun.
or maybe.
Oh, right. Some people are bringing up there has been a 4th species proposed, Allosaurus anax, but I'm not sure how accepted that is at the moment. Well, I guess can talk about that a little bit. So, for years now, there's been another dinosaur similar to Allosaurus from the Morrison called Saurophaganax that has been found to be a chimera. meaning it's a mix of bone material from multiple different species. In particular, some sauropod remains and some really big Allosaurus remains. And the researchers who determined that proposed a new species. I'm just not sure how well that's been accepted at this point. It's actually very new. It came out just before Christmas, I think, actually. So it's very new.
Mm.
But maybe fourth species or maybe just big Allosaurus. Not sure. But for the history,
The Bone Wars. Do y'all know about the Bone Wars? Okay, because I actually had the pleasure of reading the journals of Marsh and Cope separately, so
Yes.
I know the differences and the way they.
thought, acted.
Yeah, how do I say the S word but politely? The way they stuff talked each other. Is that how I say it? The way that they messed with each other.
Yes.
So Marsh.
Maybe who are these people? Maybe start with that.
Oh, start with that. Okay.
Well, like who is this
So-
Cope? Who is this Marsh?
So in the 1970s,
1870s.
oh shoot,
Century.
1870s, there were these two guys that started the Bone Wars. There's Marsh and Cope. Edward Drinker Cope and Nathaniel Marsh started the Bone Wars separately, and they actually hired a bunch of Native Americans.
So, oh no.
Yeah, I know, I'm good. And they hired different people, different Native Americans, to sabotage each other's sites. And that was a crazy story all on its own. But one of my favorite things about Marsh is he would pluck the hairs off of camels and put it in these boxes, and that's how he
packed his fossils.
Yeah, that's how he packed his fossils, and you can still see it at the Peabody Museum.
Really? Huh.
So I'm a bigger fan of Cope.
Mhm.
Oh, is that my picture?
Yes, that's it.
That's my
So it works.
picture. So this is a picture of the mammal Edicabilia picture in the middle. I purchased that from a museum that was, what do I call it? Passing away.
Shutting down.
It was she was passing away. So this is a picture of what I own now, and I don't open her without gloves. I did read her, but that's a whole thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just in short summary, the Bone Wars were this major rivalry between two prominent paleontologists.
And they were pretty bad. The
Yes.
rivalry was pretty bad. Both of them came after each other with a headstrong.
Well, I think they just, well, at least my impression, they just wanted to show each other up and prove that their ideas were right. Because there was a lot of stuff tied in with this. Honestly, we cannot do the Bone Wars justice here. It is a saga.
If you can find the book, it's literally called Bone Wars, Cope and Marsh. I highly recommend that book.
It is, I would call it the height of historical drama.
It was, yeah, talk about drama, boys.
It's a lot of the stuff that happens sounds like it's straight out of a fantasy
Yeah,
novel.
it doesn't seem real. The things they did to each other, as far as like sabotaging and all this stuff.
They blew up
it's not
fossils just so the other one couldn't get to them.
Yeah, they
So
use explosives.
So do you guys have you guys chosen sides in the Bone Wars, or are you neutral?
She has a side. I'm undecided.
Yeah, I'm a marsh baby.
No, you're a cope. You like cope.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm a daddy coat kind of guy.
she likes cope.
Marsh was just mean. And
I
then when I went to the Peabody Museum
Mhm.
and I found all of Marsh's camel hair stuff. No, I know Cope was definitely the kinder one, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Can you really like choose sides on something like
So
that?
my
I'm definitely a Cope girl, though.
so
I lied about being a Marsh baby.
my impressions are that Cope was probably the more pleasant person
I think
generally,
so. I
um,
like Cope. Yeah.
but Marsh was overall the better scientist, at least when it comes to extinct stuff, because he was much slower and more methodical with how he did
I
his work.
must disagree.
Okay,
I must disagree.
okay. Hey, maybe we can have a full-on debate on this.
Oh, you want to do a Bone Wars discussion?
Bone War.
Bone War.
Will that
Gonna
be
be
next
two.
week? That be next week's episode? The Bone Wars next week.
Bone War 2.
Well, at any rate, at the end of this whole historical saga,
You'll see.
in 1877, Marsh named a partial skeleton that he dubbed Allosaurus
They were both
fragilis. Allosaurus because he thought its vertebrae were shaped weird. We now know that it has pretty normal theropod vertebrae. It just Marsh was being Marsh. And fragilis because the vertebrae appeared fragile, which we now know not exactly accurate
It's not
to
as
Allosaurus.
fragilous as they thought.
No.
Yeah.
And I guess might as well go ahead and define the other two species. So fragilis, fragile. There's Europaeus, which from Europe, it's the European species. And then Gymadseni. Allosaurus gymadseni is actually named after Jim Madsen, who was a researcher who worked at, I believe, the Cleveland Lloyd Dinosaur Quarry.
Mm-hmm.
He worked there for decades and published a ton of stuff on Allosaurus. He's just been really important to our understanding of the animal as a whole. So in the 2010s, a new species was named after him, which I think that's pretty cool, honestly. Speaking of age Madseni, there's one that is very famous. In fact, it is, I'm not even going to say probably, the most famous Allosaurus of all time.
And if y'all haven't watched Ballad of Big Al, like
Yes.
Walking with Dinosaurs, you're missing out. Go watch it.
Yes. The Ballad of Big Al was a little documentary published by the BBC as a kind of offshoot of Walking with Dinosaurs. You can find it online. I don't think I'm allowed to say where, but you can find it online. Well, YouTube if you're okay with lots of ad breaks. But it's a very good documentary. They also had a making of documentary that described the science behind it.
That's pretty good too.
That documentary in particular, I kind of credit that with really getting me into paleontology. Yeah.
Really?
Well,
I didn't know that.
Well, just the way everything was put together in the documentary, how they explain the science and all the thoughts going into it,
I tried
made
to
me
put the
want to learn
CD
more.
in my Walkman CD player. It didn't work.
How'd that work?
How old am I?
I've seen a Walkman in a museum.
Oh. Oh.
Well, at any rate, Big Al. Big Al was found in the 1990s. Actually, quite literally, 15 miles that way. Just 15 miles north of us.
Yeah. She's right over here. She's in my backyard.
Yes. Al was a large subadult Allosaurus. He was apparently 17 years old, which is crazy to me. We actually had to look this up and dig into it the other night because I didn't believe it at first. I thought he was like
Yeah, you're
7 or
right.
8. Anyway, um,
And then when she's 19, 17?
17 is the estimate I saw.
Yeah.
So
You got the
which
right. You
might
got the right
sound-
century this time.
Yay.
and 17 might sound pretty old for an animal, but Allosauroids are weird. They grow at a fairly steady rate their entire lives. So they would reach full like skeletal maturity in their early 20s. Kind of like humans, actually. But unlike humans, where you usually have a couple growth spurts, it was just a nice, steady growth. And like many Allosauroids, he probably fed on the ornithopods, which we've talked about, and the sauropods that were found in the rock surrounding him. Al himself was found a couple 100 feet away from the very historically important Tau Quarry, and he was almost collected by fossil sellers.
And we found an allosaur in Livingston at the O'Hare site
Oh, yeah?
above two diplodocus.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. I'll show you pictures.
Okay. But Al was saved from being sold because a Bureau of Land Management agent just happened to see the excavation.
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh no, the BLM. It's just
That's actually a
crazy.
good question, really quickly.
How do you compare dinosaur age?
So, Cody, it's more easily to compare dinosaur bone age by doing what we call lags, lines of arrested growth, where they look kind of like tree rings.
Yeah, and they form in a very similar way. Correct me if I'm wrong.
In comparison to human bones, where we don't have that.
Well, so there are.
We kind of do, but not in the sense that we have with dinosaurs or any bones similar to that.
True. So, what Nessie mentioned, lags or lines of arrested growth, they are lines in the bone, and again, they're tree rings, basically.
It's like tree.
You get a ring during a period of very slow growth. Depending on what you are, like an animal or plant, that could be during a time of very poor nutrition, so you just weren't getting enough food to grow normally. Or some animals hibernate. We don't think many dinosaurs hibernated, so they probably represent the lean season.
Burrowing dinosaurs as well.
Yeah, then, well, they might hibernate.
I think the burrowings probably do.
But they usually track like the slow months, like winter or the dry season.
Yeah,
things like that.
and you can typically tell that when they have like the lags, the lines of arrested growth are wider, because that means
when there's
they
more
were
space.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can typically tell that based on that.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and there's one more very fascinating thing about Al, which is part of why he's so famous, and that is all of the numbers dotting the skeleton, which are injuries. Allosaurus, for some reason among theropods, I think probably has the most injuries per individual.
Yeah. And what was it, 18 healed out of 19 injuries? This poor boy.
Allosaurus, or Big Al, had about 17 healed injuries.
In the documentary, it says 18 healed out of 19.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I guess I was off. But
that's still a lot of injuries.
Oh yeah, look, the toe is number 19 down here. You're right.
Oh, God.
You called it. And keep in mind, these are injuries that affected the skeleton.
Yeah, this poor boy.
How often do you get bruised or cut and it doesn't reach your bones? These are just the bone breaking injuries This Allosaurus individual
hip,
survived.
leg, toes. And I dusted this boy. I dusted this kid
Yes, you have.
several times at Museum of the Rockies. If you want to find her real bone, whatever.
I mean, we can call it whatever.
Say what I want to say. If you want to see his real foot, he's at the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman,
Montana.
What did I just say? I feel like I just had
Did you just blank
dyslexia
out?
moment.
Did you just
I did.
you
I
have
had
a
a
microstroke?
dyslexia. I had a microstroke. I had a dyslexia moment. If you want to see what he looks like, you can find his foot up top at the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman.
Yes. And you didn't just dust his skeleton, right?
No, I cut her open too. I'm a destructive paleontologist.
So Nessie does, if you haven't caught our videos or streams before, Nessie does a lot of osteology and histology.
Yeah.
So looking at bones under the microscope.
Yeah, I cut them open. I want to see what actually was happening.
Was there anything notable about Big L's toe? And actually, I'll pull up a separate image just so we can show people. But was there anything?
Yeah. So we figured out that Big Al was about 5 or 6 years old when the toe was hurt.
He was 5 or 6 when it was hurt?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was one of the last injuries he had.
No. He was like 5 or 6 years old when the toe.
Huh.
That's not even what it looks like.
No?
That's not even what she looks like.
Okay, I'll find a better shot.
It looks like a big old softball.
Is that a better picture?
Yeah, I guess.
Or it's this one.
It's a nasty old big softball.
Right. He has this just massive outgrowth of
Yeah.
bone on one of his
And he
main toe
was like
bones.
5 or 6 years old when that happened. So he was dealing with that for over a decade. All by his lonesome.
I didn't realize he was so young.
Taking care of that baby. I love him. Yeah, so when we cut that open, we saw the legs, the lines of rusted growth, and that was about 6 years old.
Within the lump or below the lump?
Within the lump.
So he lived for 6 years with this injury?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
I had no idea.
He's just a baby.
Well, apparently he was a teenager.
And still.
just a baby.
He could be 40 years old and he's still just a baby.
But that's not the only injury that Big Al has. Vandalia, would you mind moving us so people can see the image? Not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of hard to follow the numbers here, but he has a broken neural spine on his neck. He has multiple broken back vertebrae that somehow survived. Apparently, he has a puncture in the top of his hip.
And his ribs.
Oh, yeah. He also just has a line of snapped ribs running down one side. Yeah. He has a broken tailbone. His arm was torn. Just possibly just completely out of socket and just unusable. And his right foot is just messed up beyond belief. This Allosaur had a very rough life. But the weird thing about Allosaurus is that's not weird.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty typical with a lot of different Allosaurs.
Yes.
So, like, look at the walking case studies, right? So we have a lot of them.
Yes.
Several different individuals that have problematic.
We have a lot of individuals with broken bones all over. And again, these are the injuries that affected their bones. Most injuries don't.
What was the dinosaur with broken jaw?
Also Allosaurus.
Yeah. So
we have one with a completely broken lower jaw, missing most of its teeth.
Crazy.
And we have a lot of Allosaurus too. It's weirdly common, especially for a theropod. We have at least 50, possibly up to 100 individuals that are decently complete. And almost every single one is covered in injuries.
Yeah.
Right up here is Big Al 2. It's another Allosaurus that was actually found right by Big Al.
Mm-hmm.
And
Neighbors, cousins.
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe.
Something like that.
But yeah, this poor girl, she had a broken jaw, broken arm, shoulder, ribs,
Several broken ribs.
neck
and
vertebrae.
Yeah.
Yep.
that's not- Yeah.
Yep. She had
And the toe bone.
she had a broken butt and toe problems.
No.
If you can name a bone, there's probably an Allosaurus that has an injury there. And not just Big L2 here. Here's an Allosaurus tail vertebra that has a puncture wound,
Oh yeah.
probably from a Stegosaurus,
Well, looks like a Sagomizer went right through her, right?
right through the tail. A lot of these injuries seem to be caused by Stegosaurus.
Yeah.
We even have one that is the lower part of the pelvis, where I
just swooped.
I don't know if the allo was like lying on its side or if the stego could just twist its tail, but this dinosaur has a puncture wound through its pubis. That's not a good place to get punctured.
Good time to get punctured.
One of the early vasectomies.
Oh yeah, the earliest version.
Maybe.
No, they had cloacas.
Yeah,
That doesn't even happen.
actually that would be somewhere up here, but that's not that kind of straight. Something I do want to
No.
point out though. Yeah, this will probably be better for it. Funny enough, a lot of these injuries on all of these Allosaurus are localized too. And some of them actually have implications for its behavior in life.
Yeah.
Turns out Allosaurus was very prone to shin splints. So
Could you imagine
yeah, well, weighing
being
like 2
prone to
tons.
shin splints and being 2 tons?
So if you think
Poor
about how a
thing.
human gets shin splints, they get them when they run too much or jump too much or start lifting weights irresponsibly. I actually got shin splints from that in high
Did you
school.
weigh 2 tons?
No, fortunately.
Just messing with you.
But it's a really common injury. So were these guys
Yeah.
jumping and leaping around?
Could you imagine running around on such heavy weight? Dum, dum, dum,
Yeah,
dum.
just not caring.
Oh, I just made a Jurassic Park joke on accident. Dum, 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 dum. But without knowing.
Yeah.
And then
you just hurt.
Then you just hurt.
Another reason has been proposed for the feet, though, which is they might have like ripped at their prey like hawks do, where they just pin it with their feet and then.
Can I get that on a shirt?
Sailor Star Sparrow says vasectomy by Thagomizer, 0 out of 10, not recommended.
I just want the first
Just
sentence.
vasectomy by Thagomizer.
I want that on a shirt.
Put that on a shirt.
Yeah, so the walking case study. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the blue picture, you can see where the Thagomizer kind of slips up through the bone.
Yes, it's
And
a
then-
puncture wound and an abscess.
Yeah.
So this Allosaur had to just sit there while
Yeah.
it healed. And the injury just carved out a hole in the bone. There's another injury, though, that's common in Allosaurs. Their arms.
It's all of the injuries.
Well,
Why does this Allosaur get all of the injuries?
well,
Are they just
my
slip
guess
fellers?
is they just fought everything in their ecosystem.
They did too. I think
Actually, a
they
study on this came out just last year. We have Allosaurus bite marks on everything
I
in the
know we
Morrison.
I know we do because I've dealt with them.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's tracks and sauropods, different stuff out of the
Mhm.
Morrison
Yep.
and Montana.
It's just sauropods.
Bad dog. Bad dog.
Very bad dog. Very, very angry
They're
dog.
just bad dogs.
But we have their bite marks on sauropods, ornithopods, stegosaurs, other theropods,
Mercephilians,
and,
dragon.
no, not marginocephalians.
No trikes.
No tricks. Not more.
Not trike. What am I? Oh, my Edmontos. Or my Hadros.
Camptosaurus.
Yeah, Campto. Yeah.
Oh, super quick. We do have a super chat on my end from Vamsy Jessica Manda. They say, very interesting tonight, guys. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Imagine, I've heard this stuff for almost 24 years.
Yeah.
I have no idea why you would. Oh, my face isn't on screen. I have no idea why you would have heard that for specifically 24 years. How interesting to say.
I could say the same thing about Pachycephalosaurs. But here we are.
But yeah, these things, they just seem to pick a fight whenever they want to. And they weren't picky about who they fought. Honestly, I'm just wondering if they were just really aggressive for some reason, and that's just not something we can know from the bones.
Bad dogs.
So were these guys the alpha
Alice
predators of their
was bad
time, or
dogs.
more of a mesopredator?
They would have been a top order carnivore. I mean, your average Allosaurus was about 25 feet long,
Mhm.
25 to 30 feet, some possibly up to 40 feet long. Just some fragmentary remains.
Bad dog.
I mean, so I love this picture that I found from the American Museum of Natural History. You can see this little girl here next to an Allosaurus. Like, these things aren't small.
Stop it. That's my ghost. Move on.
All right.
Just kidding.
But it's a fascinating animal, and we can infer a lot about its behavior from its bones. It's weird. It's cool, and it's one of my favorite dinosaurs for a lot of reasons.
The Vammy.
But Allosaurus is not the last of the Allosauroids. Our next group is the last group, but it is a very important one. That is still very important to me and Nessie. These are still some of our favorite dinosaurs, and they're cool and weird. So most Allosauroids disappear by the time the Cretaceous starts. But one group within them almost makes it all the way to the end. Those are the Carcharodontosaurs. And suitable for it being a mouthful of a name, it translates to great white shark-toothed lizard. It's a long name, and I'm pretty sure it's a long name because it was named by a German.
Okay, well, it's still Tom Carr's favorite dinosaur.
Really?
And when he has his kids, I call them all Carcara babies.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's Carcharodontosaurus is his favorite next to Despleto.
Huh.
Yeah,
I would have guessed T-Rex. I guess I'm wrong.
I thought so too. One would think. Shark-toothed lizards, though, like what a cool name that would be.
Yeah. I mean, funny enough, their teeth don't really look much like a great white shark's, but they are big and very sharply serrated. Having held Carcharodontosaur teeth in my hand, which we'll talk about in a bit, they're more densely serrated, I think, than any other theropod, aren't they? Here, sorry, just a second. Nessie's just going to run and get something quick. While she does that, so the Carcharodontosaurs, they don't just get big teeth, they just get big. These are some of the largest theropods to ever walk the earth. They're some of the largest predators ever to live. And they're commonly depicted as sauropod specialists. In reality, they probably would have just ate whatever made its way into their mouths. But, I mean, I'm not going to say no. It's definitely possible. The group itself is named for Carcharodontosaurus, a dinosaur which was almost lost to us thanks to World War II. As I alluded to before, it was collected by a German scientist. He was not a member of the political party you're thinking of. In fact, he strongly opposed them, which is part of the reason why his fossils didn't get put into museum storage during the war. So, yay! But Carcharodontosaurus hunted in North Africa. It would have lived in a very swampy environment, though it may have preferred the more solid floodplains. See, this is a weird area just on Earth where we have a ton of massive carnivorous animals. We have huge crocodiles, carnivorous fish, and I believe 4 or 5 different just huge theropods walking around. There's Carcharodontosaurus, Spinosaurus, a relative of Carchar called Temeryraptor, which was actually just named recently. Oh, and this isn't a Carcharodontosaur tooth,
It's all good, baby.
but we do have a little shark tooth here to show y'all. Nessie has a baby megalodon tooth.
Baby.
Yeah.
But I'm still wearing my tree star.
You can wear both.
Yeah, but it's a tree star. Let your heart guide you. You can wear both. What are we on?
Well, we're going on from Carcharodontosaurus. Unless you have anything in particular to say about it.
They're kind of a bee to work on.
You've worked on them?
Yeah, that one on display.
No, you never told me you worked on a Carcharodontosaurus.
MOR. If
Oh.
you know what, basically, if anyone's watching and you want to learn anything about dinosaurs, either go to MOR, go to the Museum of the Rockies, or go to the Royal Tyrrell. Those are the two. Yeah, if you're in Canada, or if you got your passport. And then when you go to Canada, get a picture next to the Packy in the sidecar and send it to me.
Oh, and yeah, paleoanalysis is right. There is a large theropod named Rugops from here too.
Yeah, that's true.
But moving on.
Same formation, yes, correct.
Next, we're going to head a little bit farther north, actually, to España.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
España.
Vandalia, you asked us about feathers earlier, I believe, right?
Yes. Where they lie on the downy feather scale of their future cousins.
This dinosaur.
Now, that's a really fun question because we have skin impressions from some Allosauroids, mostly Allosaurus.
You haven't been to MOR.
Not yet, but I've seen pictures.
Okay.
In most of our Allosaurus skin impressions just show scales. In fact, I think all of them just show scales. From Spain, we have a small Carcharodontosaur named Concavenator. And it's from a rock formation. Well, it's from a locality called Las Ollas. And this area is just famous for spectacular fossil preservation. We have just about the entire skeleton and skin impressions from most of the body, also showing scales. But the fossil preserves its forearms. And on its ulna, so the outside bone of the forearm, there are bumps that look a lot like quill knobs.
Yeah.
which you only really get if you have feathers anchoring to the bone. This is something we see in birds today and in raptor dinosaurs like Velociraptor. They have quill knobs and they have big feathers on their arms.
We also see that in juveniles.
Juvenile.
Other owls.
Really?
Yeah.
Other juvenile? I never heard about this.
Yeah, I built them. And
You've seen them? You've seen them on small allosaurs?
Yes.
Huh. Well, I guess we have them on Allosaurus too.
Concavenator's not the only one that could
Huh.
potentially have quills. We've seen them on babies.
Yeah, I think you're talking a little quiet.
Seen them on bigger babies than this one.
I was not aware of this. I'd never heard that before.
I'll show you some pictures.
I'd love to see them actually.
Okay.
Um,
It's not just this one.
Hmm.
There's 3 others I gotta show you pictures of.
Huh.
Over when I was in Japan.
Yeah.
They have quills too.
Well, I guess I'm learning things tonight too. Well, there is another weird feature of this dinosaur, besides the quill knobs, I guess, and that is this hump
That
on its
hump.
back.
Yeah, that hump is weird.
This shark-toothed lizard has a shark fin on its back, and that's just built into the vertebrae. This isn't some speculation or some soft tissue thing we think it might have had. No, its vertebrae make a hump in the middle of its back, just in front of the
That's
hips.
not bifurcated, huh? That's
Nope,
just a straight
it's just
nose.
a hip. I'll pull up a picture of the skeleton.
Ew, she's ugly. I don't like her.
This? You got to look at the fossil up close. It's
Yeah. That's
Uh,
wrong.
no, this is the
Yes.
skeleton.
That's wrong.
This is just the skeleton.
No, that's wrong.
I'm pretty sure this is just the skeleton, Nessie. What's wrong about it?
Everything about her.
You
I
sure?
don't like her.
Well, are you saying it's wrong as in
way.
it's not accurate? Or
There's no way.
this is just what its skeleton.
Evolution would have chosen to get rid of her.
Well, apparently it didn't because it existed. This is just the
How
skeleton.
long did it exist? Maybe that's
don't
why
know.
evolution got rid of her. Because
Well-
that's not great.
We have an animal from almost 30 million years later with the same structure.
What?
We'll get to it later, but we have one.
Boo.
This was a thing that exists. This is what its skeleton
Okay.
looks like.
Stegosaurus too.
Oh,
Look, that's hideous.
it's cool.
No.
Have you seriously never seen its skeleton before?
No, not this one. Poor thing.
Well, it's not.
That poor thing.
It's not pathologic. It's just what its spine looks like.
Imagine having like perpetual scoliosis.
I know that's what it looks like, but it's an adult.
She'd be in pain for like all of her life.
I don't know what to tell you. You're getting mad, but this is just the animal.
No, I'm not getting mad. I just think that's dumb.
Well, it's just the animal.
So that is there
I've never
anything?
seen this picture of
Do
Concavenator.
you want to see the skeleton of a kiwi? Those also look dumb, but they exist.
You ever seen a kiwi give birth? You ever seen
I've seen how
images?
big the eggs
the
are.
X-ray?
I've seen the X-rays.
Ooh, that's dumb too.
Yeah, but they exist. That's just how they are.
That doesn't mean I have to like it.
Fair.
Don't show me. Ugh. You made me throw up. Don't show me a kiwi. Ugh.
Sorry, folks. We're just having fun
No.
over here.
I'm just
Anyway,
messing. I'm just messing.
I know it's weird, but I think it's really cool we have something like this. I like it when we
I
get
don't
weird.
think
It's just the bones.
I don't think it is.
from the authors of the papers.
I'm going
It's
to
just
need
the
to see the bones and the paper.
Okay, we'll look at the bones in more detail later. Because there's good scans online. Anyway, Concavenator corcovadus. If you're a normal person, you'll see concavenator and think it means concave,
Concavenator.
referring to the back. It doesn't. It's a pun. It's a concavenator is a pun on the province of Spain where this was found, Cuenca. So it is the hunter from
Cuenca.
Cuenca with the humpback,
I didn't
corcovadus.
know.
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
That's super cool, actually.
It's not concavenator. It's
I was called it
Cuencavenator. Cuencaventor.
Concavenator.
But yeah, odd animal, regardless of if it's the only one with feathers or not. I don't think Nessie is happy, so we're gonna move on. Here's something you do like.
Yeah, my true love.
Well, one of them.
Yeah, well,
So
Wyoming, my
yeah.
second true love.
Back to
from here on out-
America.
Yes, from here on out, we'll be
America.
staying in the Western Hemisphere. Although this is our last one from the Northern Hemisphere. This is Acrocanthosaurus atokensis. It is the first example we really have of allosaurids getting absurdly big. It's the start of a trend with these carcharodontosaurids where they get to T-Rex size.
Yeah, so their name actually translates to high-spined lizard.
Yep, Acrocanthosaurus, yep.
Yeah, and so anytime someone asks me a question about them here in Wyoming, I'm like, Wyoming's T-Rex, but like taller.
I mean, you're not wrong. It was
I know.
actually funny enough, it has shorter legs than T-Rex, but the spine does
But
make them the same height.
Lifts her up.
Yeah, they're the same height at the hips.
I know. And then what did I do with that one tooth that I found?
Oh, so
How did I save her?
so Nessie Nessie has found Acrocanthosaurus teeth, and she put one in her mouth because I don't know why.
You gotta save them. Sometimes you gotta save them. It don't matter how you save them. You gotta save them.
Are they your new teeth now?
I wish.
This one tooth was
It was pretty
like that big on her face.
Mm.
Carcharodontosaurids get just huge teeth. Like
Yeah.
the crown of the tooth can reach like 6 or 7 inches,
I
right?
found that next to the croc scutes. So a scute is the same thing as like an osteoderm. So you know the things on the back of crocodile backs,
Right.
those big things. Those are huge.
Yeah, you found it with croc scoots,
Raptor
turtles,
teeth,
raptor tooth.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, but this one acro tooth was like, what did you say, about that big?
Yeah, about that big.
Yeah, about what would you call that? Like 3 inches?
3.5.
Yeah, she's pretty big.
Yeah. Now she has found teeth. I haven't found any teeth yet. But I have found bits of bone from a very large theropod in the same formation. And Acrocanthosaurus is the only one known from specifically the Cloverleaf Formation, is where we do a lot of our work.
But I work with Tom Carr on Carcharodontosaurids.
Yeah.
Tyrannosaurs. I worked with him on Daspletosaur. So working with Acrocanthosaurus is crazy.
Yeah, this is also a dinosaur of many names. For some reason, it in particular has gotten a lot of nicknames.
This is one of your personal favorites?
Yeah, it's one of my personal favorite dinosaurs.
That's
Yeah.
cute.
It's in my top 3. It's the third.
Okay.
But where was I going? So this has been called the All-American Dinosaur. It's been called the terror of the South.
Yeah,
Because
that's true. Because it's mostly in Texas.
Texas and Oklahoma,
Yeah,
and South Carolina.
that's right. And I thought there was one found up in like Maryland.
Yes, and there's part of a young Acrocanthosaurus from Maryland.
That's crazy.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, so this is the Bible Belt dinosaur.
No.
Don't play with them. T-Rex don't play with long necks.
Just imagine it walking up to your. Just imagine opening your door and seeing that face. Do you have a minute to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
No.
We'll
probably get in trouble for that.
Fine. And like I already mentioned, huge teeth, tons of serrations. Like you can just, they're like a file. If you look at a file, but on the edge of a knife. And it's also the only Carcharodontosaurid currently known from North America, which is also bizarre. In fact, it's the last Allosauride known from North America. After this, they're all gone from North America, and the last remaining Carcharodontosaurs are found in the South.
Not the giga. Why'd you use that picture?
It's a great picture.
Aww.
You know, Agueto's a great artist. So after Acrocanthosaurus, which I just realized we haven't been saying how old these things are.
Oh shoot.
That's my bad.
Yeah.
We're currently about 90 million years ago. These are the last of the Carcharodontosaurids, the last of the Allosauroids.
So they get they get to the asteroid.
No, they don't make it to the end of dinosaurs. They do get close, but they don't make it all the way there.
That's why Tyrannosaurs made it to the end, but these particular Allosaurs did not.
Yes. Well, they're replaced by some dinosaurs in the southern continents. Abelisaurs, which we'll talk about eventually. They're weird.
Stupid.
They're murder sausages, is how I refer to them. And if you look up Majungasaurus, you'll see why. And the Megaraptors, which have debated placement. Oh, yeah, she bought a Majungasaurus recently. Lifted it a bit more.
Yeah. Majungasaur.
Although its legs are too long.
Hey, I think you guys are backwards again.
Arms.
Well, body and tail are too short.
Yeah.
I think you're backwards again in your mirror.
Yep. Oh, are we?
Because hold it up again.
Hand.
Hold that up. Hold it up again. Your
is reflected. Huh.
Look at his stupid little arm.
That's weird.
Bellasaur arm.
Oh yeah, they actually did get that right. Abelisaurids basically lose their arms for some reason. Unlike Megaraptors, which get big claws. Anyway, the last of these Carcharodontosaurids. Mind swapping us in the presentation? Thank you. These are all Giganotosaurids, meaning they're related to Giganotosaurus, the giant southern lizard.
Is that what Giganotosaur means?
Yep.
Huh.
Giganotosaurus carolinii, Carolini, after the fossil hunter who found it, who apparently later became a museum curator nearby, which is kind of cool. Yeah, named after him. Maphusaurus, I forget what its name means. There's Meraxes, which sounds Latin, but it's actually from Game of Thrones. It's named after after a dragon in Game of Thrones.
Right.
And
you asked me that earlier, huh?
Yep. And I think you guessed Caraxes.
Yeah, because I was thinking Syraxes and then I mixed Meraxes.
Yeah.
But I still pretty much got her, didn't I?
You got close.
Man. Well, and you haven't met I have an eagle that I take care of.
I haven't met her yet.
Kyria.
Which also Game of Thrones.
Yeah. She's
Big Game of Thrones fan. I've never seen it.
I'm
never
gonna
seen it.
you keep going.
And lastly, Tyranititan, the tyrannical titan. These are all huge carnivores, nearing, if not exceeding, 40 feet in length. They would have hunted sauropods, ornithopods, and they're really famous, but they also have some weird traits that not a lot of people know about.
That's true.
The sacrum, or the vertebrae between the hips for Meraxes, suggest it might have a concavenator hump. So, yes. You want to see the skeleton?
Yeah, I'm gonna see the skeleton.
Okay, I'll show the skeleton.
I don't like how you have the kiwi
Just there.
just chilling on them. Sounds weird.
This is this is Meraxes skeleton. It has a dip here.
It is the other one.
I didn't say it was as bad, but it's there.
The other one's so bad.
It's similar.
I don't like the other. This one's fine.
It might have had a hump.
This one.
And also...
No, Giganata. No.
No, Meraxes.
Oh. Alright. Well, still don't like her.
And there's also been osteology done on Meraxes.
Osteology or histology?
Osteohistology.
You got me there.
It might have been in its 50s when it died. It was at least 45.
No.
And some of the inner lines of growth were obliterated.
Wow.
Yeah. So these things got old too, which is weird for theropods. Most theropods seem to die in their teens or 20s, but Carcharodontosaurs seem to get pretty old. And this is a trend with them. If you'll recall, earlier in the stream, I mentioned that Allosaurus kind of had a steady growth curve.
Yeah.
Carcharodontosaurs just keep that going.
Well, that's interesting.
They continue growing into their 20s and 30s. Yeah, they just don't stop growing. It's weird, but it's also kind of cool. Like, there's not a growth curve, it's a line. The Giganotosaurian Mapusaurus was also found in a bone bed with multiple individuals of different ages. So maybe it lived in family groups or a pack. We don't know. But it's weird that they're all found together. And it's led to suggestions that maybe they lived in packs. You looking for the comments?
No.
Okay.
No.
Look at the one.
You're ready for the questions? Or are you more show?
Are we at the end?
We are at the end. So
is Giganata the end?
Yes.
Okay. So if anyone would like to ask some questions, we are here.
I scrolled back and for the first one I get to that wasn't already off the thing. That's the first question.
Bipedal means walking on two legs. Which you can be upright or
Hayden,
you can be sideways.
Just kidding. You're a grandpa Meraxes.
Next question.
Also, there's a lot of art of Giganotosaurians hunting sauropods I didn't include.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen the one with two of them doing an eddy to a baby sauropod?
Eddy.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
Yeah, apparently that's the thing.
No paleo analysis. I do not want any kiwis.
He's just saying he might know something.
I don't care. I want no kiwis.
Scarface brings up.
That's nightmare fuel. Eddie's right. That's nightmare fuel.
A little bit. Oh, sorry. We have a question from Scottaface here. Were dinosaur teeth strong or hollow like Triceratops horns?
They were strong. This is Cody.
Hmm?
They were strong because they were enamel.
Mhm.
We find them more in. We find them in better shape than we find most bones
Yes.
because they are enamel.
Mhm.
And what do I call them in the field? Shinies. They're
Yes,
a
they're
lot
shiny too.
stronger, actually.
Yeah, like Nessie said, teeth are made up of dentin and enamel, both of which are extremely tough biominerals. So they hold together really well.
Don't you dare! If you send me a kiwi or an egg,
Alright.
send me an egg kiwi.
I see another one from Scarface. Are Metriacanthosaurs related to I think he's starting to say Acrocanthosaurs. They're related. They're both allosauroids.
What's he asking? Which part?
If Metriacanthosaurs are related to Acrocanthosaurs.
Yeah, because they're both allosauroids.
Yeah, they're allosauroids.
Yeah.
Caden is asking for a tour of MOR.
Come on, Caden.
We'll
Let's go, buddy.
just make it a big
Just
field
make
trip.
it a big. This is dinosaur. No. No. Steve.
Oh, it's fine.
No. Do not give me a kiwi. Please.
Vandalia, could you highlight Scarface's question about he says, could it be possible that big I'm guessing carnivores? I can't see the rest of that. It's cut off.
Well, it's at the bottom. It's at the bottom of the list. I'm going to start from the top to the bottom.
Oh, fair. Oh, Tyrannotherium says they thought Metriacanthosaurs were related to megalosaurids. They are related in that they're both theropods.
Yes, but they're separate.
Yes, they're not closely related. Metriacanthosaurids are allosauroids. Megalosaurids are an earlier branch.
Let me find the next question on this list.
I see Vamsy Jessica Amanda says, you two should take your show on the road. Well,
should we get one of them like jukeboxes that goes like ding, 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 and get like a dental truck?
Do you want to talk about the invite you got recently?
No.
Okay.
I do not.
We might be doing things, but we can't talk about them. Let's see. For some reason, some of the comments are just disappearing into the ether. It's weird.
I know. I guess I'll only last for about an hour or so. But here.
So I said pumpkin toilets.
What?
Oh, no.
Pumpkin toilets.
Where?
Oh, toadlets.
Oh, toadlets. Eddie McCoy's surprised mammals were able to outrun dinosaurs. Well, most mammals were smaller than most dinosaurs back then.
I should have shown my artwork.
What's wrong?
Crush the packy or the lanky crushing the dog, smashing the rat.
Oh dear. And
then the packy that goes.
I am seeing more questions, Vandalia. Are you trying to draw us to a close, or?
I'm just trying to find. I'm trying to go in order.
Dinosaurs are related to birds. How does the meat-eating dinosaurs have teeth and everything? Oh, that's a question for me.
Which came first, the teeth or the beak?
Teeth came before the beak until they turned keratinous. So, as a person that's personally worked, Cody, I thought I told you about this. I worked on the dino chicken, right? So it's called a Hockshoe, F8H8. The gene that works on them. This one. Okay. Focus.
Yes. Okay.
Teeth came
what does
first.
a Hox gene do?
The Hox gene turns the teeth into the beak and vice versa, which is what we flipped off
Mhm.
in the dino chicken.
Well, specifically, isn't there one for creating the beak and another just for teeth?
Yeah, that's.
Oh.
We already answered
I
that
didn't
Oh
question.
dear, we dropped a thing.
I didn't say that out loud.
You're fine.
No, that's the Hox gene.
Right. At any rate,
Give me a sec.
teeth came first. All dinosaurs, as far as we know, ancestrally had teeth. We do have birds with teeth, actually. Ichthyornis or not
Ex-
Pelagornis.
ex- Ichthyornis and the one that starts with a V that I can't think of right now.
There's a lot of them.
There are birds that still have teeth, but they're more keratinous
They're
rather
not teeth.
than
They're just beak
but
serrations.
we had birds that had teeth.
Yes, and I'm actually pulling up a picture here.
Hesperornis.
Hesperornis too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did Cope or Marsh name Ichthyornis? No, it was one of them. So here,
Cope.
would you mind putting up what I'm sharing on screen, Vandalia?
Sure. Hold on. There.
So this is a skeleton of
This is
Ichthyornis,
Ichthyornis.
which is a bird that had both a beak and teeth.
Mm-hmm. Now, the majority of modern day birds that we have now have, even the ones that have teeth, they're more keratinous.
Teeth.
Yeah, quote unquote teeth. They're not anything like teeth.
Yes.
But that's how that switched over.
Tyrannotherium is asking why we wear gloves. Rocks are sharp, and we also work in a place that has a lot of cacti.
Yeah, that dang one. Dang it. We found that Sauropelta.
Sauroposeidon.
And I stuck my hand under it, and there was all of a sudden, boom, there was a cacti.
Last field season, we went to investigate a site we're working at. We just started sliding down a hill, and someone randomly encountered a new skeleton. We managed to dig a bit of it out, and it was just this big sauropod vertebra.
Yeah.
But as we were digging it out, Nessie stuck her hand into a cactus.
Well, the cactus was growing underneath
the fossil somehow.
Yeah, so it wasn't my fault. But I still stuck my hand in there. And I was like, that was pretty bad.
Eddie's asking, what do we mean by subadult? So there are a few stages in growth. Like you have a baby, which is like a newborn to a few months old. You have juvenile, which are usually a couple of years old, depending on the animal you're talking about. Subadults are nearing maturity, and they might even be able to mate and have offspring, but they're not done growing. Yeah, adults are fully done growing, or at least most.
I can't scroll down. Scroll down here.
Yeah, scroll down there. Sailor Star Sparrow asks if the foot injury contributed to Big Al's death. Probably, eventually. I
don't think it did.
Really? Oh, because he lived for so long?
Yeah, that boy.
6 years, he said.
Yeah. I think he learned to survive with it.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he lived in a pack and they helped.
Do you all remember Broken Jaw from what was that?
Dinosaur Revolution. Okay. I'll pull up another picture here. We just rewatched a documentary we saw years and years ago.
I cry every day for Broken
Jaw. It's a documentary series that's definitely not for everyone, called Dinosaur Revolution. But
okay, don't show something too bad.
I'm not.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna show the adult.
That's fine.
Ooh, actually, this one's really good.
Oh, that's my.
That's fine.
He's cute. Okay, he's fine.
So yeah, this is Broken Jaw. It is an Allosaurus in the documentary.
And it's a real Allosaurus.
Yes, based on a real one.
There's an actual Allosaurus that has a broken jaw.
Yeah. this is what it would have looked like in life. It's kind of crazy, but it survived. It lived long enough for the jaw to heal.
And it was comedic. Every dinosaur in this
In this
was
documentary.
built by in this documentary was built by like Tom Holds.
I forget who the exact artist was, but he's done a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but it was built by a lot of people. And the dinosaurs in
David
this
Prince.
David Krebs. They're all so pretty.
Yes, they're all
They're
great.
gorgeous. Even the sauropods, and I call them sorry pods, but sauropods are fine.
Scarface asks if the Allosaurus is the lion of the Jurassic. Who is the hyena? Cerrato.
Oh, Cerrato.
There's a slightly smaller theropod known from the Morrison called Ceratosaurus. Probably that. Ceratosaurus also had really weird teeth, like really huge teeth for some reason.
Yeah.
And just had a kind of funky build. It was a weird, short little animal, but I really like it.
I think it's cute.
Yeah, it's cute.
Face only mother could love.
Real toothy grin. Scarface also asks if there are dino bones in Japan.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are.
Most of them near Fukui, Japan.
I can't.
You can't talk about that, but there have been a few dinosaurs found in Japan. Fukui raptor. I think it's either Fukuya or Fukuisaurus, which is like an ornithopod, and Gojirosaurus.
Yeah.
Which is named for exactly what you think it was named for.
Obviously.
And I love that. Would you be surprised if Jurassic Park becomes reality?
It does. I've been trying to make the Dino Chicken come to life for what's it been? Gosh, 10
Over a decade.
years. Yeah, I thought she would be done by now. We don't have her here yet. No, I wouldn't be surprised if Jurassic Park becomes a reality, and I hope it does. But you already know that I work on a lot of the Jurassic World movies, so I'm trying in real life too.
And not exactly like Jurassic Park, but I
hope it does.
I think we'll do something for sure.
Well, okay, so if the Dino Chicken becomes the reality, when she becomes a reality, she's still gonna eat chicken feed. She's not gonna automatically change her diet
also
to humans.
I'm not going to say who it is, but my mother is watching and she wanted me to show a picture. Before I do that, I just want to not that image. This. So there's Big Al, and here's me well, it's not going to show up well, but here's me holding a cast of his skull.
Oh, and then I'll take a picture of him holding the football when I take it to the Museum of the Rockies.
Might show up better if I lower my brightness. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's not the real skull; it's a cast. But I did get to hold it, and it definitely made my day. Also gives you a sense of scale. Big Al is big. He's a subadult Allosaurus, but he's still a really big animal.
Oh, fucking angry child.
Oh. Scarface asks, could it be possible that the big carnivore's arms to be medium size? I think he's asking if it's possible large theropods could have big arms. Yes. So Allosauroids in general have beefy arms. They're not huge, but they are very well muscled, and even the latest ones have these big meat hook claws. And there's a separate group called the Megaraptorans, which I mentioned earlier. Could be Allosauroids, usually recovered as Tyrannosaurs. It's complicated. But they all have really big arms, and some of them got to Allosaurus sized. We also have a $5 super chat asking me to look at a photo they sent me. So thank you, Nancy, Jessica, Amanda. I did. I showed it.
Dinosaur King.
Hmm.
It's cute.
We did answer this question, Vandalia. Caden, just come out here. We'll go.
Right.
If we all want to take a collective tour to the Museum of the Rockies, I can get us down in collections.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
And then I can show you the specific bone in the Yoshi that I broke.
Oh yeah,
and how I got my start.
Hey, I'm not going to say don't worry about breaking fossils, but
drop them on the floor. Super glue is cheap.
They break a lot, including some famous ones that some of us have worked with.
Caden spares no expense.
Scarface asks, we did already answer this one too.
Yeah, we answered that one.
Yep. Teeth are ancestral to all dinosaurs.
Including birds.
Beaks with teeth are ancestral to birds.
They are.
Last question. Yes. Last question so far.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Dinosaur King?
It's cute.
I loved it as a kid. It's hokey, but it's fun. It's
cute. I love Dinosaur King. It's cute.
It's Pokemon with dinosaurs.
Yeah,
it's just fun. It's fun.
All right, those are the last questions on the list that I could scroll back up to.
I mean, we have been going for almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we want to talk about?
Does anyone else have any other questions about dinosaurs or
paleontology? Rocks?
Yeah, paleo in general.
You like crystals? If not, Vandalia, you have any plans on your channel in the near future?
Jaden, can you email me that?
I currently have nothing planned at the current thing except for our next episode, whenever that might be.
That's fair.
And whatever that might be. Whenever and whatever topic that might be.
I really love y'all coming and joining us today. This was really fun. I really loved speaking with you on Allosauroids.
And we loved answering your questions.
Yeah, we like answering questions as well.
So, what topic do you think we will conquer next?
I want to do Packies.
We already did Packies.
No, we gotta go more in depth with Packies.
Oh, a certain subtopic of Packies.
And then, for this series,
sure.
Can be a live stream, just not part of this series since they were already covered.
For only $500, we'll go more in depth if you want to. Donate $500 to our channels. Just kidding, or are we?
Okay, maybe Packies. Otherwise, I vote Ceratosaurs because they're next on the Theropod.
Just like I've done, I've written Packies of this world. Do this myself.
Hey.
All right. So, if you guys want that Ceratosaurus, tell us, or don't. Or tell us anyways.
Sure. Tell us if you want Ceratosaurs or a Packy deep dive. This is
Pachycephalosaurus.
This is Miss Pachycephalosaurus over here.
Yeah, and then I don't.
Sacrificer of children.
I am the sacrificer.
So so we go more of a going into a clade of a clade then of a clade.
Yeah, we're just focusing.
Pachycephalosaurus too. Pachycephalosaurus harder.
There are some fun Pachycephalosaurs we didn't talk about. So maybe
I gotta do homocephalae, praniocephalae, homocephalae.
Hamaldo.
Hymenocephalae.
We have one vote for them, and we have one vote for Packies.
Oh, looks like we have a couple votes for Packies. Yeah. How about this? We'll put up polls on our channels, and
Jeez.
whichever gets the most votes, we'll do. So you guys can decide Ceratosaurs or Pachycephalosaurs.
Pachycephalosaurs charge.
You know what? If you want, you can vote on both of our channels. Help stack the deck in your favor.
Ceratosaurus is fine.
Yeah,
Make the lady happy.
we'll put it on the docket.
No, Paleo. I'm not doing K-Waste. No.
And with that, I think that's a good place to cut it.
Okay. It's been real, y'all.
It's been fun.
I think I'm gonna do Packies again.
Okay.
But I'm gonna do
We'll let the
ontogeny.
Okay.
I get the people. Come on, people. You're the deciders.
We'll let people vote.
Por no esos dos.
¿Por qué no los dos? I guess ceratosaurs are a smaller clade.
See, I'm gonna do.
Hypothetically,
I'm gonna do Packies.
Well, we will
Whether
do both
you're part
eventually.
it or not,
oh dear.
But we
I'm doing it.
right. One at a time, Sparrow. One at a time.
Okay. Well,
Pat me and
okay. I'm gonna start running. You guys have a good night.
We'll see y'all next time.
not the Kiwis.
If you just do it, it'll turn out okay. And we did a poll, and this is the results.
Yes. Well, first, might just be good to say hello there, folks. Hope you're doing well.
Yes.
But here, you go ahead. You go ahead.
We have three choices. Going the deep dive in the Pachycephalosaurus, 32%
Yep.
got the vote. Ceratosaurus is explored, 38% of the vote, and the Brontosaurus Apatosaurus thing, 30% of the vote.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So this week we are doing the Wow, I thought I could roll a Spanish R there, but apparently I couldn't. Today we're talking about ceratosaurs, which are a really weird and really cool group of dinosaurs. So I hope everyone likes this.
Yes. Real fast. Please save all of your questions to the end so we don't have to scroll back to get to them. But if you donate the link below, we will answer your questions immediately, or super chat. Either way, we will answer your questions ASAP.
Well,
otherwise, save your questions to the end.
Well, I mean, I think it's fine if people ask questions throughout. Would you be able to keep?
Because last time we did that, we had to scroll back for them.
Would you be able to copy them down in like a Word document or something?
Yeah.
So then, yeah, we can do questions at the end. If anyone has a burning question that they really want an answer to, feel free to send in a super chat and we'll answer it right away. Before we get started though, would you mind making my camera big for a second?
Sure.
Really quick, I just want to say, well, first, howdy there, folks. Hope you're doing well. Second, I am trying to raise money for a little museum that I'm very attached to here in Grable, Wyoming. This is their hat from their museum. There's going to be a link in the description of this stream to their website. If anyone would like to make a donation there, please do so. It's a little museum that I'm really hoping to help grow. So yeah, just a little announcement there I wanted to make. All right. And I can send you the link too if you want. And also to address something in the chat, Nessie might be here later. Not sure. She had to run up to Montana for something today. But if she can join us, then she will. And she'll show up well, a
You
little
said you
later
had
into the
other.
stream.
You said you might. You said, but you also said you had a. Did you had? You might have other guests, but they not show up.
Yeah, we did invite, or I did invite more people. Haven't heard back from any of them, but never know. We might get a surprise guest.
All right. Awesome. All right. Back
All right.
to the
And
Regular Scheduled program.
yes. Alrighty. So I guess, yeah, we're about 5 minutes in. Might as well get started with the core presentation today. So today we are talking about the Ceratosaurs, which are a group of theropods, and I wouldn't call any of them normal, at least as far as theropods go. Every single ceratosaur appears to be odd in one way or another, so it's just a whole group of oddballs. So I hope y'all are excited because today you're probably going to see some dinosaurs you've never seen before.
Unless, fun fact, if you ever watch Digimon, the Greymon is the Stratosaurus.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. I mean, that's not super surprising. Ceratosaurus itself has been, well, we'll see it later in the stream, but Ceratosaurus itself has been in a lot of media. It's been in games, movies, shows. I think it was something Thunder Mountain, a really old movie, like from the early days of Hollywood, had a Ceratosaurus as its main dinosaur villain, which I think is kind of cool. And the other odd and notable members of this group have also been mentioned or referenced in other media, some of which we can call out when it's time. For now, though, I wanted to give a quick disclaimer before we got started. So it was brought to my attention recently that in some of our past streams, I spoke pretty authoritatively on some dinosaur relationships. Oh, Caden got the movie, The Ghost of Thunder Mountain. But it is important to remember that the proposed relationships between all dinosaurs are all hypotheses. They're not proven, they're not facts, and what we know can change based on future evidence. That's just how science goes, and especially in a field that has to work with bits and pieces like this one, it's inevitable. As an example, 30 years ago, we weren't sure that tyrannosaurs were coelurosaurs, a specific group of theropods. Some people actually thought that they were allosauroids, the topic of our last dinosaur stream, so like Allosaurus. They thought they were related.
Sorry, my headset went out, so I didn't hear everything you just said.
It's all right. This is more for the audience.
Okay.
Now, with all that said, what I'm presenting to you all in these streams is the current consensus on dinosaur relationships. They're based on a ton of evidence, macrofossils, so skeletons, microfossils, features of the bones, and also it's based on genetics and proteomics when we have them. Proteomics is the study of proteins. Case in point, T-Rex, we have some tiny scraps of collagen protein from T-Rex, and they are most similar to a modern ostrich, showing that, hey, dinosaurs are, or well, kind of showing that birds are dinosaurs, and specifically theropod dinosaurs. If new evidence comes out and it disproves something I have said or will say in these streams, I will pin it in the comments so everyone knows. And again, despite the fact that paleontology studies extinct organisms, it's very much a living field. And I wanted to say thank you to the friend who reminded me of that. So that's a little disclaimer. Again, none of this is absolutely certain, but it is very well supported. And that's kind of just how things go in a lot of biological fields.
Things change and are updated.
Yes. Especially in paleontology. We don't have access to all the fossils in the world, and we never will. With all that said, oh, go ahead.
Say, or the DNA, or the DNA of the the extinct dinosaurs. We have them for the living ones, but not the extinct ones.
Yes, and the DNA of birds shows that their closest relation or closest living relatives are crocodilians, which we would predict given the fossil evidence.
Yep. And to more of that, check out our crocodile episode.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. All right. So, quick review before we get into the ceratosaurs themselves. Ceratosaurs are theropods. Theropod dinosaurs are, as far as we know, an entirely bipedal branch of Saurischian dinosaurs. Remember, Saurischians are the ones that, at least ancestrally, have a pubis bone, so part of the hip, pointing forwards. I don't know if this will be reversed for anyone watching, but it juts out in front of the hip. The other group of dinosaurs is ornithischians, where the pubis points backwards towards the tail. Saurischians are the only living dinosaur lineage, and they are very diverse. I mean, people might look at an Allosaurus skeleton and say, "Oh, that's just a small T-Rex or something," but no, they're extremely diverse in terms of what they hunted, where they lived, how they lived, and all other kinds of things.
Speaking of our past thing, how close related was our last clade to this clade?
So that's a good question. Really quick, I'll just go ahead and do this. So here's a box highlighting today's focus, the
Okay.
ceratosaurs. And just checking, yep, they can see my mouse. So the way all animal relationships work, they're all tied together in some way along a family tree. And it splits like an actual tree. At least that's how we draw them. Each of these words here is the name of a group of dinosaurs. And as you get farther and farther to the right, the more focused that group is, so the more specific it is. For example, we have tyrannosaurs right here, but even tyrannosaurs are split into at least two major groups, maybe more.
Mm-hmm.
Within this tree, we have Theropoda, so everything that is a theropod, the bipedal, usually meat-eating dinosaurs. There are neotheropods, which have generally longer legs, more pneumatized skeleton, stuff like that. Within neotheropods, we have the Avarostrans, which are even more pneumatized. They have lots of air spaces in their skeleton, both in the head, the vertebrae, and in the limb bones and ribs. In some, just about every bone is full of holes. Ceratosaurs are Avarostrans, so they have that holy skeleton, but they're not within the group that the Allosaurs were in, the Tetanurans. Tetanurans have ossified tendons in their tails, which tendons are what muscles pull on to make your body move. Sometimes those can be ossified or turned into bone in whole or in part. That's usually to make areas stiffer. So all the Tetanurans have stiffened tails. Ceratosaurs do not. And that's part of what makes them unique among derived theropods. And focusing more on the ceratosaurs, they're a very long-lived group. The earliest ones we have are from the Middle Jurassic, and they continue all the way to the end of the Age of Dinosaurs. Ceratosaurus doesn't. It dies out in the Late Jurassic, but its relatives continue on. And
but there is no current living clade today.
Correct.
Okay.
The only group of dinosaurs on this entire chart that is still alive is right here at the bottom with the birds. Ceratosaurs are up here, and the last ones go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous about 66 million years ago. With that said, ceratosaurs are also incredibly diverse. I mean, they were around for about 100 million years, if not longer. So that's almost 2 Cenozoics. That's almost 2 ages of mammals. They had that much time to diversify and change. And they really did. Some of them got really weird. So they kind of act as a good illustration of theropod diversity, just in a little microcosm. They go in directions that every other, or that we see, sorry, they go in different directions that we will see again and again in this series, because other lineages specify into the similar niches. With that said, with how long-lived they are, we will be jumping kind of back and forth in time. It's not going to be as simple as our last episode on the Allosaurs, but I hope people can follow along. Okay, that's just highlighting Ceratosaurs. Okay, so now we are within Ceratosauria, and just like with the previous image, this is a tree. The problem is, and this is part of why I wanted to make this disclaimer at the beginning, the exact relationships within Ceratosauria are a little contentious. Different authors have found different results, so the exact grouping could change in the future. With that said, within the group that is commonly referred to as the Ceratosaurs, there are 3 distinct groups, and we're going to be going through them one by one. The first one is the Noasaurs. These are small, speedy theropods who get really diverse, and in fact, they split into their own smaller groups, which we'll meet in a little bit.
So were the Noasaurs on Noah's Ark?
No, I don't think they were. The Ceratosaurs themselves are larger. They're about mid-size for a theropod, getting to about 20-ish feet long, though there is a bit of a range. Most of the members of this specific group are pretty fragmentary. The only one we have a really good representation of is Ceratosaurus itself. So that's the only one I'll mention in this. But there are more out there if anyone's curious. And then the last group are the Abelisaurs. This group includes the largest members of this group, and they have a lot of really weird characteristics that they all share. Like, when I say Ceratosaurs get weird, they get weird. You will see things in this stream that you will not find in any other group of theropod. I will be definitive about that. At least from what we know so far. So, as of current stream, this is arguably the most bizarre group of dinosaurs, I will say. Now, if you do go to Wikipedia and you try to look up more about these dinosaurs, some articles will say Ceratosauridae is a family. So that's a taxonomic family. Like, you have a genus, you have a species, you also have families. Like, there's the family Carnivora in mammals, and that's cats, dogs, bears, things like that.
Yeah, clades are a lot of clades are unnamed too.
Unranked. They have names, but they don't have specific rankings, and that's actually what I was about to mention. Some researchers have Ceratosauria. I'll just say Ceratosauria as a family. Some have Noasaurs, Ceratosaurs, and Abelisaurs as their own separate families within a larger clade, which would be Ceratosauroidea, typically. Oid is a group of families. Like I said, people disagree, so I'm just going to call them Ceratosaurs, Noasaurs, and Abelisaurs. And for my fellow phylogeny pedants, I'm sorry, but considering how contentious this appears to be, I'm not going to be definitive on it.
Yeah. you only get name things. When me and Erica did the primate thing, all the way uh, from humans all the way to the all the apes, all have the homo and homo. I can't pronounce them all these different names.
Uh,
I'll start with H's. So it's like
they're all hominids,
yes,
right?
yeah,
Yeah, and
Hominidia.
Hominidae is also a family. But should it be? I don't know. It depends on who you ask. Also, I see Nessie is in the chat saying she likes the Cerato from JP3. Yeah, I agree.
Is that the
It's a fun design, but it's not really a good Ceratosaurus.
so? Is that the third movie or the sixth movie?
That's the third movie.
Okay.
Oh, and Thomas Rutledge points out if the age of dinosaurs was 1 mile, which is about 165 million years, then 5,000 years would be less than 2 inches. Yeah, it's there's an analogy that compares the whole history of Earth to a calendar year. I think dinosaurs died out last Thursday or something like that. If we are on December 31st, they died last week. Humans first evolved earlier this day, and the entirety of recorded human history has been in the last minute of the last hour of the last day of the year. I forget who made the quote, but it's honestly a pretty good analogy. So anyway, Ceratosauria, the big group recovering, these are the smaller groups within it, and we are going to start. Well, we're actually not going to start by focusing on any of them. First, I want to go over what they all share. So everything on this list is a ceratosaur trait. Oh, and Caden has the person who said it. Carl Sagan, thank you. I should have known it was him. So, ceratosaurs share a few features that set them apart from basically all other derived theropods. And we might see similar traits in some later theropods, but how they go about these traits are weird. So, for example, all ceratosaurs that we know of have a 4-fingered hand. All other derived theropods, so all tetanurans, have 3 fingers, 2 fingers, or 1 finger. All of them. Ceratosaurs are the only ones with 4. They all exhibit a reduction in arm length. So the arms get short early on in the group, and in some cases, they get really crazily short. First to illustrate the 4 fingers, here is Machikosaurus, which we will see again later in the presentation. To show the arm length, we have this little toy here of an Abelisaur, so one of the later ceratosaurs. And the funny thing is, these arms aren't small enough. They look like tiny nubs, but they're not small enough. It shouldn't have an elbow. I'll repeat that. This animal should not have an elbow. They also often have really short hind limbs relative to their overall body length. So this chart here is showing a bunch of theropods from the Morrison Formation, which we'll be visiting again later. Let's see. Ceratosaurus is here in yellow, and it's standing here right next to this green dinosaur called Marchosaurus. Now, even though Ceratosaurus is over a meter longer than Marchosaurus, it's maybe 10 to 15 centimeters taller at the hip. It is really short, but lengthy, and that's something all ceratosaurs have. And they also often feature some wacky skull modifications. Most of these guys will have a crest of some kind, and if they don't have a crest, they're doing something weird with their mouth. Every single one of them. So, to start with our first group within Ceratosauria, we're going to begin with the Noasaurs. So, according to some studies, these are the earliest diverging group of ceratosaurs, and they get weird straight away. As I said before, they're split into two major groups. There are the Elaphrosaurians, which appear to be herbivorous, and the Noasaurians. The Noasaurians are carnivores, like the other ceratosaurs, and they do weird things with their teeth. But so do the Elaphrosaurians, as we'll see. They're known from both the Jurassic and Cretaceous, and appear to have been pretty successful, whatever they were doing. We have members from both groups from the Jurassic and Cretaceous. So they don't really get a lot of press, but they were apparently pretty successful. And actually pictured here is an Elaphrosaurian we'll get much more familiar with here in a moment. This is Lemusaurus, with some babies here in the foreground and an adult behind. And if you look closely, it has a beak and it doesn't have teeth. So, Lemusaurus inextricable. So I hate the species name. Lemusaurus inextricabilis. Inextricabilis. That's it. It's a weird dinosaur with a weird name. For starters, its name translates to the mud lizard that could not escape, because it was discovered in a mud pit. And not just any mud pit, it was discovered in a mud pit that formed from a sauropod. So, big surprise, sauropods were big, and when they took a step, sometimes they could sink pretty far into the mud, and it would just create these death traps for small animals. Especially in certain formations in China, we just have a series of sauropod footprints sinking into the mud with the corpses of smaller animals that fell in. It's bizarre. But, well, I'm just going to list off a few traits that Lemusaurus has. Lemusaurus is small. Lemusaurus is bipedal. It's predatory as a juvenile, but it's herbivorous as an adult. The juveniles have teeth. The adults do not. All of those individually aren't weird for a dinosaur. They occur in multiple groups. All of them together is something that, to my knowledge, we do not see in any other dinosaur. And not just any other dinosaur, not in any other vertebrate. And
that's a big group.
Yeah, just vertebrata. Losing your teeth as you age and resorbing the pits for the teeth is something we, as far as I know, we have just never seen in any other vertebrate. Lemusaurus is bizarre. And really quick, here is a photo of a juvenile skull versus an adult skull. You can see the little teeth here in the juvie and not in the adult. And I will say, we are certain that these are the same species because we have dozens of Lemusaurus skeletons. We know they are the same thing. We have a complete growth series from juvenile to adult. They just do this. In fact, here is a chart from a paper that is linked at the top of the screen. And just so people know what we're looking at, these are the 3 tooth-bearing bones in a dinosaur. We have the maxilla, which is where you have your upper teeth, the premaxilla, which is the tip of the nose, which actually humans don't have a premaxilla. It's just something that at least primates lose, and primates lose. At least apes lose. And the dentary, which is the lower jaw. The part of the lower jaw in dinosaurs that holds teeth. Up here, all of these are a juvenile. This is a subadult, and you can see the teeth are kind of wearing away. The teeth are in orange. And then this is a fully grown adult. The teeth are gone. The tooth sockets disappear. It just stops growing teeth, and then the pits swallow back up. I'm not sure I can really convey how just weird this is, to be honest with you. It's, again, we don't see it in any other dinosaur. And I actually really love in this art right here, they reference that. Because you can see the juvenile here snacking on a little lizard, and the adults back there munching on some plants. And honestly, this is actually probably a pretty probable reconstruction of these guys.
So these guys might have, some of them might have been herbivore, at least omnivores. At least they're eating plants.
The juveniles are likely carnivores, and the adults are herbivores. And actually, this figure here, the figure, this whole image is actually from a blog. These skeletons are from the same paper that the tooth photo is from. So the juveniles have deeper skulls with more powerful, relatively muscle attachment points. They have a straight dentary, and they don't have gastroliths, which is something we find in a lot of, especially herbivorous dinosaurs, to grind up food. The adults have a curved dentary, and it's curved downwards. That's usually not good for catching prey. They have a longer skull, which is something we see in a lot of herbivorous dinosaurs, and they have gastroliths. Their pubis also changes. It gains a really strong boot, which is an extension at the front, which could be to help hold more guts for eating plants. Now, I will say, changing as you grow up is not a surprise. Changing as you grow up isn't a surprise. Humans do that. If you scaled a baby up to an adult size, you'd be able to tell it was a baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's normal. Change to this degree is not normal.
Mm-hmm. So
now, an important...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So this is one of those rare, I won't say rare because it could be more thing, but I'll say rare in quotation marks. Plant-eating theropods.
Not really. Herbivory appears a lot in theropods, actually. There are several major groups we'll meet later on that are entirely or at least mostly herbivorous.
Okay.
Like the Therizinosaurs, the Oviraptorosaurs, and quite a few modern birds. Becoming an herbivore isn't weird.
Yeah, I know birds. I know some birds are plant eaters, but I didn't know that a lot of these other sides of the family went down this lane too. Because usually you don't see, you don't hear much about them, at least in the public.
That's fair. I mean, just pointing from this chart. So we have the Novosaurs up here. Some of them turn herbivorous. Going down, we have the Ornithomimosaurs. A lot of them appear to be herbivores. The Alvarezsaurs are contentious. The Therizinosaurs are entirely herbivores as far as I know. Oviraptorosaurs, and even some Troodontids down here, so raptor-like dinosaurs. some of them may have been at least omnivorous. And then again, there's just birds, which I'm not going to say most, but a lot of modern birds are herbivores. Also, really quick, Nessie is saying a lack of evidence is not evidence. I agree. I'm not sure what that's referring to. If that's referring to me or someone in chat. Anyway, Lemusaurus, though, is an extreme example, but a good example of something that we see a lot in dinosaurs, which is called ontogenetic niche partitioning. Now, it's a very long term, so I'm going to break it down. Ontogenetic refers to an animal as it ages. Ontogeny is the study of how things age. Niche is what role you play in the environment. Like, are you a predator? Are you an herbivore? Etc. And then partitioning is a separation. So it's the study of how different life stages change their position in the ecosystem as they grow up. T-Rex is a pretty common example because the young ones are really skinny and really fast, while the adults are really chunky and really slow. So they were probably hunting different things. And that's a common thing we see in dinosaurs. If you're smaller, you're going to eat different things than the adults if the adults aren't feeding you. But as far as I know, we never see this degree of ontogenetic niche partitioning. We don't know why they did it.
No journals or diaries left behind.
Unfortunately not. But we know what this animal is as a juvie. We know what it is as an adult. This is the animal. For a more typical noasaurid, then, we're going to go over to the carnivorous branch. Because a lot of the Elaphrosaurines appear to be herbivores, but a lot of the Noasaurines appear to be carnivores. And one of the most complete and arguably the most well-known is Machikosaurus. And I know that's not how that name looks, but it is not an English word. It is a Malagasy word, the local language in Madagascar. Machikosaurus translates to fierce lizard, and the species name is Knopfleri. Does the name Knopfler mean anything to you, Vandalia?
What? Say that again.
Does the name Knopfler mean anything to you?
Like Doppler?
No. I guess like Doppler, but Knopfler.
No.
Knopfleri is, first it ends in an I, so it's a reference to a person. Knopfleri is in reference to a band member from the band The Dire Straits. Because the excavation team was listening to the Dire Straits while they were digging it up. Kind of like how Lucy, the Australopithecus, is named for the Beatles song. Sometimes paleontologists do this, and I like it. It's fun.
So what song were you listening to when you did your digs?
A lot of different stuff, actually. I listen to a lot of different things. A lot of Sabaton.
So feature dinosaur name Sabaton.
That sounds like it could be a dinosaur name. It would have to have a really punny species name. Anyway, Machikosaurus. So you'll also notice during this presentation, I've added a little subtitle to every dino. Lemusaurus is a mystery wrapped in an enigma because it's so weird. Machikosaurus is armed to the teeth with teeth. Because this is just what its jaws look like. Unlike any other dinosaur that I know of, Machikosaurus has teeth that project straight out from its dentary and possibly also from its premaxilla. I'm not sure which of these reconstructions is more accurate to the upper jaw, but that's just what the lower jaw looks like. And not only do some of its teeth point forward and some point normally, like a normal dinosaur, the teeth are different in different parts of its jaw. The teeth towards the front of the mouth are fairly straight, and the serrations are really small. The teeth farther back are recurved, so they curve towards the throat, and they're sharper with their serrations. Why does it do that? Why does it do that?
I do not know.
Now, like with Lemusaurus before, this appears to be an exaggerated version of something that is common in other dinosaurs. Except instead of ontogenetic niche partitioning, this thing just decided to have differently shaped teeth. You could call this guy Dimetrodon. You actually could. It has heterodont dentition, which is not a common thing in dinosaurs. Heterodont just means you have different kinds of teeth, like how humans have incisors, canines, premolars, and molars.
Well, I could be wrong, but I don't think it's a common thing in most diapsids.
Off the top of my head, I'd say you're right. Now, obviously, there are exceptions, and actually, Nessie in the chat brought up another dinosaur exception. Pachycephalosaurs are heterodont, but theropods usually aren't. And when you have an animal that has heterodont dentition, it's going to have that for a reason. There was a selective pressure to have that evolve.
What?
And
are you saying selection pressure is direct? Not say direct, but I'm not saying the right words.
Selection pressures pressure things to evolve in certain ways. Yeah, I think that's what you were trying to say. Now, when you do have heterodonty, which is just a shorthand for heterodont dentition, you're doing different things with different parts of your mouth. Using humans as an example, you chop off bits of food with your incisors, or break into stuff with your canines and premolars, and then you mash it up with your molars. You're doing different things with different parts of your mouth. You wouldn't typically bite off a piece of something with your molars unless you're eating like nuts or something hard. Or you have weak incisors, which happens. So what was it doing with the different parts of its mouth? Well, some researchers have suggested that it could have been a fish eater. Kind of like Spinosaurs that we'll see later, except it might have had a different method of hunting. The way its teeth are arranged kind of suggests it would pick or snap at something and then retract its head to yank it back farther in the mouth so it could get it with those recurved teeth and hold it in its mouth. So it was probably hunting after really small things, just going like, think of like how a chicken eats. It just darts its head in, nabs, and then yanks it back. Now, if you paid attention to National Geographic when you were a kid, well, if you're my age when you were a kid, if you paid attention to National Geographic in the mid-2000s, you might have seen a special article called Bizarre Dinosaurs. And, well, Machikosaurus was featured there. That's where this reconstruction is from. But at least currently, we kind of think that dinosaurs had lips. So a more modern reconstruction would be more like this from Prehistoric Planet. And if you watch that program, you'll see their Machikosaurus hunting in the same way I just described. They show it hunting little crabs. It just picks them up and then chomps them down. So was it hunting crabs? Was it hunting fish? Why not both? But probably something pretty small. And that's the Noasaurs. This is why I say, or this is why I said at the start that ceratosaurs are just theropods in a microcosm. Because they have one branch that goes off and becomes herbivores. Their sister branch are bizarre carnivores. And then the rest also do weird things. They do all of the weird things that other dinosaur groups do, but they do it within a single, possibly, family. It's, as far as I can think of, they are the only theropod group to show this much variety, except for birds. And birds have had an extra 66 million years to evolve those different groups, those different traits. Also, I just need to type something super quick. Okay. I might have a friend coming in soon. We will have to see. Sorry, moving tabs around. But yeah, that's Machikosaurus. Those are the Noasaurs. Now for something a little more conventional. Ceratosaurus, or Ceratosaurus, or you could pronounce it Keratosaurus if you're a real sticker for Latin. But Ceratosaurus, a nasally dino. It's full, well, there are a few species, but the type species, so the original one, is Ceratosaurus nasicornis. Its name translates to the crested lizard with a nose horn. So nasicornis, nasal, cornis, horn. And go figure, it has a horn on its nose, or a crest. It really is more of a crest. It's thin and wedge-shaped. A horn would be cone-shaped. But Ceratosaurus is from the Morrison Formation in North America. A formation that is really weirdly rich in theropods. Going back a few pages, and I will be doing this a few times, forgive me folks, all of these are Morrison theropods. And with the exception of the biggest one here, maybe, they're all distinct species. Not counting the biggest one, that's 7 species of theropod. And actually, could be 9. Well, actually, sorry, 8 species, because there are 2 different species of Allosaurus, and there might be 2 different species of Ceratosaurus in the Morrison. There's a lot. There's a lot. So Ceratosaurus had to stand out in some way. And how did it do that? Well, it got a nose crest, which, as far as we know, nothing else in the Morrison has. And again, that's as far as we know. And it has disproportionately huge teeth. This seems to be a feature of Ceratosaurus and its closest relatives. And you'll notice there wasn't a specific shout out for the Ceratosaurs like there was for the Noasaurs. That's just because the only good representation we have of this group is Ceratosaurus. There are fragments of relatives from Europe, from Africa, possibly from Asia, but nothing near complete. And if you look down here, these are 2 skull replicas. These are life-size. So the one on the left is Ceratosaurus, and the one on the right is Allosaurus. And you can see that despite the Allosaurus head being much larger than the Ceratosaurus, and there are bigger Allosaurus skulls than this, the largest teeth of the Allosaurus aren't much bigger than the smallest teeth of the Ceratosaurus. It's It's bizarre. It has these huge teeth. We don't know why. Could they be for prey capture? Was it also going after small things? It'd be kind of weird. It has a really stocky build. It's really it's a powerfully built animal. It has a lot of muscle. It especially has a really fairly thick tail for its size. And that's notable because in dinosaurs, the main muscle pulling the leg back is actually attached to the tail. It usually goes up to about here on most dinosaurs.
Uh,
So it had really powerful tail, would have had really strong legs,
So,
and
well,
we just don't know what it was hunting.
so what's the teeth difference between the two ones on the top?
What was that?
You compare the teeth of the two things on the bottom, but the teeth of the two things on the top picture.
Well, I think Ceratosaurus had bigger teeth than a human, just by a little bit. I found fragments of what might be Ceratosaurus teeth, and even just those fragments are this long. It's about as thick as my jaw. Oh, and let's see. I see Caden is pointing out some appearances for Ceratosaurus. When Dinosaurs Roamed America is actually a really good Ceratosaurus. I really like that one.
Oh.
Jurassic Fight Club is weird because they make it too leggy, which they also do for a relative of Ceratosaurus we'll see later.
Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of
Go
that reminds me. Were these guys Gondwana or Urasaurus?
So
Laurasia.
Gondwana or Laurasia. They
Yes.
were Laurasian.
Okay.
I don't think we have any. Yeah, we don't. Ceratosaurus is known from Western North America and maybe Portugal, and its relatives are all Northern Hemisphere, as far as I know. Oh, and let's see. I see. Excuse me. Theo's asking, did Allosaurus develop? I'm guessing evolve after Ceratosaurus. Allosaurus and Ceratosaurus evolved at around the same time. They're found in the same formation. Ceratosaurs broadly appear before Allosaurs do. Allosaurs appear later. But keep in mind that the fossil record is very incomplete. That said, I would be surprised if Allosaurs evolved first, considering Ceratosaurs are more basal. So they're farther down the tree. Sorry, were you going to say something, Vandalia?
I said gasp. The record was incomplete. I'm like gasp.
You have no idea. With the exception of some weirdly productive sites, the fossil record is awful, frankly, for the most part. Anyway, I mentioned that this thing had a really thick tail. It's not just a thick tail, it's also a deep tail. The spines coming off of the vertebrae, up and down, are actually pretty long. So some people have proposed it could be semi-aquatic, maybe distinguishing itself from the other theropods in its formation by hunting like along streams or in marshes. We just don't have enough data to say for sure. We would need more skeletons, and we'd need to find them like how do I say this? We need to find them in those environments consistently to say that for certain, and at this point, we really can't. With that said, we don't have a lot of Ceratosaurus, which could imply that they were living in environments that aren't good for fossilization.
Like how we don't have, like we don't have the good fossils for our chimp cousins because they live in the forests.
Mm-hmm. Or pachycephalosaurs, which could have lived in the mountains. Now, that said, as Nessie actually said in the chat earlier, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. We could just be getting really unlucky, and who knows, maybe someone will find a huge Ceratosaurus fossil trove someday.
Get on that, people.
Hey, I'm working on it, okay? There's a lot of rock, and there's one of me. But yeah, Ceratosaurus, it's a neat dinosaur. It was mentioned before that it was shown in Jurassic Park 3. It was way too big. Way too big, and the head is really weird, actually. Specifically, the head is way too thick in Jurassic Park 3. Which is kind of shown really well by its relative in this little art piece here, which obviously humans didn't live with dinosaurs, but I like the art too much to not include it. And it illustrates just how skinny these guys' heads were, with a couple notable exceptions. Theropod skulls are really skinny. Like, they are weirdly skinny, at least for us. But that's mostly because most of the predators we know of are things like mammals, like a cat or a dog or a bear, or, well, the living reptiles we have. A lot of alligators and lizards have really broad heads. That's how they're constructed. It just so happens those are the main predators we deal with, so we think of predators as having broad faces. Dinosaurs don't. It also really doesn't help that most of the time when you see a dinosaur, you see it from the side, because that's how people like to illustrate them, because then you can see the teeth and the crests and all that. With that said, with that out of the way, our last group within the ceratosaurs more broadly are the abelisaurs. And again, if I gave this presentation last year, I would have said abelisaurids, but that seems to be contentious, so abelisaurs. Abelisaurs include the largest members of the ceratosaurs and a lot of the weirder members of the ceratosaurs. None as weird as Lemusaurus, but still odd. And all of them share a certain batch of traits. They are almost all very tall skulled, so the skull is very high from top to bottom. With small teeth, they have much smaller teeth for the size of their skull, they have smaller teeth than Allosaurus here, which is smaller than Ceratosaurus, so they're different from Ceratosaurus in that aspect. They also have very short legs. Well, at least most of them. If most of them have really short legs. Probably, maybe all of them. And they're very long in the body. So they're short, but long. At least for the most part. With possibly an exception? Possibly. I'll get into that when we get to it. Oh, and theoretically says the abelisaurids look like Carnotaurus. That's because Carnotaurus is an abelisaur.
Or is it the other way around? Is it that way or the other way around?
Carnotaurus is itself an abelisaur.
Okay.
Like, a collie is a dog. Carnotaurus is an abelisaur.
Okay.
Abelisaurs are only known from the Cretaceous, at least definitively. There might be some fragmentary remains from the Jurassic, or there might be some in the Jurassic, and we would expect them to be in the Jurassic. But all we found so far are really fragmentary remains that could be an abelisaur. So we need more bones to figure that out for sure. And almost all of them are known from the southern continents. There are a couple abelisaurs, weirdly enough, from France. But otherwise, all of them are from the southern continents. And I don't just mean southern France. There are a couple from southern France. There's one that's all the way up at the top, looking at the English Channel. It's weird.
When you mean southern continents, you still mean the races?
Gondwana.
Oh, Gondwana. Oh, southern continent.
So South America, I think we have some. Yeah, Africa, we have some from Africa and Australia. We also have some from India. And you might say, oh, hey, India's in Asia. That's a northern continent. India was originally attached to Antarctica and Africa.
Yeah.
It only really hit Asia starting in the late Cretaceous / Cenozoic.
I thought it hit Asia way later than that.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is just in the Cenozoic. And it's still hitting the Asian continent, actually. We would expect them to be in... we would expect them to be in Antarctica too. I don't think we found them there yet, but I will not be surprised if one turns up. Like I said in a previous stream about Allosaurids, Carcharodontosaurs, I said it was weird we don't have any from Australia. We do now! That news came out after we did that stream, so it's already outdated. It's not even a month old. And that also really shows just, yeah, stuff in this field changes. But yeah, mostly southern continents, some from France, maybe some teeth attributable to them from Portugal. And over here on the right, well, first we have probably the most iconic Abelisaur, Carnotaurus. This is about life size, actually, chasing after this person on a horse. Carnotaurus is one of the larger Abelisaurids. Not the largest, as far as we know. We have one fragmentary Abelisaurid. Well, actually, we have two fragmentary Abelisaurids. One from South America, one from Africa. And both of them appear to be at least 30 feet long, possibly bigger, possibly up to T-Rex sized. But most of them are smaller than that. Most of them are around 20, maybe 25 feet long. But keep in mind, they're very long, but they're short. When we have full legs preserved, they have very disproportionately short legs compared to other theropods. And I'll have a slide later really highlighting that. Now, while Carnotaurus might be the most well-known Abelisaur, it's not the most well-studied. That honor goes to Majungasaurus, who I very lovingly refer to as the killer sausage. Because it is very long, but very short, and it would have been very sausage-shaped in life. And it's incredibly well documented. Its full name is Majungasaurus crenatissimus, so that's a very long name. Majunga refers to the Mahajanga Basin, an area in Madagascar it was found. Saurus, lizard. Actually, fun fact, Majungasaurus lived alongside Machikosaurus. They're found in the same formation. Crenatissimus means, you can translate it as crumpled or wrinkled, and it refers to the teeth because the teeth have very prominent ridges running along the length of the teeth. In fact, Majungasaurus was first identified by its teeth. The skeletons were found much later. There was a part of the top of the skull that were found, but that was described as a different animal, which you might have also heard of if you like dinosaurs. That skull fragment was called Majungatholus because it was found in Mahajanga, and then tholus, meaning head or skull, because they thought it was a pachycephalosaur, because it's really thick and really robust. This thing had a really tough head, like bizarrely reinforced head. So they thought it was a pachycephalosaur until we found an entire skull and realized, oh no, it's just like that. It's just like that. Anyway, we have 3 partial skeletons that are really well preserved, and between all 3 of them, we have basically the entire skeleton. So we have a really good picture of what Majungasaurus looked like, and the specific rock formation it's known from, the Maevarano, is known for having bizarrely good preservation. So the bones are really well preserved internally on a microscopic level. On the surface, they have great surface detail for like muscle scars and venation. So we know a ton about this animal, both inside and out. This is arguably one of the best known theropods, skeletally speaking.
Mm.
Yeah, it's really cool. And that completeness lets us know that its proportions are accurate. So here's a reconstruction of what Majungasaurus would have looked like in life. Now, obviously, the color is speculative, but this really is just what the animal would have looked like. We know how much muscle it would have had on the different parts of its body because of how well the bones are preserved. And also, I just want to really shout out this paleo artist. I use his work in every one of these streams. These are pieces by Gabriel Ugueto, and I hope I'm saying his last name right. He does super, super accurate reconstructions, and I really like his work. So I put together a little compilation here. All of the dinosaurs that you're going to see on this slide are, well, first, done by Gabriel Ugueto, so same artist. They're all in the same pose, and they're scaled from nose to tail to be the same as the first picture of Majungasaurus. So in real life, Majungasaurus is about 20 feet long. T-Rex here is about 40 feet long, but they're scaled the same nose to tail, just so you can see how weird Majungasaurus's proportions are. Also, I'm seeing in the chat, Nessie, if you'd like to join us, please feel free. You're more than welcome. You should have the link. If you can't figure out your microphone, you can just use your computers. It won't be fabulous, but we'll be able to hear you. So if you want to join, feel free to join. Anyway, so for some comparisons, and just so everyone knows, Majungasaurus is about 20 feet long. It is about 4.5 feet tall at the hip. Your old hunched grandmother is taller than this dinosaur, at least at the hip. T-Rex here is 40 feet long and about 13 feet tall at the hip. This is Allosaurus. Allosaurus was on average about 27, 28 feet long and 7 to 9 feet tall at the hip.
Looks like these guys had small arms too.
Yeah, we'll get to that. And here is a theropod we have already seen in this stream. This is Ceratosaurus from earlier. Ceratosaurus is about the same length as Majungasaurus, but it's about 5 to 6 feet tall at the hip. So, like, you can see how tiny these legs are. And Vandalia, you're skipping ahead because you mentioned the arms. Abelisaurids, relative to all other theropods, have the smallest arms compared to the size of their body. They are minuscule. And it's a trait this entire group shares. We do not have an Abelisaur with functional arms.
You thought T-Rex was bad. There's nothing.
T-Rex is one of those guys. It is like one of those 300-pound bodybuilders on a beach in California. compared to a Belosaurus. Also, it sounds like Nessie is here, Vandalia. She's asking if you could add her.
So she pops in. I don't see her in the. Huh.
Okay. So Nessie, if you want to join, just click the link that's in Discord, the restream.io one. If you just click that one, you'll be able to join right in the room. Up to you if you want to stream this to your channel then or not. Yeah, just click the link. It'll bring you into the lobby, and you can join us. And I know you like Majungasaurus. and I'd love to pick your brain about the ontogeny of Lemusaurus too, actually. But while we wait, I do have a bit more to share about Majungasaurus. So Majungasaurus continued, what do its bones say? As I already teased, the skeleton for Majungasaurus is so absurdly well preserved. We know a ton about its physiology, both inside and out. For starters, as already mentioned, all Abelisaurs have super reduced forearms. Well, just arms, I guess I should say. Their digits, so fingers, their radius and ulna, so the forearm here, turn into tiny nubs. Oh, and so Nessie Vandalia just reposted the restream link if you want to join. This is the arm of Majungasaurus right here, zoomed in. These are not wrist bones. That's the forearm. In several Abelisaurs, the fingers are longer than the forearm. I don't think there's another, at least land vertebrate, that does that. Unless, well, maybe some amphibians, because they're weird, but very little else does that. They're super reduced. The muscle attachments on the arm, just as a whole, are really, really tiny. If they could move them, which they could move them, they would have been really, really weak.
Hello.
Hello, Nessie. Can you hear us? Oh. Let's see. Nessie, you might have to go into settings. We're not hearing anything from you. If you're trying to use your microphone, make sure you have the input device set. Hopefully she figures that out soon. Anyway, they could move these arms. The shoulder joint is actually really, really mobile. Like weirdly mobile for a theropod. And if you've seen Prehistoric Planet, that's what appears to have inspired that scene where they show the Carnotaurus wagging its arms around, which I just think is really fun. It's a great little segment, to be honest. Weirdly enough, the shoulder of Abelisaurs, just in general, in contrast to the arm, becomes huge. You can see it on the body. We're hearing something. I'm hearing myself.
I think I'm doing it.
Yeah, I can hear ya.
Thanks, Vandalia. I appreciate your support.
How's it going, Nessie? How was the drive?
Oh, it's terrible, but thanks. I think my video is catching up.
Not seeing any video, but
but voice is all that really matters at this point. So,
Well,
so anything you want to add to what we've already talked about?
Well, Majungasaurus she's baby.
yeah,
She's a
I know
sweet-
Majungasaurus is one of your favorite dinosaurs.
Oh
Not
yeah.
the favorite, obviously.
Because why? Why is Majunga one of my favorites?
Because it's the killer sausage.
Because it did marijuana.
Oh gosh. I mean, I don't know. Oh,
I mean, I know there's been some fabulous osteology done on it.
I enabled my camera. I don't understand why it's not working.
It's all right. It's okay.
No, it's not okay. Oh, did I do it?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, there you are.
Okay, cool. And I got my. Oh, why am I so far over? Oh, this thing on the bobber.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I've been listening the whole time, and I'm over here like Lunosaurus, Majungasaurus, Abellosaurus. Yeah.
I mean, they're bizarre, they're weird, but they're great, and they're just so lovable. I don't know.
Well, face only a mother could love. I'm the mother. You're the mother. I agree.
All right. Well, let's see. Where were we? Oh yeah, Majungasaurus bones. Weird. Arm gets tiny, scapula gets huge. Why is that? Well, the scapula, in vertebrates at least, land vertebrates, land vertebrates, is a really important muscle attachment site. You have a ton of muscles from your chest and your neck and your arms that all go into the scapula. Well, I'm pointing up here. It's on our back because we're apes and we're weird. But on Majungasaurus, it's up here. So your bones change according to what you're doing with them and what you need them to do. So for some reason, Abellosaurs needed really powerful muscles in the chest, connecting the torso and the neck. And at least according to some authors, and I tend to agree with them, they were probably doing something weird with that head when they were hunting.
Are you talking about Thomas Carr, Tom Holtz?
Do they have that opinion?
Oh, Tom Holtz did. I was just wondering if you knew about Tom Carr's opinion.
I don't know what his opinion is. But
Dinosaurs
I mean-
don't have lips. That's the only opinion well, I know a lot of his opinions because he came and worked with us at MOR a lot. But I was just wondering if he had any opinions on Majunga. Because he came in, we worked together on the Despledosaurus. That's up at Museum of the Rockies. But I don't think I really heard anything about a Majunga.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything either. I'd be curious what his opinion is, since, I mean, he loves Tyrannosaurs so much, and they also get the tiny arms.
Right.
But I know they get a long scapula. They don't get a super robust one like the Abellosaurs do, right?
Yeah, it is strangely like long this way. But it's not thick like you would think. And most like tyrannosaurs
Yeah.
and other animals that had bigger scapula. But it's thin, it's long, and the arms attached to it, it just doesn't seem like a very robust animal at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at least according to what I've read, and well, I mean, I agree with them. It seems that of the big groups of theropods, so the groups that get really big and become apex predators, Tyrannosaurs evolved for a strong bite. They evolved to crush bone. Allosaurs evolved to shred with their bites, cause hemorrhaging. It appears that Abelisaurs evolved to grab and shake, or drag their prey around
Hey,
like a dog with a bone.
I am hearing
Yeah.
I am hearing an echo. Do you have your headphones plugged in? Or
I
Oh.
only have my microphone.
okay.
Okay.
Is it me
I mean,
that has the echo?
it is you. It's not that bad.
Okay, it's making sure. Right.
It's not a big deal. But if you can plug in earbuds, it might be better for the audience.
I can turn it all the way down. Sure.
And
Sorry.
it's picking up the voice coming from your computer. It's feedback.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I don't know if Restream will change the audio output device or not automatically. But I'm not hearing an echo now, so can you hear us in your earbud?
Yeah.
Okay, it did it automatically. That's cool. So yeah, Tyrannosaurus, chomp. Allosaurus, slice. Abelisaur. The way they probably hunted was by wrestling prey to the ground. Which that hunting strategy explains the soup. Oh, I didn't mention this. They have super powerful necks. If you look at the neck vertebrae of Abelisaurus here, they have super long cervical ribs, which are extensions of the neck vertebrae for muscle attachments. You can see them in sauropods like Diplodocus or Apatosaurus. When you have big ones, it usually means you have a really strong neck. So, strong neck, strong torso. A hunting strategy like that would explain why they needed to be so robust. And it could also partially explain the short legs. If you have a lower center of gravity, then it's harder for you to fall over. And it's easier for you to pin something else.
It's also
And-
hard for you to get back up.
Well, I mean, honestly, it might just mean you don't mind falling over as much. You have less far to fall. And just so everyone knows, these things were hunting sauropods. They weren't just going after
Good. Eat all the
small prey.
sauropods.
In the Maverano Formation, again, this formation with spectacular fossil preservation, we have a lot of titanosaurs that would have been about 40, 50 feet long in life, and their bones are just covered in Majungasaurus bite marks. So they were hunting sauropods. And actually, to illustrate the hunting style I've been talking about, I thought I'd include a couple videos. Because there's actually a really good representation of this hunting style.
Are you gonna play the same videos as Serena having elephants on trampolines?
I mean, I doubt it. These videos are actually from Jurassic World Evolution 2.
Okay.
Well, this game has Majungasaurus hunting in the same style I was just talking about. So here it is. Here it's hunting a Nigerosaurus, which it didn't live with, but Nigerosaurus did live with Abelisaurs.
Run, girl, run!
So
No!
this is probably actually pretty accurate to how it would have hunted. Wrestle prey to the ground and then chomp.
Yeah.
And
agree
I'll
with
replay it
that.
super quick. Bizarrely enough, this game probably has a really accurate hunting strategy for this guy.
Yeah, but if
And
we
I think that's
didn't
kinda
live at
cool.
the same time, then tell us more about the animals that did live in the time.
I can do that.
So this is the guy who would be the new WWE champion then.
Yeah,
In my opinion.
Majunga.
Let's see. Well, Majungasaurus lived in the Mahajanga Basin at the end of the Cretaceous. it would have lived with sauropods such as Rapatosaurus. The best skeletons we have for it are juveniles, but we do have bones from adults. And again, this would have been a 40, 50 foot long sauropod. Not gigantic by any means, but still a really big animal. And the adults have bite marks from Majungasaurus.
Hashtag broken jaw.
It also lived alongside Machikosaurus, which we showed off earlier. And I'll just go ahead and show it again. Oh, and actually, Machikosaurus is actually pretty small. It's a pretty small theropod. I don't think I mentioned that.
He's a cutie patootie.
It lived
I love
alongside
Machikosaurus.
several
So-
species.
Machikosaurus was, where are they from?
They're from the Maevarano Formation in Madagascar.
Okay, because I thought I found some of those back when I was in Niger or Madagascar.
I mean, definitely possible. Were you there with the Field Museum?
Yes.
Well, most of the skeletons we have are from Field Museum expeditions, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
I've heard their teeth are very
I brought
common.
back a bunch of mosasaur teeth. Don't even get me started on the mosasaur teeth.
Well,
Am I
as
still
for other
echoey,
things,
Vandalia?
Say that
a
again.
little bit, but it's not bad.
I don't know what I need to do. Should I just unplug my? Maybe if
No,
I
it,
unplug
it,
my
it it's
microphone.
okay. If you unplug your microphone, we're gonna probably not hear you.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it better?
Yes.
worse?
Yeah.
This is better.
Actually better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird. Okay, that's a $200 microphone. So here we are. All right, keep going.
Well, for other things it lived with Semasuchus, which is a
Yeah,
herbivorous
Semasuchus.
land croc. And in
Yeah.
Prehistoric Planet, you get to see a Majungasaurus try to hunt a Semasuchus.
I
It doesn't.
love Semasuchus so much.
It's really, really cute.
Well, you and I have played with a bunch of larger crocs that have been out here.
Yeah,
Blimey.
but I'd love a pet Semasuchus. They just look so cute.
Okay. What else? What else?
I mean, that's most of the large reptilian fauna. There are large snakes from the Maevarano. There are mammals. Some
Yeah, I'm tired of
not
this.
really early mammals, but weird Cretaceous mammals. And I think there are bits of pterosaur. And
Yeah, the two crushed ones. Is that what you're talking about?
I think so.
Mm.
And there's a fragmentary little thing called Rahonavis, which we're
Roho.
not sure.
It's Rahonavis. It's
Rahonavis?
Latin for red. Like
Um,
Spanish is rojo, Latin is rock.
Actually, it isn't. It's named for a local Malagasy deity, basically a god of thunderstorms.
Oh yeah,
then
because it's
Avis.
not a J.
Yeah,
It's with an H, so that would make
So-
it the god. They're
so it
god.
translates to something like bird of the thunder god, which
Yeah,
I think is
bird of
fun.
thunder. That's so cool. Education.
Yeah.
Science.
The more
with that
the
said-
more you know.
That's actually really cool. I didn't know that.
Mhm.
I always thought it was called Raho Neves, and I never saw the way it was actually spelled. So this is really
Yeah.
cool. Thank you so much for educating me on this.
I'm happy I could teach you something.
Wow.
The funny thing about Rahonavis, though, is we're not sure what it is. Now you might look at it and think, "Oh, that's a bird." Is it? Different studies have come to
Is it
different
an ornament?
conclusions.
Do
well,
we only
there
have
are-
one specimen?
We have one specimen. It's really well preserved, but fragmentary. We're
Okay.
missing.
Oh yeah. Show me the.
So white is what we have.
Dang! Look at those arms, boy.
Yeah, long arms. The
Wow.
weird thing is, it could be a bird, but if it is a bird, it's weird because it's weirdly primitive.
And large.
Or it could be a type of dromaeosaur that
That's a
convergently evolved
possibility.
flight.
So they don't have the claws. I see that like little hands, but I don't see that in the preservation of the body.
No, the claws are inferred. Actually, this is probably the best one. The claws are inferred for the hands, but we know it has these really long hands because we have the radius and ulna, or long arms.
Right.
And that's primitive for birds, especially from the latest Cretaceous. Like, we tend to lose birds tend to trade out the bones for feathers pretty quick.
Right.
So it's either a late surviving weird bird, which is a possibility, or it's a type of dromaeosaur that convergently evolved to fly.
Do you think? And this came before Archaeopteryx, so it's a possibility that
After.
certain things converged.
Much after Archaeopteryx. This is from 66 million years ago. Archaeopteryx is from 150.
Like one of the most recent ones, then, huh?
Yeah, and
it's this primitive.
And opposite sides of the dino family tree too, right? Nowhere near related.
Well, they would be separated by about probably about 160, 170 million years based on our current models. So they're about as far apart as you can get and still be a theropod.
No, it's not a velociraptor.
So
if anything, it would have been a Deinonychus, but it's not.
So kind of convergent. What convergent evolution?
Possibly. We do have another dromaeosaur that did evolve to fly, Microraptor.
Right.
So, but we don't know if Microraptor.
Too big, right? How big? How tall was this?
The scale bar here is 10 centimeters.
Oh, she's just a baby.
So it's like the size of a large crow.
Okay. So we found something in Montana a couple of years ago that we can't describe as an Archaeopteryx, but we can't describe as a Microraptor. But it was another in between, and I wonder if it was something similar to that. Do you know where this one was found?
Madagascar.
All right, we might be looking at a similar timeline. We might be looking at a similar timeline.
I don't know. I mean,
oh, a little hand.
Yeah, there it is compared to a hand. So like the size of a big crow.
Dinosaurs. Me earlier today feeding rice to my crows.
But yeah, this group of dinosaurs, just the Maniraptorans, just seem they're primed to evolve to fly or at least glide, and it appears they do it at least twice, maybe 3 times, maybe more.
Well, hopefully, when you feed this guy rice from your hands, it won't try to eat your hand too.
He could take my pinky, and I still love him.
I'd want one as a pet. They do have the raptor killing claw, which birds primitively had and most lost. Archaeopteryx actually has a killing claw, and we just figured that out a couple of years ago. Anyway, back to the apex predator of the Mevarono.
Do you want me to get my Majunga off my...
Yeah, you know what? Go ahead. We can compare it to the skeleton, see how accurate it is.
Okay.
So while she's doing that, I'll just explain the photos we have here. This is a composite skeleton, so it's taking all the fossil elements we have, scaling them to the same size, and putting them together. As you can see, we pretty much have the whole animal. This second image is showing pneumaticity in vertebrae. So how airy the vertebrae are, how much space there is. And Majungasaurus, despite being more basal than Allosaurus, actually has more bird-like vertebrae.
Still
It
stupid
has more air
arms.
spaces. And the stupid arms.
So where
Excuse
are
me.
these guys on the feather scale?
We'll get to that with the next animal, actually.
Okay.
Here, can you bring it closer to the camera, Nessie? So Nessie has one of the Jurassic World Majungasaurus toys. And if we compare it to the actual skeleton, well, first off, the arms are too big.
And it doesn't have a thumb.
Yeah, the real one doesn't have a weird thumb. The neck's too short, and so is the body and tail.
Yeah.
And the
It's
legs
not
are way
great.
too long.
Okay, first of all, this is from Jurassic World, so they're
I
not
know.
supposed to be accurate.
You and I both know that's not a valid excuse.
Yes, huh? Okay, then. No, I'm not getting into the Jurassic World debate.
I'll
He's
not fight you on
cute.
this again. Not again, Nedry.
Not again, Nedry. He's cute though.
It's cute.
Yeah.
I did want to pick your brain about an earlier topic, Lemusaurus.
Oh
So-
yeah. No, I was watching your Lemosaurus stuff, and I'm over here like.
Okay, go off. What do you
Gotcha.
have to share about the
Okay.
one of the
So-
weirdest dinosaurs I've ever seen?
Yeah. So there are teeth that were found with the elder Lemosaurus, but they haven't been described or worked on. Sorry, let me just
But they-
put my hair up in a weird bun.
The adults don't have tooth sockets though; they close up.
But they had. Oh, you talk about all these other dinosaurs that have leaf-shaped teeth and call them herbivores. That's not true. A lot of the leaf-shaped dinosaurs, I think, were, well, I guess that's my own opinion, but working with marsupials, packies, Ankies, I think they were omnivorous. I
I
think
mean, I
that,
wouldn't be surprised for a lot of them, but
well, especially packies. Come on, you see a delicious looking bug, little insect dripping by, and you're,
yeah,
get it.
I agree.
Okay, so I think all of these animals that have the leaf-shaped teeth, I think the teeth shape was good for stripping ferns,
Yeah,
but I also think they were scrumptious on some insects.
I mean, probably, but so just with Lemusaurus here, the juveniles have like pretty classic theropod teeth. They're sharp, pokey, but the adults
Go back.
like
Sorry.
Okay.
Go back one thing.
But like the adults, they don't have tooth sockets. They don't have anywhere for the teeth to go in the jaws.
Oh,
And we found
oh, you mean like
dozens of adults.
elderly, like older Lemosaurus?
No, just adult, not even senescent, just adult.
Oh,
We have dozens
okay.
of them. This diagram is showing, so it's the maxilla, the premax, and the dentary of a young juvenile, an older juvenile, and full adult.
Okay.
And as they turn into adults, the teeth just drop out and the sockets close up. There's nowhere for teeth to go in the
Has
adults.
there been any research on like the dietary
Yes.
needs of Lemosaurus?
Yes. The juveniles appear to have been carnivorous, and the adults appear to be herbivorous.
That's crazy. Could you imagine going from eating meat to being a vegetarian? I don't know.
Yeah. But we know they're the same species because we have the complete
Right.
we have a complete
composite
ontogeny.
skeletons. I understand you have the composite skeletons. And that's the reason when I popped on, I was like, well, I heard the word ontogeny.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
girls gotta pop in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did that in a more recent thing with I think it was iguanodons that became from bug eating to plant eating on an island.
Okay.
Like an iguanodontid that changed
No,
diet as it grew up.
no. I meant
Uh,
it was lizards, modern animals,
Like
iguanodons,
a literal iguana.
iguana.
okay.
They
I mean,
they went to a island without bugs,
yes.
and then they adapted
Yeah,
to get
I know
humans.
what you're talking about.
Well,
They
I
did
mean,
do that.
sometimes given the environment you're in, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. So
Yeah.
if this happened, then there must have been something that happened for them to
Mhm.
cue
I
this in,
agree.
right?
And just Vindalia, what you're talking about isn't weird. That's a population evolving to
Yeah,
change the
Yeah,
diet.
I mean that's
yeah.
probably
No, that's a
Lemusaurus,
good thing.
it is. Lemusaurus is weird because it changes diet in
I
a
mean, so
lifetime.
it's just
Like each
weird.
individual does this. This is just the species. All
Yeah.
of them do this as they age.
So it went
It's
more from therapeutic to ornithomimid to.
yeah, they're like mini ornithomimids.
Oh, that's so cute. I love it.
Yeah. My I mean
And like an
it's
ostrich, like what's happening to this
yeah,
this
they
poor thing?
I don't know.
Nobody knows
It's
apparently.
I mean it's
So
obviously onto
the
genetic
younger
niche
ones had
partitioning, but
teeth,
yep.
and the older ones have no dentary at all.
They have a dentary. They don't have teeth and they don't have tooth sockets.
So they have no like battery. The mandibles are just straight up.
Yeah. You can
Well,
see the
that's
change here. They thin into a beak, both the top and
wow.
bottom jaws.
That's the
Just a
fastest.
cropping beak.
That's the fastest evolutionary change you can see in a singular animal.
It's not
Honestly,
evolutionary. It's ontogeny.
uh, ontogeny, yes, but that's the fastest that
Yeah.
evolution could change a singular
Well,
animal within
oh,
ontogeny.
okay. I see what you're talking about.
That's
And
crazy fast.
and I mean, obviously, it's onto genetic niche partitioning, but
It's
prob-
very niche. I'll give you
I'm pretty
that.
sure it's the most extreme case in just vertebrates, just in
Okay,
general. I
I'm
don't think there's
getting.
another vertebrate that
Do
does
you have the
this.
paper?
Yes, I do. It's actually linked at the top there. I can send it to you if you want.
Okay, no, I'll find the paper.
If you just search Lemusaurus diet, it's one of the first ones that pop up. But I'll send you the paper.
Diet. Okay.
Well, yeah,
This
because
is this isn't okay for everybody else out there that's listening. This is incredibly interesting because I study ontogeny and Pachycephalosaurus. So you got your Dracorex, your Stygimoloch, and your Pachycephalosaurus going from nothing to a big boy. This one's incredibly interesting because I've not studied this one. And I think this could help me because that means the osteoblasts and the osteoclasts within their face must have also been changing head fast. So
yeah,
thank you.
yeah, they're really cool.
Yeah,
And
this is gonna
I
be
just
a
sent you
big
the paper.
one. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep. All right.
So
But
now that we're over Lumosaurus,
shall we get back to
yeah, I love it. Back to
the
Majunga.
Abelosaurus? Well, I think we did already say about everything I wanted to say on Majungasaurus, but we do have one more Abelisaur to cover.
Which one's that? Oh, well, yeah. I thought that was the whole. Oh no, this is Carnotaur. I thought you were gonna go
Yep.
to Ceratosaur.
No, we already did Ceratosaurus.
Yeah.
So So as with all of the previous ones, this one has a subtitle. Carnotaurus, the odd one out? Question mark? See, among abelisaurs, this group that's characterized by their stumpy little legs, there is one member that's often shown to be a really long-legged and really fast hunter. Carnotaurus sastri. And as with the others, I'll break down the name. Carnotaurus means meat bull, usually translated as meat-eating bull. That name is in reference to the two horns it has on its head. Sastre is after a person. So it is Sastre's meat-eating bull. And a lot of different kinds of media show it as a natural sprinter. But was it really? Well, similarly to Majungasaurus, we do have a lot of the skeleton. But for this particular puzzle, we're missing a very important piece. Its legs. After a person. We have its upper legs, and we have the tops of its tibia. We have nothing below that. So why do we think it could have been a really fast runner when everyone else in its family isn't? Well, I mentioned before that dinosaurs had a lot of muscles in the tail. Those powered the legs to help them run. In Carnotaurus, we do have the base of the tail. And the muscle attachment points there are really huge. They're bizarrely massive for a theropod dinosaur. So we know it had super strong legs, but we don't know what they were doing with them. Was it running really fast? Maybe. We can't say. Or was it doing the thing we talked about with Majungasaurus, where it was wrestling prey to the ground, so it needed strong legs? At this point, we don't know. I hope we find out someday. I hope we find another Carnotaurus, but at this point, I can't tell you. Was it the odd abelisaur that could run? Or was it a little sausage too?
A little sausage.
Yeah. And just as an aside, it has some really cool horns. It's a really cool animal, regardless if it was a fast runner or not. But yeah, we just don't know. And Vandalia, earlier you asked about where ceratosaurs were on feathers. Well, we actually have really great skin impressions from Carnotaurus. We have them on every part of the body that was preserved. It appears we had them on the head, but preparators didn't realize what they were at the time, so they destroyed them on accident. And Carnotaurus does not have feathers.
Yeah,
It
didn't
has-
they think they thought it was grass? They're quills, though, right?
No, it doesn't. It has no feather-like structures. It just has scales. It seems to be...
No, I mean what the preparers thought. It wasn't feathers, but they thought it was quills. And
No, they
went
didn't
through all that
recognize that they were
testing.
skin impressions.
But there were certain things that they went through testing and found out that it was grass.
Oh,
At
I
least
mean,
that's what my
definitely could
friend
be. I haven't heard of that before, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, okay. Well, they're my friends, and that's what I heard. So,
Well, that explains why you know it.
jeez.
What it does have instead of feathers is actually a pattern that's very similar to ceratopsian scales.
That's true.
They have lots of tiny scales with
Mhm.
random huge ones scattered around. So
And
from a
don't
distance, it would
they
look really
also have
big.
osteoderms?
Yes, they
They
do.
have those
They also
large
have osteoderms.
And that's
but-
so cool to
yeah.
me because I'm the
Mm-hmm.
queen of osteoderms. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, let's go.
Yeah. And a lot of older reconstructions of Carnotaurus will show the osteoderms in neat lines around its flanks. it appears they were more randomly spaced, so it just had random patches of armor covering its
Which is
torso
so
and tail.
weird. Could you imagine, like in Kylosaur, just like instead of having straight armor, it was just like, well, here and there.
Yeah, it's just
It was
randomly
kind of
put
like
together.
that. They were
It's
randomly
bizarre.
patched.
Yeah, and it's a weird animal, but it's a really cool animal. And
That's cool.
it is my second favorite dinosaur, actually. Not
Majunga
my first, but my second.
or Carno?
Carnotaurus.
Carno, okay.
Hmm?
After we watched Disney's Dinosaur together,
Well, that
stand
movie is part of
together.
why that movie is part of why it was originally my favorite dinosaur.
Yeah, well, I get
Well,
it.
that and a few other pieces of media.
Watching Dinosaurs, Riders Fight Club, so
Mhm.
many.
Well, it wasn't in Jurassic Fight Club. Majungasaurus
No,
was
I
in
was just
Jurassic Fight Club.
saying those are the pieces of media that helped
Sure.
develop your love for the dinosaurs as much as mine.
What dinosaur was in the Chef Boyardee dinosaur pasta?
I don't know.
Oh my God. There were three. There was the Stego, the Sauropod, and a T-Rex. And I'm proud to know that because I ate it a lot being poor growing up.
How about the Dino SpaghettiOs?
I thought that's what I was talking about because that is Chef Boyardee.
I didn't know they were the same brand. But with that,
And
thank
on
you
that,
to everyone who has been watching or listening.
oh, I like that picture. No, run, little boy, run.
All right.
Yeah, this was
All right.
this was a redesign they were considering for the Ark sequel, but I think they just kept the old Carno, which I'm kind of sad about. I like this one a lot.
All right. Now, time for if you have questions now's your time.
And
Question-
also, Caden, stop apologizing to me. I'll deal with you.
Caden,
love you.
we've told you before, you're fine, and you're fine to
Yeah,
ask
you're
questions.
fine.
You-
We're
No need to
simple
apologize.
Folk. We're simple folk. My hair's still wet, so I got out of the shower. As soon as I got home, I hopped on to help with the Carno. Don't know if I helped much, but
You contributed.
I like to think so.
So yeah, if anyone would like to ask questions about any of the dinosaurs we've talked about today, any others you're curious about, I can probably answer quite a few of them. Nessie can probably answer a ton.
How
She's
many
just done a
people
lot
do
of
we
work
have
on
in here?
paleo in general.
All right.
How many
First question:
people-
How was your field trip? Not dinosaurs.
Well, I didn't find the MOR library. She's dug in there somewhere deep.
Yeah,
So it wasn't very fruitful.
was it a pretty drive at least?
It was alright. Pretty gray.
Okay.
Nice and
Yeah,
warm
fair.
today.
Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to get into the 60s soon.
Yeah, it was like 57 today. And the Alaskan seafood guys were closed today, so I couldn't get more crab.
Aw,
And you know how much I love my seafood boils.
I know.
We have our first question.
Okay. What would the actual color be? So the unfortunate thing is, for most dinosaurs, we will never know. There
So
are some we do know.
We do know there are some feathers trapped in amber that are a pretty stark red color. But other than that, we don't know. I like to think, and this is just all a hypothesis, that they are similar to birds today. So I think that the males would be more prominent in color. And boy, you better dance. I like
Do the prehistoric planet dance.
Theropod plant dance. No, but
I mean,
right now we only have skin impressions, and closest thing we have to knowing the colors is the red color we have trapped in amber.
Not just that. There's also Borealopelta.
Oh yeah. Ugh.
Oh, you love that one.
I must scream. Oh no, that's
It's not
Sorapelta.
Sorapelta. Borealopelta gets a
Sorapelta's
pass.
fine.
We know what color Archaeopteryx was. It would have been actually colored like a raven. We know what color Sinosauropteryx was,
Magpie.
which is or a magpie. Sinosauropteryx was like a fluffy little red panda. It's a little tiny carnivorous dinosaur.
No.
No, we do.
Because you have no evidence that anything was white.
We
There's
have
no evidence of anything being white.
we have evidence for the absence of
The absence
pigments.
of color. Okay. All right.
We have feathers from all over Sinosauropteryx's body, and we know the pattern of the melanosomes.
It was
and-
just been buried for over 65 million years.
Yeah, but they're there.
The absence of color.
I mean, it could have had structural colors, but we know it at least had red, and it had a little bandit mask.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it was white.
We got a $20 super chat.
Oh yeah, thank you, Vamsy, Jessica,
Thank
Amanda.
You, Vamsy. Hi, Jessica.
No message attached to that. If you have a question or just have something you want to say, feel free to put it in the chat and we'll highlight it. Thank you.
Meanwhile, we had a question back there. Could they roar at all?
Probably not like in Jurassic Park. If you want to hear what dinosaurs probably sounded like, your best bet would be the program we've mentioned a few times now, Prehistoric Planet. The way they have the dinosaurs vocalize in that is basically how we think they vocalized. It's based on really recent evidence.
And I've seen some TikTok videos where they lower it. But y'all, everyone in chat, okay, if y'all want to see something scary, watch the YouTube, might be on TikTok too, of the re-edit of Dinosaurs with Feathers.
Yes.
It's terrifying. And I think, honestly, Dinosaurs with Feathers are scarier.
Yeah. So for context, there is someone on YouTube who reanimated some of the scenes from Jurassic Park with raptors and animated in accurate Deinonychus, like with feathering, and it's stunning. It's actually movie quality CGI.
I want to. I like to see if they did the Velociraptors actual sizes, if they would have been as scary or less scary than the ones they had on the movie.
No, I'm more. It's the same scene, Vandalia.
Yeah.
It's the same scene, but they put feathers on them.
Vandalia is asking if the scenes would be as scary if the Velociraptors were the size of Velociraptors.
Oh, like Deinonychus?
No, well, specifically Velociraptor, I'd say probably not. If it's the size of Deinonychus,
scared of those little punks too.
I mean, I wouldn't fight them. It'd be like trying to fight a bobcat. You're not going to come out of it unscathed.
Compies ate Cooper, so what would I do with this one? This one's only this one's about the size of me. I'm only 4'10", so a raptor would only be like up to here to me. So yeah, they would still be scary to me.
I mean, Deinonychus would be taller than you, at least
Yeah,
based on the
6
largest
foot.
specimens.
Yeah, I know. I build them.
I know.
But
So,
putting feathers on them is absolutely terrifying.
you know,
I'm scared of
I don't want to
copies.
play
What are
it.
you talking about?
I'm not going to play the video because I want to encourage people to go watch it. But I'll show a still from it just so people can see what we're talking about.
Oh, play it. Do the headpiece.
All right. So this is by Coolio Art on YouTube and possibly other places.
But you made it.
Here, if my internet would cooperate, we'll give people a little taste, but highly encourage you to watch the full thing.
This one. Oh.
Uh-huh. Oh, that eye.
Oh, it's even better. Dude, it's even better.
Yeah, than Jurassic Park. Aaron, scene of them talking. Kids are safe unless they can open doors. For some reason, my internet's being slow. Gee, come on. Yeah, I'm sorry. My internet is being awful right now, and I have no idea why. It's usually much better.
Well, while we're waiting for the internet to work, any more questions?
Here, let me turn off my camera. Maybe that'll free up some bandwidth. I mean, you're not wrong.
We are looking for questions.
It's funny. Dinosaurs with and brothers.
Reload the page. Will that do anything?
So I went to, oh well, if this plays, how was it?
Come on. Internet, would you please not for 5 minutes? Is my voice breaking up?
No,
or is that coming through okay?
Fine. No, it's just not.
Okay, maybe it's just YouTube. Maybe YouTube is just being a butt right now.
Yeah.
Oh, why don't you think
anyway.
dinosaurs could open doors? Why don't you think they could figure that out? Like
I mean-
cats. My cat can open my door.
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
think they can figure it out. Plus, crows are really smart, and if their paws are similar to that, then why not? Just a question.
I mean, I'd be surprised if, especially a dromaeosaur, couldn't open doors. But
I
anyway,
think they could.
the channel that uploaded this is called Coolio Art. Highly recommend checking this out to everyone watching. It is spectacular.
No, I don't. I know it's a Deinonychus. I'm sorry, Theo. Did you ever work on a Deinonychus? Because
yeah.
Deinonychus is still kind of small, but I think it's closer to a Utahraptor or a Dakotaraptor.
Okay, now the video is playing, but it's frozen. Yeah, I think YouTube is just not acting correctly right now.
Oh, hi, Georgie.
Hi, Georgie.
I got your picture still in my.
Here.
Well, let
Let
your brother tell you.
It's all right. As for Theoretically's comment, though, size is never Deinonychus, must be Utahraptor or something larger.
I have your picture.
So the thing is, the raptors in Jurassic Park are within the theoretical size range for a Deinonychus. Like, theoretically,
yeah, they're
Deinonychus could
still
get that big.
too big.
Yeah. They're too big for known specimens, but
I
not
think
terribly much.
Utahraptors or Dakotaraptors.
But they're found in they are found in Montana. Maybe Dakotaraptor, but yeah. How many specimens of Deinonychus do we have? Well, as of last year, we have at least one more, because I found one.
That's true.
I
But
think we have at least 5 or 6 partial skeletons.
No, there's 11.
Well, I did say at least.
At least. But hi, Georgie. Thanks for
All
being
right,
a little
well.
inner girl that I wish I could hold.
Oh. Well, unless there are any other
3
questions,
meters long,
I
but
think
yeah, they're not that tall.
yeah.
They're not as big. But when Michael Crichton was writing the book, he thought Velociraptor sounded cooler.
Because he was relying on Greg Paul's book.
All right.
Yeah.
So, advertisement. What's coming up on your channels? You want to advertise?
Well, I'm I'm working on a few things right now. I'm working on some shorter videos that I want to get out soon, and a longer video about crocodilians and how different groups of animals keep evolving into crocodilians.
Kind of like crabs, but crocodiles.
Yes, exactly like that. Actually, it's just this bizarre thing with all kinds of vertebrates. They evolve the same shape, the same hunting strategy.
Yeah, you're right.
Every major group of vertebrates has a crocodile representative. Everyone. Even mammals. Whales went through a stage where they were basically warm-blooded crocodiles.
They went through a stage where they look like puppy dogs.
Yeah, that too. With hooves.
With hooves.
They went through they went through a stage where they were no, I'm talking about crocodiles now. They went through a stage that they were bipeds. Crocodiles did.
Yeah, there were bipedal pseudotsuchians. Yeah, they weren't the crocodile line, but yeah, there were bipedal crocs. Oh, actually,
like Postosuchus.
Yeah.
Pseudotsuchus.
Well,
Postosuchus possibly. Well,
Postosuchus, Poposaurs.
We said it at the same time. High five.
Yeah. Actually, Nessie, I just recently heard about, and I haven't found the paper on it yet, but I heard that there is a croc trackway from the end of the Cretaceous that shows a bipedal croc. Like
over here.
I don't know where. I just heard that it exists, but it's a bipedal crocodilian trackway from the end of the Cretaceous. So apparently they were still around at the end. Here, maybe I can find it. Do you have anything you want to shout out for your channel while I look?
Me now.
For me, after this stream, I will be streaming over my Twitch channel as I learn how to be a warrior.
A warrior?
Yes.
And what are you doing? You shooting bow?
Bows, swords, shields. I'm usually a magic wielder, but now I'm going to be hitting things.
Okay, you know what?
That's always fun.
Heck yeah.
Here, Vandalia, I'm going to share my screen super quick. I found the paper. And it wasn't the latest Cretaceous, but it's from the Aptian. So that's what, like 100 million years ago? Bipedal crocodilomorphs from... It's okay. Trackway evidence for large bipedal crocodilomorphs from the Cretaceous of Korea.
Crocodilomorphs. In Korea, wow.
Yeah, but so they were still kicking around in the Cretaceous.
That's a younger island. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I can send this to you too if you want. It's neat.
Yes, please send that to me. I'd like to read that.
All right, will do.
Cool.
Of what? 2020? Okay.
Yep. So pretty recent. All right. Well, then
yeah, we will probably
put up a
new poll for our next vote. The last
vote. You did this last time. A vote on what? What are we voting on?
Well, it depends. Last time Dr. Dino's vote won. Maybe this time your vote will win. Your poll will win.
Well, I think perhaps would you all like to hear about the difference between brachys and apatosaurs and Brontosaurus.
You mean Brontos and
All three.
that
We
could
need
be
to
fun.
discuss like the
Um,
encompassment of sauropods. Would y'all be interested in hearing about
Yeah.
why and how Bronto is coming back?
Yes.
Because I've
Well-
got some material I could bring
Uh,
for Brontos. Because I talked to Carrie Woodruff, who is big into sauropods. You know this. I was
Mhm.
with him when he had Giardia in the middle of a Costco and ripped open a cinnamon roll pack. I know the difference of these big sauropods.
sweet. Well,
I'm not a big fan of sauropods, but
really quick,
a little bit more.
Vandalia, did we already do derived sauropods? I don't remember.
we did the whole clade of sauropodia. We did the whole one big group.
Okay. I don't think we got to
Okay, well,
Titanosaurs though, so
I know.
that
I
could
know.
be part of the
If you don't
Titanosaur
want-
episode.
I
Yeah.
thought there was a thing about.
Yeah, we did three main groups.
I thought there was a thing about Brontosaur coming back.
Yeah, there is. But we'll get more into that when we get to the details. But I said we did all of Sauropodia, we did all of Theropod, we did all of Ornithia. So we did the whole.
We're all of
No,
Ornithischia. I
There's
remember
no way
that.
to encompass all of them.
But now we're
No,
doing.
so
We didn't go.
Just a second, Vin. Just a second. I'm just checking what we've done.
No,
Okay.
there's no
So
way
we-
to encompass all of them all at once. There's
We
so many,
didn't.
Vandalia.
Yeah,
There's so many.
And then we did the whole general. We didn't go deep diving yet.
Right. So So just talking about the series, before you joined us, Nessie, we did talk about basal sauropods. We didn't get into the derived ones though. So that could be part of the derived sauropod episode.
That would be a cool episode if I could help explain to everyone why Brontosaurus is coming back versus Apatosaurus, because I was in Livingston. I did that. I know why she's coming back. So that might be a cool episode to do.
I mean, if we're all in agreement, don't put up a poll. We'll just do sauropods next, and we'll talk about Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus.
Yes,
sounds like that's good.
Caden in the chat, yes, you are correct. It came back in 2015 via Carrie Woodruff, and I was on that paper. Who knows if I'm sticking around? But it. Okay. Yeah, but I think that might be a good thing to talk about. Would be Brontosaurus versus Apatosaurus.
Oh, cool. We'll plan that. We will plan that podcast once we
in the future.
Stage. Yes.
Yes, in the future.
But in the meantime, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. We will see you whenever. If you just do it, it'll turn out okay. And after a month's absence, Talking Time with Caffeine is back, and Dr. Dino is back. We both took a little vacation here.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. It's been pretty busy out here. A lot of stuff's been changing, but we are back, and hopefully we can make this regular thing and get this series finished.
Well, will ever be finished? Because we could break down the clades into more clades, break that down into more clades, break those down into more clades. Clades within clades within clades.
Okay, so what I'm about to say is not a joke. This is a valid sentence. We could talk about how Tyrannosaurus is a Tyrannosaurin, Tyrannosaurine, Tyrannosaurid, Tyrannosauroid. That's a real sentence. That's a valid sentence.
Just like dinosaurs, dinoforms, dinomorphs. So,
Yeah, but it's worse. Uh, what can I say? Paleontologists are nerds. We get way too specific.
just paleontologists.
No, not just paleontologists. I'm just saying paleontologists are nerds.
Point proven. All right. So, what are we talking about today?
Well, for today, we're going to be talking about a very historically important group of theropod dinosaurs. They don't make it to the end of the Cretaceous, sadly. So these didn't die out with the asteroid, they died out before then. But when they were around, they were pretty big parts of the landscape. And that's not even touching on just how important they are to science, which we will get into.
Now, if I get to this, but how were they close related or far related from our last topic of the Ceratosaurus?
Ceratosaurs. Well, that's a good question that'll be answered on this slide, actually. So, all right. As always with these streams, we're going to start with a hopefully super quick review. Dinosaurs split into groups. Theropods, 2 legs, eat meat, usually. You know what those are. As for megalosaurs in particular, they are one group in from our last topic, the ceratosaurs, which means that they are 1 theropods. Getting to here makes you a theropod. Then they are tetanurans. Tetanura means that you have these bony rods that are reinforcing your tail. Makes it stiff, makes it easy to swing from side to side for balance.
So does that mean you got your tetanus shot then?
No, but same root word. Same root word. With that said, that's where they split off. They do not. They are equally closely related to everything else over here because they dive out at this point.
So
they're kind of like your 4th cousin twice removed.
So they have
were a bird.
So they have no current living relatives. I mean,
no, they have no living descendants. And because of that, because they're not in this group, the Avatheropods, their bones aren't as pneumatized as most theropods are. Like when you think of a bird, it has, hollow bones. Most of these theropods have airy bones like that. The megalosaurs, I'll say, they're a lot denser, especially in some very specialized ones that we'll talk about. And as for when they appear, I chose this chart because it shows it pretty well. They first appear in the Middle Jurassic. There might be some that are from the Early Jurassic, but they're kind of contentious, and we'll get into why in a bit. And then they die out by the early late Cretaceous, which I know is confusing. They die out in this half of the late Cretaceous.
God, is there like wasn't there? Is there? Can you? Does the Cretaceous have epoch names or breaking down the smaller periods?
It does. All these periods do. I want to say it's the Albian epoch, but
okay, yeah,
I'd have to double check that.
I talked about it in my geology episode years ago, but a lot of stuff, Precambrian, it's all a lot of people just posted in the Precambrian era, like all one big era to like one big all these eras. Then we go in the periods, and after the dinosaurs died, then they go back. Let's break up on the epochs now. And
okay, and sorry, I was wrong. Not epoch. Early and late Cretaceous are epochs. The next unit down is ages, I believe. So they go extinct by the I'd say about the middle to the end of the Albion. So about 100 million years ago, maybe a little earlier than that.
Uh,
Alrighty. Well, Caden's saying Centimanian. Maybe some of them did. There might be some suggestions that they did. That they were on their way out by the end of the Albion, I guess I should say. Or at least they were much less diverse, which, considering what they become, is kind of sad and weird that they didn't survive longer, but they didn't. And we will get to where they get to.
but let's first get where they came from.
Well, fortunately, that's pretty easy. General Theropod. Like with everything in paleontology, the farther back in time you go, the more everything looks the same. So they start out pretty basic, but before we get to the first ones, let's just give a quick overview for anyone who's curious. Oh, and would you mind putting us below the presentation?
I can only put it was there or put it beside.
Oh,
For some reason, I used to put it below. For some reason, Restream was like, you know what? No, we're not doing that anymore. You get the side smaller, or you get in the middle of it. So,
that's weird. Oh, and as always, folks, if the artist credit is not in the image itself, it will be up here. We will put links to the presentation in the description. So if you want to see any of this art for yourself, just check the description, check the presentation, click on the link. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of good art in this one because this group gets a lot of art. It also gets there's a lot about them on Wikipedia that's actually pretty accurate and really good. So there's going to be more Wikipedia links than usual. Anyway, and I assure you, I did not just research Wikipedia. I read papers, but there's a lot of good stuff on Wikipedia. So, what are megalosaurs? Just a quick, broad overview before we get too deep into it. Well, megalosaurs are, generally speaking, small to mid-sized theropods from the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. By small to mid-size, I mean they typically range between 10 to 15 feet long and up to 25 feet long, with a few exceptions, especially in a later group we'll get to. Megalosaurs are found all over the world. We have at least scraps of them on, I think, every continent except Antarctica. And that's probably just because we haven't explored there too much yet. Because ice. And what's special about them is they seem to be some of the first heavy-bodied big theropods. And what I mean by that is a lot of the early theropods are really small or they're really lightly built even when they get big. Megalosaurs are the megalosaur body. Let's say a 20-foot long one would probably weigh about 1.5 tons, when for earlier theropods, it might be more like 800 pounds. Like, they get heavy, they get chunky, they get strong. And by the end of the Jurassic, they become the apex predators of at least one of the continents, if not more. And then they get weird.
So are these Gondwans or the other one?
Gondwanan. Both. I think it's more Laurasian, but there's plenty in Gondwana as well. So they're kind of just everywhere.
So they were their clade came before the big split then?
The group appeared before then, yeah. But honestly, it seems to be more just it seems to more so just be that, at least with the basic megalosaurs, they were really good generalists, so they could fit into a lot of different environments. Kind of like how canines are today. Like, there's a canine on every continent except Antarctica. These guys are kind of the same way. But Antarctica was warmer in their day, so they might have gotten there too.
So there's no one has a pet dog in Antarctica.
I would be concerned if they did. And also, just a quick warning, going to be a lot of hard to pronounce names in this one for some reason. Just a lot of the names are complicated, let's say. So, within Megalosauroidea, there are a few groups, and I use air quotes there because paleontology is an evolving field. Within recent years, there's been a lot of research that suggests that the historic group, Megalosauroid, or Megalosauroids, is kind of a mix of several groups that don't really need to be in there. But historically, the Megalosauroids have two major components. We have the Piatnitskisaurids. I'll just say that again, Piatnitskisaurids. I'm going to mess that up a few times. And the Megalosauria. And it's Ia because it's unranked. It's not a family or an order or anything like that. But recent research has, like I just said, suggested that the Piatnitskisaurids might actually be early allosaurs. But the problem is they're so close to the base of the tree of both groups, it's really hard to tell where they go. They kind of ping pong back and forth. And then sometimes they become their own thing too. It's complicated. More research needs to be done on it to fully sort things out. But due to this uncertainty, we're going to ignore them for now. If you're curious about them, they seem to be mostly smaller bodied, with a couple exceptions. A lot of them are from Argentina. There's at least, on here, Condoraptor and Piatnitskisaurus itself are both from Argentina. Marchosaurus, which is often a Piatnitskisaurid, is from North America, and then Schwanhanosaurus is from China. But we can forget about them now.
Right.
We're just going to focus on the megalosaurs.
Erasing from brain.
And the megalosaurs are split into two groups, the Spinosaurids and the Megalosaurids.
Spinosaurus, the one dinosaur everyone hated from Jurassic Park 3.
Oh, there's going to be a lot to say about Spinosaurus. But we're going to meet the Megalosaurids first.
Right.
And it's only because they came first, for sure. Or appeared first, for sure.
In the geological history, or that's the first one that got discovered in the modern times.
Both. Oh, right, and I do want to shout out some of the stuff I show just because it's really good art. This is a model of Torvosaurus done by Jagged Fang Designs. They do a lot of stuff for games, and they do beautiful stuff. I think this is based on a secretary bird, but I could be wrong. And then this is a Suchomimus from Jurassic World Evolution, which it's actually probably one of the best renditions of Suchomimus I've ever seen. It's from a Jurassic World property. As for this diagram, here we have a bunch of skulls of Megalosaurids. And when you look at them side by side like this, you start to notice a few things. Like, basically all the Megalosaurid skulls we have, they're all really long and low. And by really long and low, I mean they are at least 3 times as long as they are tall, which is extreme, even among just considering other theropods. And they usually have a nose. Now, of course, all dinosaurs had noses, but by that I mean they have like a big bump of a nose on here. Like, you can see that and you can tell, oh, that's where the snout is. That's where the nose is. which isn't as common in theropods as you'd think. Most of them have a much more rounded nose. And then within Megalosauridae, so the family of megalosaurids, there are 3 different groups, though sometimes these move around too. There are the Afrovenatorinae, which are pretty widespread. They're found kind of everywhere. And a lot of them are really lightly built. So these are the faster ones in the group.
Okay, are all of these carnivores, or some of these on the herbivore side?
All of them are carnivores.
Okay.
As far as we know, there are no herbivorous megalosaur, just megalosaurs. They're all carnivores as far as we know.
Right.
The second group are the Eustreptospondylinae. How many syllables is that?
Say that again.
7 syllables. Too many. Eustreptospondylinae. And they are represented on this chart by this little guy over here. And Eustreptospondylus is kind of small. And I say kinda, it's a little below average for a megalosaur. It's not like a dwarf, but it's small. And it has a really long face. Like Eustreptospondylus pushing past the 3-to-1 ratio. It's long. It's weirdly long. And it has a weirdly long premaxilla, which is this bone at the very front of the skull. That might be important later. And lastly are the megalosaurines. So these are all the ones that are super closely related to Megalosaurus. These ones are mostly from the northern continents, and these are the ones that get big. And I do mean big.
It's the name Mega.
Well, for the time it was mega. But for our first actual dinosaur, so we're out of the categories now, we are into dinosaurs. This is Afrovenator abacensis, the African hunter of the Abaca region, which is an area in, I think it's Niger. In northern Africa, the Abaca region. Also, Caden is saying that the screen is super blurry. That's odd.
Is it better now or not?
Not sure. Let me check on my channel. If YouTube would let me just watch it. YouTube. Let's see. And we're pausing because if it is really blurry, we want to fix that. Okay, it's looking fine on my end. Not sure what's going on, but it's fine on my end. Okay, I might have been a connection issue, Caden. Well, he says it's better now anyway. Okay. So, what's special about Afrovenator? Well, it's a pretty lightly built megalosaurid. I said earlier that megalosaurs in general are pretty heavy built theropods, but Afrovenator is an exception. It actually has really long legs, fairly thin legs as well, long thin arms, and pretty normal for a megalosaur head. The skeleton is partial, it's not complete, but it's estimated to be about 8 meters long from nose to tail, probably weighing around 2 tons, which again, for an earlier theropod, a length like that, you might peak a bit over a ton. Herrerasaurus is a little smaller than that, but it's estimated at like a ton. And it was discovered in the 90s by a team from the University of Chicago, headed by Paul Sereno. His name is going to appear a few times in this. It was probably a pretty fast runner, and it probably preyed on early ornithischians and sauropods. I didn't include the time that it's from, but it's about 166 million years old, seems to be. So we're in the middle Jurassic.
Alright.
And for a comparison to other dinosaurs, this would be about the time that the first birds were really taking to the wing. Well, things we would reasonably identify as birds were taking to the wing. The first raptor dinosaurs were appearing. The very earliest tyrannosaurs were still these tiny guys that were just running around in the undergrowth. The first sauropods were getting really big. Ephrovinator was found in the same formation as Jobaria, which we talked about way back when we talked about early sauropods. So something weighing like 30, 40 tons.
So, would these guys be eating sauropods or another herbivore?
Well, definitely young sauropods. Adult sauropods is a lot harder to say. But with that said, well, I will say we do have a relative of Ephrovinator we'll talk about later, and we do have its bite marks on sauropod bones. But we don't know if it killed them or scavenged. We don't know. Probably did both. Most predators do both. And I wanted to mention this dinosaur in particular because I have a bit of history with it. When I was a little kid, I remember reading a book about the discovery of Ephrovinator. I can't find it online. I don't know if it was ever put online or what, but it was about a kid who tagged along with his uncle on the expedition and helped to find the skeleton. And then the book ended with a picture of it mounted in a museum. It was really cool. Honestly, I'd love to read it again if I ever find it, but for like the last decade, it just has eluded me, I guess.
If you have the book, send it to us. P.O. Box, we don't have one yet.
If you have a very specific book from the early 2000s. But especially the way it was written, like it was written like a really fun adventure. So it made me want to go fossil hunting in exotic places. And as for the reconstructions of Ephrovinator here, this is an older one from the early 2000s, kind of showing, well, it running at something about to chomp at it. I love how its jaw is tilted back just enough to fit in the aspect ratio. And then this is a more modern 3D model, actually, done by a very talented paleo artist who is linked up here. I wonder if some of these carnivores were named after actors or movies or actors. I don't know. We'll maybe talk about that in a bit. But you might recognize this little guy, Vendalia. Our next critter is Eustreptospondylus oxoniensis. Oxoniensis. And the translation of the name is just as much a mouthful as the name itself. The true turned vertebra from Oxford. That's the translation of its name. I was about to question what they were smoking in the mid 1800s, but a lot. They were smoking a lot. So Eustreptospondylus is actually named after another dinosaur called Streptospondylus, but calling it a dinosaur is very generous. The original bone was one vertebra, and it was just part of the vertebra. But back in the 1800s, that's all you needed for a name. So it was the turned vertebra. Actually, I was about to say, I don't know why. It was called the true vertebra because they thought it was like a crocodile or alligator, but the bones were, the places where the vertebrae connect were curved differently. So they called it the turned vertebra. Anyway, weird name, kind of strange history, but if you ever saw Walking with Dinosaurs, it should be familiar to you. Now, in that documentary, it was just a recolored Allosaurus, but it was really a megalosaurid, though it was kind of a strange one. And we actually have a lot of its body too, which is kind of neat. It apparently holds the title of the most complete European theropod, which I should have included a picture of the skeleton. Because
Yeah. I do wonder if the Walking trilogy or quadrilogy had was reintroduced today in modern times, how much of that 3 or 4 part series would be totally different because of new information.
you know, it's funny. The sequel is coming out this year. I don't know if you've heard about it, but the paleontology Twitter especially has been exploding about it. Anyway, this is the skeleton of Eustreptospondylus. This is the most complete European theropod. As kind of sad as that is. Also, sorry, just a half second. As kind of sad as that is. With that said, we do have decent amount of the skull. We have a lot of vertebrae and complete legs too. And as Caden mentioned earlier in the chat, it is not fully grown. It's actually a juvenile, or at most a young subadult. So the adults probably would have gotten a bit bigger. Probably would have gotten to like 15, 20 feet long, but that's still not on the big end, even for megalosaurs, which don't generally get super big. Anyway, the length of the skull, and in particular the length of the end of the skull, has led some scientists to suggest it might have been partially piscivorous, might have partly been a fish eater, or at least a shoreline hunter or scavenger.
Mm-hmm.
An also notable thing about it is that it was discovered in ocean sediments. It wasn't discovered in a land deposit. Now, there have been a few ideas proposed for why that would be. Some suggest it might have been a really good swimmer, possibly swimming between the islands that made up Europea. Wow, that made up Europe at the time. But we're not sure.
But I'm pretty sure we can say it didn't die in any global flood.
No, it did not. Also, really quick, we have a super chat from Vamsy Jessica Amanda. Thank you very much. No message attached, but if you have anything you want to say in the chat, we'll highlight it. Thank you very much. Right. But I think that's about all for Eustreptospondylus. Oh, wow, Caden, I have no idea why you would say something like that. Don't put that on screen. Don't put that on screen. Caden, quit skipping ahead in the presentation, Caden. And before you apologize, it's fine. That was a joke. You're fine. Anyway, our next critter, we go from one of these smaller megalosaurids to hands down the biggest one, and possibly the largest theropod in Europe, at least until the Cretaceous. This is Torvosaurus tannerai. And when I was reading about it on Wikipedia to refresh myself, I had never heard the origin of the name before. So I was very surprised. Well, part of it I knew, but part of it I was really surprised. So I'm just going to read this verbatim from Wikipedia on the Torvosaurus Wikipedia page. The genus name Torvosaurus derives from the Latin word torvus, meaning savage, and the Greek word sauros, meaning lizard. The specific name tannerai is named after the first counselor in the first presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Nathan Eldon Tanner. I never knew that. It was just so unexpected. I felt I had to include it. And actually part of it because I was pretty sure Caden would drop by. So a little fun fact for you there, Caden. I will say there are two species of Torvosaurus, though. That's the origin of T. tannerai. The other one, Torvosaurus gurnii, is named for James Gurney, the guy who created Dinotopia. And I love that. Also, Vamsy Jessic Amanda says, hi, Doc Dino from Georgie. Hiya, Georgie. Hope you all are doing well. Anyway, for Torvosaurus itself, it was first found in the Morrison Formation in North America, but it has since been found in Europe and possibly in Africa. This is attributed to a few teeth from Africa and a possible shin bone that might also be an Allosaurus. So it's really hard to tell. It's really not a very diagnostic bone for theropods.
What?
Unless you're like a Tyrannosaur, but they're weird. But in the Morrison, it's just one of many carnivores, while in Europe, it may have been the single largest theropod of the late Jurassic. T. gurnii, we only have a few pieces of it, but what we do have is massive. And you can see the size difference here. This little one is based on Torvosaurus tannerai. The big one is after gurnii. Like, it is remarkably more massive. And this is a character from a video game here for scale, but I mean, it fits. And then a 2-meter scale bar. But anyway, it might have reached up to 40 feet long. That is T-Rex size. Probably not as heavy, but in length, that's about as big as most theropod dinosaurs get. With maybe one exception. And also, kind of befitting being named after the creator of Dinotopia. Torvosaurus gurnii in particular has a lot of really great depictions across different pieces of media. This is one of my favorites from a documentary I've mentioned before, Dinosaur Revolution. They basically took a tiger and tinted it red, but it works really well. It's really cool. And in the documentary, it has a really great roar. I'd play a segment of it, but the music would probably get us copyright struck. So, sadly. Oh, and one other really neat thing I did want to include. Apparently, we have a clutch of eggs from Torvosaurus gurnii, or at least a megalosaur that was a lot like it. These were found in Portugal, there are a few fossil sites there that are really famous for their fossils. And it's the same age as the Morrison Formation in North America, and about as productive too. And there is a nest in Portugal, and the embryos inside have bones that look almost exactly like a Torvosaurus, just shrunken down. It's kind of cool. Also, hello, Jody Wolf too, and Papa if you're watching. Howdy. Anyway, that is Torvosaurus, and it's time to go from the biggest megalosaur to the biggest name in megalosaurs, namely Megalosaurus itself. Megalosaurus bucklandi. This was the first dinosaur,
And
meaning it was the first one to be given an official name in a scientific publication.
and the bottom one is what they thought it looked like at first.
Yes, this is what we thought Megalosaurus looked like at the time. There was enough to identify it as a big lizard, hence the name. But it had weird features. We had the hip, and actually up here you can see the bones in white are what we had at the time. So we had some tail vertebrae, we had a pelvis with femurs, some back vertebrae, and then half of the lower jaw. Now that's really not a lot, go figure. And then the blue bones that you can see here are bones of Megalosaurus that have been found since. We just haven't found much of it. Like, bizarrely, it's bizarrely rare. Or at least more than a few bits of bone are very rare. So a lot of what we know about Megalosaurus today is based on related animals. But there were enough identifiable features that Sir Richard Owen in 1842 used Megalosaurus, Iguanodon, and a dinosaur called Hylaeosaurus to coin the term Dinosauria. And I will say it was originally just named Megalosaurus, so just big lizard. Bucklandi was added later after William Buckland, the scientist who named Megalosaurus. So he didn't name it after himself, someone else named it after him. But again, we do have enough to know what type of dinosaur it is, and we have a decent idea what it looked like in life. And to be honest, can you really ask for a better name for the first dinosaur than Big Lizard? And then here,
go
ahead.
Big Bird.
Well, it's funny. Some paleontologists at the time were noting how weirdly bird-like the bones of Megalosaurus are, which tells you a lot considering how far removed it is from birds. Those features are still recognizable. In the 1800s, they were recognizable. And then right here, I just wanted to show, because I think it's really cool, this is the drawing of the original Megalosaurus jaw from Buckland's original publication.
Yeah, it's just it's just a pet peeve of mine. I recently got the last few years, like having things named, but they're not. Like, well, at least dinosaurs are closer to lizards than the Basilosaurus, which is a whale ancestor. That's way off a lizard.
Okay, so to be fair with Megalosaurus, It was obviously a reptile. They knew it was a reptile. Saurus, we translate it as lizard, but really it just means reptile. They mean the same thing. Or sorry, it can translate to both. It means both. It's just that group of animals. So
Well, then
you could just translate it as the giant reptile.
Well,
But
then definitely
lizard's been done historically.
Well, then definitely not mosasaur. That's a lizard. Basilosaur is definitely not a reptile.
Basilosaurus is an exception. I'm sure I've told this before, but do you know how we found out that Basilosaurus was a whale? Someone dropped the. Or go ahead.
Was it the ear thing?
It was part of the ear. Someone dropped the skull on the ground, and the diagnostic inner ear bone of a whale fell out.
But unfortunately, first name first come.
Yes. It's funny. At the time, after it was determined to be a whale, Sir Richard Owen, who again named Dinosauria, he wanted to call it Zeuglodon. I think I'll stick with Basilosaurus. Oh, but so we talked about the megalosaurids. Those were them. The last ones are in the late Jurassic. Torvosaurus is actually one of the last ones. Megalosaurus was about 170 million years old, so it's actually kind of early. But the other major group within Megalosauria are the Spinosaurids. Now, I will say this has been kind of more recent that they've been found to be megalosaurs. But when you put all the pieces together, it kind of fits. Especially when you consider that we already had long-snouted megalosaurs that might have hunted fish, as Caden alluded to earlier with Eustreptospondylus. The signs were there, and Eustreptospondylus is probably what... Eustreptospondylus is probably what... It's probably representative of what eventually evolved into Spinosaurs. So, yeah, it's kind of neat. And someone on your Twitch is asking if the one yellow dot in America is in Utah. I don't know, but I believe that is something else now. Like it was found not to be a Spinosaur. Anyway, as the Jurassic... well, one thing I will say to the people watching, there's going to be a little bit of a narrative, a little bit of a mystery going on from this point forward. So I hope you all enjoy that experience. So I planned this. As the Jurassic came to a close, the megalosaurids disappeared. And by the time the Cretaceous began, they were gone, as far as we know. But something new took their place.
F in the chat for our fallen friends.
Megalosaurs. But something new had taken their place in a more bizarre form than anyone could have anticipated. They were, as far as we know, all semi-aquatic fish hunters, most likely coming from long-snouted megalosaurids like Eustreptospondylus. The Spinosaurids quickly colonized the coasts of the Old World, with some even reaching South America. Interestingly, it does seem that they enjoyed the tropics. Most of them stayed kind of near the equator. And even the dots that are like up here, England was much farther south at the time, so it was much closer to the equator.
Yeah. This map is a modern map, not a map of modern millennium.
Exactly. Now, whenever we come to a new group in these streams, I try to give examples of the things that set them apart from other theropods or from other related animals. With Spinosaurids, it's kind of everything. Just them. And I'm going to quickly move on. So we're actually going to start with the most normal of the Spinosaurids, at least compared to other theropods. That being Suchomimus tenerensis, or the crocodile mimic of the Tenere Desert. Like I said, it's the most similar to other theropods. It's got legs, it's got a tail, it's got arms, all that thing.
So, do you think if they had gone on, lived long enough, and gone on longer, that these guys would have been like the dolphins of the dinosaur family?
Huh, that's an interesting question. Anyway, Suchomimus was found in the late I'm moving on because we'll get to that. So it's found in the late 90s. And Suchomimus is also one of the most completely known Spinosaurids. The original material is in pink here. It's mostly leg bones with some vertebrae. But we found actually a few individuals, and they have enough overlapping parts that we're sure they're all the same thing, or at least we think they're all the same thing. So we have most of a skeleton, actually, for Suchomimus. And these are all scaled to be the same size. That's sometimes a concern. Based on related elements, these are scaled to the same sizes. So this is what an adult Suchomimus would have looked like. And you can also see it's pretty big. It's estimated to be about 10 meters long based on the largest individuals, which, that's a good 33 feet. That's pretty big. And as for its anatomy, it's kind of like if a grizzly bear, a heron, and a crocodile had a baby. Because Suchomimus has some features that basically all Spinosaurids have to a degree. They have short legs, huge, and I do mean huge, especially for a theropod, muscular arms, a long neck, tall neural spines, and neural spines are the kind of spike coming off the back of the vertebrae here. You can see that. And they have very long faces, like very long faces. And they do this. It's like if someone took their face and pulled it with a taffy puller. All the bones are stretched. But the weird thing is, because Suchomimus is the most normal Spinosaurid, like if you look at it, oh, yeah, that's a meat-eating dinosaur. It just has a long face. It being the most normal makes it the oddball within Spinosaurids. At least from what we know of at the moment on April 5th, 2025. It is weird because it is more normal than its relatives. As for our next Spinosaurid, we have Baryonyx walkeri, or Walker's heavy claw. And really quick, Eddie McCoy's asking why the skeleton's multicolored there. So the different colors show different animals, like different specimens. Like I said, this is a composite of, I think, about 4 or 5 different skeletons, all resized and then put together. So, like, The pink stuff is what was originally found. The blue stuff was found nearby from the same species. And orange is other stuff, or from other skeletons that were less complete. Anyway, so baryonyx, the heavy claw. So I'm going to emphasize this point. Baryonyx is one of the first named spinosaurids, and it's still one of the most complete. And Baryonyx was described in 1986. The group Spinosauridae has been around since the early 1900s. Interesting. It was discovered in southern England, which, again, was much farther south at the time, so it would have been much closer to the equator. And it was found with both fish scales and bones from a juvenile iguanodont in its stomach. I think they might be referred to Mantellosaurus, but I'm not sure. And we don't know if it hunted the iguanodont or if it scavenged it, but it does show that spinosaurids didn't just eat fish. They ate land meat too. And baryonyx is named for a feature that's common to many spinosaurids. A lot of them have a massive claw on the first finger. Like, all their claws are big. The first one is disproportionately huge. Just a weird feature that they all share. And another odd thing that's more about its environment than baryonyx itself, it shared its environment with two other spinosaurids. They all lived side by side at the same time, as far as we can tell. Those being Riparovenator and Ceratoseucops. I think those are both pretty cool names.
So, like, each one had their own little niche they stayed on, so they didn't compete.
I don't know, to be honest with you. And I do want to highlight, for all of these spinosaurids, drawing of the skeleton is going to be in the top right corner. And I'd encourage people to pay attention to what parts we have preserved and what parts we don't. And then here for the art piece for this part, I had to include it. This is a comparison between a real baryonyx and the one that was shown in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. See, the funny thing is, they already had a stunning, a beautiful design in the concept art, and then somewhere between that and the movie airing, it changed to a monstrosity, and I hate it. In my opinion, it's the single worst design in the sequel trilogy, but that's just me. Anyway, our next one is called Irritator Challengeri. And I'll just say that again. Irritator Challengeri. I'm not translating that. Onto a more fragmentary member of this family. This animal has actually kind of an interesting history. It was originally collected and sold by fossil poachers in the late 90s. The original specimen is just the back half of the head, missing the nose. And the sellers used plaster to complete it before they sold it. Apparently, it was such a terrible mess that was so frustrating to fix. This animal's species was named for the inconvenience. That said, once it was finally freed from its plaster prison, Irritator has been a wealth of information about Spinosaurids. The skull material we have is amazingly well preserved. It's from a formation called the Romualdo Formation. which is known for its spectacular preservation. And it was so well preserved, there are still papers coming out that are analyzing Irritator, just that part of the skull. Like in 2023, we learned it had a hypermobile jaw hinge, which would let its jaws tilt outward, probably to let it eat larger prey. It's a really cool adaptation that we see in a lot of fish-eating animals, and it's so well preserved. We have evidence of it. As for this diagram up here, what is confidently Irritator is this green part of the skull up here. The other colored bones are Spinosaurid bones from the same formation that might be Irritator or they might be something else. We're not sure. Just because we have no overlapping material. With that said, we do have a tip of a nose that is often referred to Irritator. We have a pelvis, which is actually pretty complete. Some bits and bobs of the limbs and some tail vertebrae. With that said, all of the vertebrae do show that it would have had a really tall sail-like back. If this is Irritator, which it probably is, but we can't say for sure.
Sydney has a question.
No, it's not. I know where you're getting that, but no. And then we go from, kind of weird but normalish theropod, kind of weird normalish theropod. And again, just pay attention to the bones we have of these animals. Slightly weirder theropod. And then we get this. Well, that's a curveball, ain't it? And you might be asking yourself, is this Spinosaur missing part of its back to cause that little divot there? Apparently not. According to its discoverers, the people that named it, it's not weathering, it's not an injury, it's not a deformity, as far as we can tell. This animal just had a tall sail running along its back with a weird dip at the front of its hip. What's white in here has been described. What's red has not been described. But based on the undescribed material, which we do have photos of, it also appears to have had a really long tail with a sail on it, on both the top and bottom. Weird. So, I guess an interesting question. Did some of these fish eaters start to swim like a fish? Because their tails start to look very fishy, I guess you could say. And I do want to shout out this bit here. This is a rendition of Ichthyovenator. Oh, right. Translation. Fish Hunter of Laos. It's from Laos. This is a rendition of Ichthyovenator from a game called Beasts of Bermuda. If you like dinosaurs, you will love this game. It's got a lot of heart to it. It's really fun. I love it. And they have Ichthyovenator in it. And it's semi-aquatic. It can swim. Which, yeah, I mean, that's probably a pretty safe bet that it could swim. And here's where the pieces start to come together. Or at least they will soon. It's time to talk about the namesake of the group, Spinosaurus aegyptigus, the spined lizard from Egypt.
The original pharaoh.
Maybe. And one thing I will say is if you love dinosaurs, if you know anything about Spinosaurus, I would like you to remove that from your mind. Cast yourself back to 1912 when this thing was first discovered. All the dinosaurs are walking like this, like you can see in this illustration here. They're weird, they're slow, they're standing upright. This is that's what dinosaurs look like. Basically look like Godzilla without the thing on his back. Where'd I pointed that out? But we're going back then. And to start us off, again, we have to go back to 1912, when some very weird bones are discovered in the Egyptian desert. There are long jaws with teeth like a crocodile. There are these deep, wide-set ribs. And by that I mean, like, the body would look like this, almost kind of circular or a really fat oval, which is really weird for theropods. Most of them are much skinnier. There are vertebrae with some just absurdly massive neural spines on the back. Like, these are really well drawn. This is the base of the vertebrae. This is the spine coming off the back. And all of these bones, they're coming out of the same dig site. All from the same animal. What is this? Well, 3 years later, the German paleontologist Ernst Stromer named it. He named it Spinosaurus aegyptigus because of the spines and, well, because it's from Egypt. And the fossils went on display at the Munich Museum of Paleontology. And, I mean, we had enough to know it's a theropod dinosaur. Don't know what kind, but it probably ate meat, right? Like, weird face, but okay. Unfortunate. Okay, for some reason the chat is wigging out for me. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like the chat's down. That's weird. Anyway, Ernst Stromer named it. We knew it was a theropod. We knew it ate meat. But unfortunately, time marches on. Here, just a second.
That's okay. I might do something that I got a bot in chat, so I.
Oh, yeah, that could. I mean, would that brick it or?
I'll try block.
Also, I'm gonna try a thing really quick. Oh, and okay, yeah, it looks like my chat's still working on my computer, so that's good.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to set a super chat goal. So, I put a lot of work into this presentation, folks. If you're enjoying it so far, please think about dropping a super chat. It helps me out quite a bit to take the time to do these presentations, which
Yes.
I really enjoy, but they cost time.
Yes. $5 million.
I would do a lot of things for that amount of money, and like 80% of it would go to a museum. Or 2. Or 4. A lot would go to museums. Also, I'm gonna try refreshing my page really quick just to see if it's a problem with me. So I will be
Right. Hey guys, hope you're enjoying this while we're waiting for him to return. Oh, he's back.
It might have been a problem with me, or I just had to refresh it to fix it. Okay, we're good. I'll share the presentation again. Okay. So, anyway, 3 decades after 1915, oh, well, a little less than 3 decades after 1915, a war was on. And I do want to point this out. People assume things because he's German. But possibly due to Stromer opposing a certain German political party, the Spinosaurus skeleton was not put into storage for protection. It was left on display in the Munich Museum of Paleontology, which was destroyed by a bombing raid. I mean, obviously, the bombing itself was a terrible thing. It cost many lives. But a lot of really important fossils were lost due to this. And some we've never found more of. So one-of-a-kind fossils were lost. A lot of things were lost. But time continued to flow. And as time moved on, we started to see shadows of some strange lost monster. So we're going forward 4 decades again. And it's 1986. And a new dinosaur has just been unearthed from the Smokejack clay pit in southern England.
I have just graduated from kindergarten.
And to the authors that named this new dinosaur, it seemed weirdly familiar. And it didn't take long for us to figure out what it was and what it had to be related to. I mean, just look at that face. The field of paleontology just was buzzing. Like, this was something that people got really excited for, because for 40 years, Spinosaurus had just been a mystery in dusty old notebooks. All we had were photos and drawings. It was just this big mystery. What is this thing? What could it be? What kind of meat-eating dinosaur is it? Like, that's a question we were really trying to figure out in the 80s with a lot of dinosaurs, but Spinosaurus in particular. And then we find something like it. And it lets us fill in some gaps. And that process only speeds up when, in the 90s, a lot of other Spinosaurs were suddenly discovered. I won't ask you to remember them, but Suchomimus was discovered in the late 90s. Irritator was discovered in the late 90s. While they aren't, well, Irritator is not super complete. Suchomimus is really complete. So Suchomimus helped a ton with like fleshing this thing out. Like, it's so similar, right? Spinosaurus is just bigger. So we filled in a lot of the gaps we had with Suchomimus and Baryonyx. And things got really crazy when we started finding bits of Spinosaur bones in Morocco. Bones that were of the size where the only named Spinosaurid of that size was Spinosaurus itself. So the paleontology world was buzzing about this. And the news was so exciting that a certain movie maker thought that this Spinosaurus would make for a great villain in his movie. And then in the 2000s, everything changed. So before we go to the next slide, I just want to walk you guys through what we've seen so far for the Spinosaurids. Ignore that last bit. So we have Suchomimus, fairly normal theropod, kind of weird, short legs, big arms. Okay, nothing too crazy. It's a fish eater. Baryonyx seems to be supporting a similar thing. We don't have any of the tail, we don't have the lower legs, but okay. Irritator, also fragmentary, but it supports what the others have shown. Ichthyovenator was discovered in 2012. And we were like, hey, this is really weird. This thing's got tall spines, but it's got a weird back. It's got this big tail with big spikes. What's going on here? And then in 2014, we found another Spinosaurus. And then here's just a skeletal of what Spinosaurus looked like, back then. But then we found a new skeleton. Not bones, not bits of bones, a skeleton. It was uncovered in Morocco, and this skeleton had a tall sail on its back. But moving down the body, we pretty quickly left what was familiar. It had a long neck with a crest on its head, which is kind of neat, kind of cool to know. It had a long torso that was short and deep, which is weird for a theropod, but kind of shaped like a ship, shaped like a boat, weirdly enough. It had a weirdly small pelvis and a pair of really tiny legs, both of which were super unexpected. And I didn't list it here, but the torso itself is really long, even compared to other Spinosaurids that we know of. It's just a really long, boat-shaped torso, tiny legs. But it's all from one individual. These were found in articulation. It's one animal. And it's not fully grown, but it's at least a subadult. So if it was like deformed or something, it's pretty unlikely it would have gotten to this age. Also, I have been informed I am being rated. Oh dear. Hello, Mark and others. Hello. Hope y'all are doing well. Thank you. Thank you for the raid, Sarah. Anyway, all this taken into account, and I will also note we have basically everything in front of the hips, but nothing behind. It looks really front heavy. So if it was supposed to stay upright like other theropods, you'd have to have a huge tail, but no theropod has a tail big enough to make this work bipedally. At least none that we know of. And because we got a question about it, let me start with this. These are the skeletons of Spinosaurus throughout the ages. So here we have the original one by Stromer. We have a pretty classic 90s one after the discovery of baryonyx. These are the original bones put onto that body plan. And then this is what was found and published in 2014. And it's multicolored because it's combining bones from different skeletons, all resized to be the same size. We have red here is the new stuff. So everything in red we didn't know. And it turns out what we didn't know were the weirdest parts of Spinosaurus. And then a new paper came out in 2020.
Everything changed again.
Remember when I said no theropod has a tail big enough to make this thing feasibly bipedal? Well, it turns out those weirdly tall tail spines on Ichthyovenator might not be as rare or weird as we expected. Now, This one is multicolored. This skeleton here is multicolored for a different reason. And I want to reiterate, all of this was found together. This is the same individual. What's pink was published in 2014. What's green was published in 2020. Apparently, they found this in a cave, and like all this stuff was like already out in the cave. Some of it was actually kind of just on the surface and it eroded out. The pelvis was mostly in the rock. It was nice and complete. And then they had to dig into the hill or into the cave wall to get the tail out. And they found basically the whole tail. Apparently, this is what Spinosaurus's tail looked like. And this is what Spinosaurus looked like. For reference, it took over 100 years for us to figure out what Spinosaurus looked like. Paleontologists ended their careers not knowing what it looked like. Paleontologists were born, learned about dinosaurs, learned about Spinosaurus, started their career, and ended their career before Spinosaurus, I'm not going to say was solved, but before we figured out what it was, what it looked like. And, what do you know? Spinosaurus, it could walk on two legs. They were short, but they were really strong legs, apparently. And probably had webbed feet, too. Like I said, the new skeleton is a subadult, but we have bones from other individuals that are much larger. Taking those bones and scaling the subadult skeleton to match, there are some that might have been 45 feet long. It might have been 50 feet long. Some have been estimated to 60 feet in length. And the scary part about that is that the 60-foot mark is not a stretch. May I remind you, the next longest theropod, the estimate for it is maybe 45 feet long. Maybe. And then some of these bigger Spinosauruses might have weighed over 10 tons. So, putting all this together, what was Spinosaurus? And again, a century-long mystery. We now know. Spinosaurus was a gargantuan, bipedal, piscivorous, so fish-eating dinosaur. It was the largest member of its family, and it would have been an Olympic-level swimmer. Some paleontologists still bicker about how quickly it could swim, if it chased prey down or ambushed them, or if it just fished from the river's edge. But regardless, it was probably one of the best swimmers of all non-avian dinosaurs. And I specify non-avian because penguins are birds.
Yeah, as I said, until we get to penguins, was makes Spinosaurus come back.
But Spinosaurus really took the limits of what dinosaurs could do and shattered them, apparently. And just this whole story, the saga of Spinosaurus, it's taught us a lot about the ancient world, but also how incredibly much animals can change. For almost a century, we had a couple bones, pictures of a couple bones to go on. We had to fill in the gaps using its relatives. But thanks to these new discoveries, the tables have turned, and what we've learned about Spinosaurus is making us reconsider what we know about other Spinosaurids. And I'll just go ahead and highlight those. I told people to pay attention to the skeletons. So Suchomimus, fairly complete, kind of notable. We don't have a lot of neural spines for the tail, though. Baryonyx, we don't have the lower half of its legs, and we don't have its tail. Irritator, we don't have its legs, we don't have its tail. Ichthyovenator, don't have its legs, but its tail also has those big weird spines. It also had a tail fin. So, did Irritator? Did Baryonyx? Did Reparovenator or Ceratoseucops? We don't know yet, but it's tantalizing, and I hope we eventually learn.
Paleontologists, get on it. if you're watching this in the future.
And there, if you pay attention to, I hate saying this, but paleo Twitter at all, like if you pay attention to spaces where people talk about dinosaurs, there are memes about how, oh, Spinosaurus is always changing. What's this year's patch notes? People will say.
Is there a paleo Twitter?
Yes. Just search dinosaur on Twitter. You'll find.
Oh, okay. So it's actually Twitter. Actual Twitter.
Yeah. Paleontology on Twitter. Paleontologists tweet. I don't. Others do. Anyway, like there are jokes about how much Spinosaurus changes, and some of them, like the annual patch notes, I'm not a huge fan of, but Spinosaurus has changed a ton, but every change has had reason behind it. And the entire story has taught us a lot about how to think about like fragmentary skeletons like this. Like there's so much variety in the animal kingdom. And I think Spinosaurus is a great illustration of that. And I also want to highlight, when we started this presentation, sorry for the white light, we started with like Torvosaurus. Like this is just a meat-eating dinosaur. And then we wind up stranger than this. Evolution's a really crazy process. It's really cool. And I think that's kind of the end. Well, sorry, there is one more thing I did want to mention. And that is, despite all we have of Spinosaurus now, there are a couple things we are missing. We don't have a complete set of arms, for example. See, I think, yep. We still don't have a complete set of arms. We don't have a complete sail of Spinosaurus, which is kind of crazy to think about.
We don't have its DNA.
It's named after. I mean, yeah, we don't have its DNA, but like, there's still mysteries to be uncovered about Spinosaurus. We might never get the full picture, but
Unless
already learned a lot.
Unless somebody with a time machine.
I mean, that'd be something. But I think then that's kind of it. Thank you everyone for listening to me prattle on about megalosaurs and spinosaurs for an hour and a half. I think we can open the floor to questions if anyone has any.
Yeah, when did the salesmen come back here? Because before they were in the Permian, and I think they may come back in modern times. When did they come back here for Spinosaurus?
Are you asking why it had a sail?
Yeah, why? When?
See, the problem is we don't know. I mean, hypotheses have been proposed. Could it have been for heat regulation? Maybe. But dinosaurs are ancestrally warm-blooded. I mean, maybe it could have helped it stay warm while submerged in cold water, but most aquatic animals don't have an adaptation like that, even the ones that are warm-blooded. Could it have been for display? Almost certainly. Like, you're wearing a literal billboard on your back. Like, hey, I can grow this. I've got good genes. Or, this is my territory. Spot this coming from a mile off. Or, I don't know, I'll slap you with a fish.
So did people ever confuse these with Dimetrodons at all? So they both have in the past.
Yeah, they do. And it doesn't help that a lot of people still think Dimetrodon is a dinosaur. I mean, I'm sure if you're listening to this, you already know, but Dimetrodon's closer to us than it is to Spinosaurus, even though they look kind of similar. And weirdly enough, actually probably lived pretty similarly. Like, there's a lot of evidence that Dimetrodon was semi-aquatic. But I don't know. Yeah, and Sydney Raptor's right. Sails make it look much bigger from the side. It is notable that Spinosaurus did live with a lot of other theropod dinosaurs. The rock formations it's known from have, I want to say, at least 4 other theropods that weighed over 2 tons at least. And at least one other one that probably could have gotten up to 7 or 8 tons. So almost as big as a Spinosaurus. So if you can look bigger and maybe scare some competitor or possible predator off, then do it. Especially since Spinosaurids are so specialized for hunting fish. Like, they can slash with their arms, but I mean, if your opponent is biting you, like, their face is going to get to you before your arms can get to it. So,
Any more questions in chat?
well, I'm not seeing any. Also, I'm just realizing I forgot to change the font for the title of this page. Great job, me. But no.
All right. Well,
if no any questions, should we finish up?
Yeah. So far we've talked about Allosaurs, Ceratosaurus, and Megalosaurs.
Megalosaurs. We have to figure out what we cover next time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me go back to our little phylogeny real quick. Well, so here's the problem. If we move closer to birds like we have been doing, our next group are the tyrannosaurs. And I'm not sure you want to do tyrannosaurs so early. Like, that feels like maybe the end or about the end territory.
All right, so we can hop over to the sauropods or back over to the Orithis. Anything we missing the Orithians?
Well, we already did all the ornithischians. I mean, we could. No, it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough.
Somebody wants to.
Sydney Raptor says raptors. Oh dear.
That's even closer than Tyrannosaurus. That's even closer than Tyrannosaurus.
No, we could flip the script and just do early birds. Like the origins of birds, not getting into where they eventually end up.
Alright.
Yeah, maybe birds and raptor dinosaurs. I feel like that could be fun.
Alright. So what's coming up until we figure out a date? What's coming up on your channel that you want to advertise?
Well, let's see. I would like to do more science-focused streams in the near future if I can. I'm also going to be. I'm going to be able to do a lot. I'm going to be able to do a lot more field work in the near future. So, I don't know. I might start uploading like vlogs or something of my time hunting for fossils or just doing other field work. Um, I also just started a new series. We could do the in-depth Packy video, but we need Vanessa for that, and she's really busy lately. That's why she's not here tonight. Anyway, I started a new series on my channel that I really want to. I'm actually kind of excited to do the next episode on, where I tell people about the geologic history of different parts of the world. I'm starting with U.S. states right now, but I'm happy to go anywhere in the world. So far, Kentucky has been a pretty well asked for one, so that might be next. So
I'll
might come
be
out with a geologic history of Kentucky this week.
I'll be watching for the Ohio episode, and if you need a guest star, I'll be here.
I appreciate it. I mean, they're mostly going to be like short edited videos, so not like a stream, like something you can just put on in the car or something.
Okay.
But I had a lot of fun making the first one about Iowa. But I think that's it for me. How about your channel?
Well, so while we're deciding when to do the episode we're coming up with for us, on April 20th, I will be a guest star on Maya's channel for Bad Science Sunday. And then on May 10th, the second Saturday of May, I'll be interviewing somebody about photography.
That'll be interesting. Can I ask what you're going to be on Bad Science Sunday for?
No clue.
Oh.
But I'm actually off work that Sunday, so I am free.
Well, I hope you have fun with that.
Other than that, I'll be streaming some games on my Twitch channel. So if you haven't followed yet, do so. Unless you're a bot, then don't.
See you, folks.
As I always say, enjoy the randomness and never stop learning. Bye. If you just do it, it'll turn out okay.
Hello.
Like to introduce my guests.
Sorry. You go ahead, Vandalia. You're running the show.
All right. We're back for our dinosaur mini-series, and you know our normal guest, Dr. Dino, but we have another guest today.
Yes.
Hello, I am Dominic. I was here for Doc's Sea Monsters thing, and I was invited again, which is why this stream is 2 hours late. I'm sorry. I am studying. I'll call myself vertebrate preparator for paleontology. Other things might be happening later, but I am not at liberty to say those things, or the place I'm working for isn't at liberty.
Well, today our mini-series is doing a mini-series.
Well, sort of. I'd call it more just a series within a series, but I mean, either works, I guess. We are going to be breaking our normal format, and we'll be going over that shortly. Before we do get started, I guess for any new viewers for either of the channels, this is Talking Time with Caffeine. It's a podcast that Vandalia up here runs. Yep. For about the last year or so, we've been occasionally doing streams talking about groups of extinct animals, usually dinosaurs, but we did also have a sea monster special where we looked at the weird and wacky marine reptiles from the Mesozoic. And today, we are finally going to be touching on the living dinosaurs, or at least their extinct ancestors.
Yeah. So this is the only group of theropods we haven't done yet.
Yes, it is the only one we haven't done yet. That said, it is a very large group. It's very expansive, very diverse.
Yes.
And there's going to be a lot to talk about. So if we're ready to get started, we should probably get started. If everyone's already ready and all that.
Yep, I'm ready. If I'm ready, if you're ready. Oh, by the way, my camera's broken today apparently, so you won't get to see my handsome face today.
Well, they'll see it for the outro.
Oh yeah,
That's true.
And really quick to answer Caden's question in the chat, what is Dom's channel? Dom, I don't believe you have your own channel, but we do run one together whenever we decide to revive it from the dead.
Yeah, no, I do not have a channel. I've tried in the past and will be in the future, but I will not say the name of that due to other things that that channel will be a part of. But yeah, I don't have a channel. I joined Doc because Doc asked, basically.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of met through another few paleontologists, and yeah,
Yep.
we started a little channel with a little series that we might revive again sometime soon. Last month, we did a review of the Walking with Dinosaurs trailer. And we are currently hesitantly
Discussing.
excited, I guess.
The Spinosaurus clip has put me more at ease than the Rex clip.
Yeah, the Rex is rough.
PNG Inferno Dracon.
Well, at any rate,
Yes.
time to get to the dinosaurs. Well, sort of. We're going to go over the overall structure of this presentation, and then we're going to get into the dinosaurs. First thing I do want to say here, there's going to be a ton of art in this by Joanna Kobierska up here. She's a Polish artist who does fabulous work with 3D models. And she's just happened to do a lot of stunning pieces on Silurosaurs. It's pretty great. All right. As for the agenda today, we're looking at origin stories, to use a movie term here. So far in this series, we've just focused on one major clade at a time. We did allosaurs, megalosaurs, etc. But today, we are just going to be going over the origins of the remaining groups of dinosaurs. Because they all have fairly similar origins, but they diverge among a ton of really unique and weird paths. With that said, we are going to be starting from the basalmost members of the group down here in this area, which actually are not shown on this little cladogram, but we'll get to them. And we'll be ending with the birds. So the origin of the modern dinosaurs.
Burb.
So did this group appear before or after, before in the Jurassic or the Jurassic?
We don't know. There's a ghost lineage that is guessed to the early Jurassic. What's the earliest Silurosaur we have is middle Jurassic, right? Or is it late?
Yep, they're middle Jurassic.
Okay.
Middle, yeah.
So I don't know. I was wondering if they appeared before or after the big Pangea split.
After, as far as we know, but I wouldn't be surprised if we found one just before it.
Right.
Yes, I would have to. Yeah.
Right. So were these more Gondwana or Eurasia?
Oh, these are everywhere.
Everywhere.
Okay.
Every continent.
It seems that at least during the mid-Cretaceous, they're more was it Laurasia? That's the north one, or is it Lauramedia?
Sorry, what was that?
Because it's Gondwana, and then the top one.
Laurasia.
Laurasia. It seems during the mid Cretaceous, there's a slight downcrease in Gondwana, but not by much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all of the groups we'll be covering today, with one exception, are around all the way to the end of dinosaurs. Most of them appear either in the middle or late Jurassic or early Cretaceous, although they probably diverged earlier. We just don't have the roots of those groups.
Or we do, and we can't identify them because it's so basal.
We'll get into one of those examples later.
Exactly.
And as for, well, we usually talk about what makes a group a group. Coelurosaurs, compared to all of the other theropods we've covered so far, have hyper-pneumatized skeletons. So that means just about every bone is filled with air spaces. It really helps lighten the skeleton. Not all of them are fast, but they're generally pretty agile, at least in the basal members. And a lot of them get big independently. Weirdly enough. This is also, like, this entire group, every single clade within this group is confirmed to have feathers in one way or another. So we finally have an all-feathered group of dinosaurs.
That is true. That is true. Never mind. Yeah.
So, like, are these like full feathers or like pre-feathers or?
All of them at some point have a representative that was completely covered in feathers.
So for the most basal members, it's usually more like a fluffy, downy stuff, like you can see on this dinosaur here. If you're talking about like pinnaceous feathers with like a quill, those appear, I believe, up here in Penaraptora is when they appear. So everything above this node.
Yes. If ornithomimids are in Penaraptora as well. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Ornithomimids do have those too. But they shift around a bit. I don't think it's known in Therizinosaurs.
It's not known, but it's not unknown either. It's not unknown either, so it could be in Therizinosaurs.
That's true.
If you want to follow with us, the slideshow is in the description. If this is currently too small for you.
That's true. If you want to read through this yourself, read along with us, or you want to look at the cool art some of these artists do, all of those are going to be in the presentation, either as links or the name of the artist. Again, Joanna Kubierska, again, because she does fantastic work. Anyway,
Vandalia,
go ahead, Dom.
I think Vandalia asked me to open the slideshow. I cannot. I'm in a hotel room with no internet. This is the best you get for me.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're working with what we have.
Yep.
Yeah.
As I had the feeling I used to do this podcast on a laptop at McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I am currently doing it on a laptop with hotel Wi-Fi. So, we got a whole spectrum here.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dom brought up a topic earlier that is pretty important to talk about with this whole subject. That is a ghost lineage. So when you have a gap in time between members of a certain group, the gap is called a ghost lineage. When we started out doing paleontology, we had a ton of these. We had like little bumps on the tree of life and then dotted lines between them. Yeah. But as we've continued to do more and more research, found new skeletons, refined our techniques, a lot of these ghost lineages shrink until they disappear. You can kind of think of it like your personal family tree. Maybe you have some ancestors who lived in France in the 17th century, and you know your family came to America from England in the 18th century. But you don't know when your family moved to England. That's a little ghost lineage there. It's only a couple generations, but it's still a gap.
Yeah. And we still have some of those ghost lineages 2,
Yes.
Spinosaurs are by far the worst. Their ghost lineage is the same exact evolutionary period of how whales went from little baby things to whales. So,
I think it's longer.
oh yeah, it's 10 million years longer. You're right.
Yeah. And like I said, ghost
Yeah.
lineages, they tend to be weeded out as we find new fossils because we're just filling in the gaps. They keep
Yeah.
having transitional features. Um, Going back to the previous example, maybe you do a DNA test someday and find out you have distant relatives who still live in England. And they can tell you the story of how your ancestors came from France to England. They fill in the gap.
hmm
And of course, just some pictures here for examples. We used to have a ghost lineage between lobe-finned fish and tetrapods. Then we found fishopods like Ichthyostega here, or Australopithecus. I believe this is a bust of Lucy.
Uh,
Intermediate in both
yeah,
behavior and form
maybe.
between humans and more basal primate or more basal apes.
Um, Probably the most famous one is Archaeopteryx or Tectonic.
Dinosaurs definitely.
Yeah.
What's what's we have what's I guess in our story hasn't came around yet.
What was that?
In our story, Archaeopteryx hasn't formed yet, or
Oh,
It's
right. It'll be a bit before we get to Archaeopteryx. You're
oh,
right.
sorry, that's my fault. Sorry. Yeah,
All
overstepping
right.
a bit.
And in order, the groups of Coelurosauria we're going to be going through the Compsognathids, Tyrannosauroids, Ornithomimids, basal Maniraptorans, Paraves, and Aves. And I will define all of these as we continue. This is just a little structure. Also, I will just say, because of the length of this presentation, we're going to be keeping questions to the end of the stream. So, folks, if you do have a question, feel free to put it in the chat and tag Vandalia. Vandalia, are you okay keeping track of the questions?
I will do the best I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that said, if you send in a super chat, not only does it help support the channel, it highlights your message for us, and it makes it much easier to see. So
Correct.
super chats will generally get priority. With that said, first actual dinosaur we're talking about, well, dinosaurs, are the Compsognathids, the little ankle biters. Famously, Compsognathus itself, or the Compy, was in Jurassic Park 2 and Jurassic Park 3.
The ones that killed the little girl
She lived.
Yeah.
They say she lived,
or off screen.
but this guy died.
Yeah.
And as far as we know, they weren't really venomous. That was just the thing for the movie. But
No,
for the
they're not
book,
venomous in the
but
movie.
it's
That's the
neat.
book that
Yes,
they're venomous in. The book is
and in
also
fact,
not.
in the book, the Compies kill Hammond.
It's also in the book they're technically not Compsognathus. They're Procompsognathus, which isn't a
True.
Compsognathed.
Yeah, it's not. It's a coelophysid now, I think.
Yeah, I don't. It's either a Coelophysis or a Megalosaur.
One of the two.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Compsognathids are one of the first groups to branch off of the main Coelurosaur line. So they're pretty exemplary of the ancestral condition.
Yeah.
In real life, of course, Compsognathus would have had a coat of feathers. We know that from multiple very close relatives. Most of them were really small. This clade never got big, and they are also one of the few exceptions that died before the end of the Cretaceous.
I think they're
I
the
don't
only
believe they make it to the
exception.
end. What was
So
that?
I think they're the only exception to Coelurosaurs.
There's one more we'll be going over later.
are these the first ones to branch off from the main branch of Sortosaurus?
It goes back and forth, but currently, yes.
Yes. Now, there's the second issue with Compies is Compsognathids is that we don't know if we believe Compsognathidae is real. The issue is that most baby Coelurosaurs look like Compsognathids to people who aren't in depth in a like unless you know
Mhm.
what you're looking for or have studied a certain group for years, most baby Solorosaurs look like Compsognathans. So much so that there are proposed things that Compsognathidae doesn't exist, and every single
Mhm.
Compsognathid is a baby of some description.
There was a very, well, in paleontology circles, a very infamous paper published last year that claimed to support that, but I've heard rumblings that there are refutations in the works.
Uh, so
Yes.
like so like that old hypothesis or theory that different dinosaurs are not different dinosaurs, but juveniles of the same other species dinosaur things.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
and to be fair, some of those hypotheses do seem to hold out.
Oh,
Not all
for
of them, and
Compsognathus.
not all of them do, though, and some are contentious. And
And
because I know someone who's going to be watching this stream, that's all I want to say about that.
yeah. One of the contentious ones is actually the group's namesake. There is a hypothesis that Compsognathus itself is a young megalosaurus because they're
Yes,
found in the same hole.
but it's complicated. It is
Very,
complicated.
very.
For the
Most
purposes
things
of
in
this
science are
stream,
sometimes.
well,
Yeah.
for the purposes of this stream, we are going to be working under the assumption that Compsognathidae is an actual family.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
And it's funny that Robert in the chat says that Archaeopteryx looks a lot like Compsognathus. There was a fossil from Germany that was labeled as Compsognathus for decades before someone finally took a closer look and realized it was a featherless Archaeopteryx.
Oh.
Oh, I haven't seen that fossil yet. I need to look. I need to see that fossil.
Yep.
Was
Fossil.
that the was that the one that the creationists used to claim fraud or something?
It's one of
Probably.
them. They love to harp on it.
Yeah.
And that's not the first time that's happened with Archaeopteryx either. There was a fossil labeled as Pterodactylus that
I
also
haven't heard
later
of this
turned out
one.
to be Archaeopteryx.
I haven't heard of that one yet.
Ostrom was the one who figured it out.
Oh,
He
that's
was
cool.
visiting a collection and he realized, hey, this isn't a pterosaur. This is like a bird.
Actually, we do have evidence compsognathid they exist because of one compsognathid that has
Well,
evidence. Oh, we're waiting for that? Okay.
Are
Shut
you
up.
meaning this one?
Yes, that one. Yes.
Yes. So moving on from the family, we're gonna be going. So in this stream, we're gonna talk about families, and then we're gonna go to specific examples. So Compsognathids. This is Sinosauropteryx, which is a Compsognathid. The name means the first lizard wing from China. Kind of an awkward name, but whatever. And Dom, would you like to explain how we know this has adult specimens?
We have, is it two specimens or I believe it's two, right? That we have? Is it one?
I
Okay.
think it's
We
one.
have what a believed supposed that a Sinosauropteryx female that is gravid. If you know what gravid means, gravid basically means pregnant with eggs, usually in reptiles. But
Mhm.
now there are debates to this, which I think are I'm not going to get into my own opinions, but for the majority of the paleontological community believes this fossil, sorry, is a motorcycle, fossil to be a gravid adult Sinosauropteryx. And if you're gravid, you have to
Mhm.
be at least biologically mature.
Yep. Meaning
Mhm.
you cannot be a juvenile.
Correct. It's
And
also the
okay.
first feathered dinosaur we found.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is the first feathered dinosaur we know of, or
Yep.
we knew of, other than Archaeopteryx, of course.
But we didn't know Archaeopteryx was a dinosaur at the time.
Well, we knew it was a dinosaur, but it complicated,
Yeah, we'll get to that.
complicated history
Um,
we don't have to get into.
yeah.
But the important thing is, this is the holotype of Sinosauropteryx. This was the first one found, and it is covered in a
So
beautiful halo of feathers.
It's so pretty. It's so pretty.
Sorry. And it's not the only one we found either. We have at least one, possibly two other skeletons of Sinosauropteryx, and both of those other ones have feathers as well.
The one I know is the one where it's okay. This one's sideways. It's the one that's basically head on, and its wings are spread like, or its hands are spread like this out.
That's Sinornithosaurus.
Oh, God damn it! I mix them up all the time. Yes.
It's okay.
It's very close.
And
Tyrannosaurus is not close at all. I'm an idiot.
yeah. And something people will probably notice as a stream goes on, a lot of these dinosaurs are going to be from China. And the main reason for that is one, China is huge, and two, a lot of that area was experiencing a ton of volcanic activity during the Jurassic and Cretaceous. And because of that, China has a ton of ash deposits. And ash is excellent for preserving small animals and tiny details.
Yeah. The fossilization in the areas where Sinosauropteryx, things we'll probably talk about later, Microraptor, Sinornithosaurus, and Utaranus, are based instead of proper fossilization where the bone is slowly replaced by sediment, it's more like the ash, like pressing like a butterfly in a book, the creature into the ground. So you get this beautiful, basically. They are properly bones in there, so it's not just an indentation.
For a lot of them, yes, it is original bone for a lot of them too. Because another thing about volcanic ash, depending on what it's made of, it doesn't like to let water pass through it. It's actually very water resistant. So things can just sit.
And they can sit so well that, if you mind me stealing the last bit of this, sometimes color can be preserved. And as seen with that picture, that's not a guess or a artist's rendition of what it thinks looks like. That is its coloration. We know exactly what color Sinosauropteryx looks like. It is a bandit mask.
Or at least what two individuals looked like, and they have the same patterns.
Yes, they do. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Now, take that with a grain of salt. Ash only preserves red, black, and white pigment. Green and blue do not preserve well and have a faster decay rate.
Not quite.
Oh, I'm wrong on this. Okay.
So red and black, most of the time when you have those colors in skin or hair or fur or feathers, most of the time that's due to melanin, which is a protein that your cells produce.
Yes.
For Sinosauropteryx, there is original melanin preserved that is coded for brown and red in varying shades. And then there are areas that don't have any melanin, so those probably were white. With that said, melanin is not the only way to get color.
Yes.
Especially with feathers, the feathers can be structured in such a way that they bend light to produce coloration. Sometimes you can also get colors from things in your diet. That's why flamingos are pink, for example.
Yeah. I think a good example is blue jays. Their blue comes from the reflection of light.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we have found structural colors and melanin in Microraptor, which would have been like a blackish blue with iridescence.
It's such a pretty thing.
Kaihong, which is another. I think Kaihong is another dromaeosaur. But it had kind of a rainbow of colors.
It's something from China.
Yeah. Also, your camera is back, Vandalia.
Yeah.
Oh, you fixed it! Yay! Yeah. So that's Sinosauropteryx, which is it's really, really pretty.
Really pretty, really important, and really cool.
Yeah. It also has a bandit mask, which is the cutest thing on the planet.
Yes. This is a little red panda dinosaur that also lives in China.
It's really cute.
Now for something that's might be less cute, depending on your preferences.
One of my favorite
So-
boys. I love him.
So the first group was the first branch of Coelurosauria. Now we're getting into more derived stuff with the Tyrannosauroids.
A little bit more
And
fake.
their subtitle, I tried to make a subtitle for every group, Rulers from the Shadows. Because for most of their history, they weren't the big dogs.
Mm.
And then everything suddenly changed.
Except once, which I'm assuming we'll get to.
Perhaps we might.
Yeah.
But anyway, I do not have to tell you people what a Tyrannosaur is. This is the dinosaur of dinosaurs group.
Yep.
But
The kings.
they weren't always like T-Rex. This is a group that actually has quite a bit of variation and quite a few painful ghost lineages, let's say.
It's not. I don't think it's the worst of Siluria.
Megaraptora is absolutely the worst of Coelurosaurs.
Ornithomimids aren't great either, from what I understand.
I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, we've said the name before. We already said the name. Tyrannosaurs come from an older group, or they appear to come from an older group, called the Proceratosaurs. And the Proceratosaurs split in two different directions. On one hand, you have the large-headed and bone-crushing Tyrannosaurids. On the other, you get the huge-armed, scythe-clawed Megaraptorans that look like villains from a slasher monster movie.
Probably.
A lot of them seem to be.
But what I mean by probably as in Megaraptorans being Tyrannosaurids.
You're right. It is currently supported that they're Tyrannosaurids, or Tyrannosauroids. That could hypothetically change in the future, but at the moment, that's
I
where they
don't
are placed.
See where else they could be because they're Coelurosaurs. So
And they don't look like anything else.
they're weird. But yeah.
But for today, we'll only be exploring the Proceratosaurs and a very basal Tyrannosaur. Like we mentioned, the Megaraptors have a massive growth, or have a massive ghost lineage. It basically goes from basal Proceratosaurs to about the end of the Cretaceous.
Well,
It's
the
bad.
earliest known one is Rostion.
I want to say 80 at most.
So
Because
are these
Neovenator
the
isn't. No.
of Ceratosaurus that I almost said the arms became shorter than the rest of the group.
For Tyrannosaurs, yes. Specifically for the Tyrannosauroids. Or Tyrannosaurids, I know what I talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, Tyrannosaurids, their arms reduce in size. Megaraptorans go the opposite.
Which is very
They just
weird.
appear to have had different hunting styles, or were hunting different prey, or
My guess would be
who
different.
knows? Maybe the ladies like big claws. I don't know.
My guess would be different
I
prey
mean, I
because bone crushing and bleeding / grappling are very different hunting styles, very different prey types.
That's true.
Mhm.
I mean, you can kind of think of Tyrannosaurs as dogs and Megaraptors like cats.
Yeah.
Or that's
Exactly.
kind of how I think of them.
Mhm. Hyenas are a better example for with that.
The dinosaurs were the loyal companions then.
I mean, I wouldn't mind having a Tyrannosaur as a pet.
I would adore Guanlong as a pet.
Oh, absolutely.
It'd be fluffy boy.
And as for this illustration here, this is the namesake of the group, Proceratosaurus. When it was first found, we thought it was related to Ceratosaurus because it was a
Because it had
dinosaur with a crest.
Because we're great. Well, no, it's because its crest was broken. Proceratosaurus His full crest was broken when we first found it, and it just had the nose bit, which is why we thought it was a relative.
You're right. You're right. I
Yes.
wonder if it was lumped in with what's
It
that
was
thing
lumped
from
in
the
with
Morrison?
Dilophosaurus and or Celestes, probably.
Yeah.
Because everything
But
was a Ceratosaur.
yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, now we know it is not related to Ceratosaurus, at least not closely. This rendition here is from a game, Jurassic World Evolution, and this is a redesign of it with more accurate proportions and feathers, and I think it is
Yeah.
beautiful.
Now, we do mention that and actually, oh wait, is the big boy of this group later in this presentation?
Yes, he is.
Okay, then I will
Also,
wait for
super
it.
quick, thank you, Vamsy Jessica Manda, for a $20 super chat.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
yes. Thank you.
No text attached. If you had anything you'd like to say, please feel free to say it in chat and we'll highlight it. Thank you.
Why did someone just type Tanny Calagrius? That scares me.
Tanny Calagrius is sometimes recovered as a basal tyrannosauroid.
That's a name that sparks fear in most paleontologists.
Well, to be fair, so is Stokesasaurus, and that is literally an ilium.
I don't think Stokesaurus is real. That's Coelophysis that someone is an idiot about.
Well, no, it's from the Morrison.
Fuck, it is, you're right.
And apparently the ilia is diagnostic as a tyrannosauroid. And I might have mentioned this to you before. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Love you too. And love you too, Georgie, Libby, and others if you're watching. Anyway, I might have told you this, but the funny thing about Stokesaurus is that it's not one ilium. It's two ilia. From an adult and a juvenile.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Somehow, not only do we have a dinosaur named from one bone, but the paratype is the same single bone. It's
Are we sure it's not
beautiful.
just the bone running around, like, covered in flesh with eyes? Just flopping around?
What's that cryptid that's literally a pair of pants?
Those are what they're called, like, night crawlers? I think they're called night crawlers.
The Fresno Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
It looks like in the bottom one, the tail's a little bit more puffy than the top one.
Well, yeah, because there's feathers on it.
Yep, that's a creative design choice, but honestly, I'd buy it. It's pretty cute. It might be fluffy and banded like that because it's based on Sinosauropteryx, which, I approve.
Yeah, because Sinosauropteryx has a really long tail of bands.
Yeah. With that said, Proceratosaurus is not from China. It's actually from England. Weirdly
Correct. Enough. It's found in the same hole as Megalosaurus and everything else.
This one is from China, however.
The dragon.
And I actually learned something new when I looked up this guy's name. Because usually, when it comes to species name, if a name ends in an I, especially two I's, it's usually named after someone. So I thought this was Wu Kai's colorful crown dragon. No, Wu Kai is just a word, apparently, that also ends in two I's, and it means colorful. So, Guanlong Wu Kai, the colorful crowned dragon. And it's probably pretty easy to tell why it got that name.
Yeah. Guanlong is, for the longest time, and probably will forever be because of pop culture, the supposed prince of Tyrannosauria.
I've never heard it called that.
He is. That's a name I came up with because it's how everyone sees it. We see Guanlong as the prince that will grow into the king. It's always Guanlong. If ever any of the others, it's always Guanlong.
Vandalia, is his audio coming in like scratchy to you, or is it just me?
A little bit.
Oh, is that better? Hello, hello,
hello. No. Is it picking up audio from your earbud or from your phone?
Earbud, Caden just said the footage became really blurry.
Oh, it goes in and out of focus. It's fine. We're tiny on the screen. It's not a big deal.
Is that better?
That's much better, actually.
Okay, then. I will use this. I'll use my phone instead of my headphones instead.
Okay. Anyway, what is Guanlong? Well, it's a very well-studied Proceratosaur. It was a small theropod. The largest individual is about 11 feet long. So pretty small for a theropod. Or it's not a giant, at least.
No.
It lived during the Middle Jurassic, about 160 million years ago, which also makes it one of the oldest coelurosaurs we know of. And that's just over halfway through the age of dinosaurs, so that's saying something. And we have two skeletons with a very interesting story for how they were formed.
The death trap!
Yes. It seems that both of these animals were attracted to a sauropod footprint. This footprint was really deep in the sediment. It might have been super muddy or something like that.
12
But
feet
the sauropod got its leg out. Yeah, massive. Like, this would have been a huge sauropod.
It's probably Momentosaurus, right? Because they're in the same place.
Probably, or at least a Mamenchisaurid.
Yeah.
And this very deep footprint was filled with watery mud. And a few other dinosaurs, including Lemusaurus, which we talked about that nightmare a couple months ago.
Why does it do that?
So is this similar
We're
to
not going to get into it. We're not going to get into it. It's horrible. Watch the video
So
on
is this
Ceratosaurs if you want to hurt your brain.
the tar pits of the mammals?
Yes, it's exactly like that. Yes, it was.
Yes.
It was probably, and with how it was with Lemusaurus on the bottom and a few other things, it probably was the exact same way. It probably was a herbivore or small creature fell in first, and then the predators came and killed themselves trying to get in.
Yeah. Either, well, at least the juvenile might have fallen into the pit and not been able to get out. The adult is pretty near the top, so it's likely it was just kind of mired in the muck.
Yeah.
And actually, there's apparently evidence that the adult probably trampled the juvenile after it fell in.
Oh, yeah, they're probably moving together, weren't they? And the adult actually was strong enough to at least slightly get out, and then accidentally killed its younger thing.
I'm not sure if it was dead or not already, but it was definitely messed up by the adult moving around.
Possible idea.
Possible.
But yes.
And this is actually well, not exactly common, but a pretty well-known type of preservation called a predator trap, which, as Vandalia alluded to, the La Brea tar pits is probably the most famous predator trap.
The most
prey
famous
animal gets stuck. Yeah, prey animal gets stuck. Predators either hear it struggling or smell its dead body, and they get stuck trying to eat it.
It's
and
why
more predators come and more predators come.
It's why the tar pits are very predator focused. And
Yes.
for some reason, this is a new thing, like not new in the paleontological sphere of, maybe America wasn't filled with what it's like 100 dire wolves per one bison.
I wouldn't say it's new, but yeah. Pleistocene North America was not 80% predators.
That was an 80% dire wolf. But yeah.
The predator biota might have been 80% dire wolf.
Although that's probably true. But
at least the large predators. But yeah, I know what you mean.
They're biased. Predator traps are very biased towards predators for obvious reasons. They're traps for them. I can't think of a single other predator trap that isn't the footsteps or tar pits.
I know there are others. I would have to look them up, though.
Yeah, they're not that famous. The tar pits tend to take all of it.
Before the dinosaurs, like in the Permian or the Carboniferous, no predator traps there.
No, we would be lucky if we got one.
Not that I know of. There is actually in the state of Wyoming, where I am right now, there is a cave that has a few cave bear bones and a ton of American lion bones.
Yeah, that'd do it.
and it's hypothesized that like some bears lived in that cave and maybe some died, and then a whole bunch of American lions tried to get them and got stuck.
I was gonna say the Cleveland Lloyd might be a predator trap because it's
It-
just Allosaurus.
It's contentious. There's multiple
Yes.
interpretations.
There's multiple
But,
interpretations, but it being a
But
predator
anyway.
trap. Yeah, sorry.
it's okay.
Hmm.
Guanlong might be one of the most famous Proceratosaurs, but it's definitely not the biggest.
Before we
Dom,
go,
would you like to?
I will,
Sorry.
but I will mention before that Guanlong shows a weird thing that all tyrannosaurs do greatly, and tyrannosaurs love to do one thing, and that's grow things on their head.
Yes, we've talked before about other groups of theropods that got crests or horns. Tyrannosaurs do all of them, sometimes at the same time.
Yes, and we'll get to him next, I believe.
Yes, would you like to tell people about
I would love
the
him.
beautiful feathered tyrant?
Yes, this is Yutyrannus, who is one of the most famous dinosaurs of the 21st century, excuse me. As it is the first example, actually, first example of multiple things. First example of a large Proceratosaurid, and by far the biggest feathered dinosaur we have evidence of being completely covered in feathers. Now, it's also discovered in a very weird spot for what it is. So, Doc alluded earlier that ash and something else in China, which is a lot of ponds and lakes, are very good at preserving small things with a lot of detail. So, it's very surprising when, while digging that thing, we find a 40-foot long animal, two of them actually next to each
30,
other.
but yes.
30-foot long, and two of them next to each other, and there's two. With beautiful. If the original fossil picture isn't shared very much because the bones have been taken out and mounted, but
There's 3.
I
And each
didn't.
one of them. So not only is there 3, each one has feather impressions on different parts of the body
Yes, correct.
that match together to show the whole thing.
Yeah, it has proper like pronaceous feathers on the wing I see wings on the arms, right?
No. They're a kind of weird feather structure. They're really long. Think like hair on a yak.
Oh
Like
yes.
just very long
Yeah.
and thick.
Yeah. And Yutyrannus was also the sort of a paleo meme. Because before it was very uncommon for anything bigger than a raptor to be depicted with feathers. And then we found Yutyrannus, and then all of a sudden, every single large creature on the planet, every large dinosaur, was being covered in feathers, at least Silurisaurians. And you've probably seen, like, chicken wrecks come from it. That is probably
There are
Yutyrannus'
memes.
fault. Yeah.
Here,
Now,
I found one here. I'll just show it.
Jeez, that's a perfect example. Thank you. I love that. It's a borb.
Yeah. Which, to be clear, not the case for T-Rex.
No.
But I think it's a funny meme that sometimes gets taken a little far.
And
on the bottom picture,
Mhm.
it looks like the way the Tyrannosaurus Rex used to look like in cartoons and art pictures. They're staying more upright than they are now.
So
that's in reference to the
that's-
mount.
Well, so for this one, it's like jumping. This is the title of this piece by Mark Whitten, I think, is Mating Display, like Yutyrannus Mating Display. So it's like jumping around and flaring out its arms to like look impressive.
It's also the exact posture that the mount with the two Yutyrannuses in every single museum it looks like.
But you know what I mean. In those old cartoons, they stand differently. They
Yeah.
do in modern ones.
Yeah. I see what you mean, but
yeah.
And this is the skeleton. This is the cast that
It's so pretty.
Dom is talking about.
Actually, and that cast shows something that's very interesting. Doc mentioned earlier that some Tyrannosaurs do both. Yutyrannus is one of them. Yutyrannus has a the midline ridge of very small but noticeable bumps, and then two lacrimal horns above its eyes. So
Yep.
it appears that as tyrannosaurs get bigger, they lose their midline crest and grow horns.
Yep.
hmm
They
So we
they
so
just
we mentioned
it's a
movies
thing they
before.
do, and they do it over and over and over again, independently of each
They
other.
love to do it, like a different
Since
thing
we
we'll get to
mentioned the
later.
movies before about Tyrannosaurus and Jurassic Park, where did they get that idea from about the staying still thing?
That's a movie thing online.
Well,
That's a plot.
oh,
What?
okay. So that's a thing in the book, and it was
Oh,
also in the movie.
yeah.
But where they
In
get
the
it from? Was it just an idea that they get from real life animals or something?
so in the book, Grant makes that hypothesis after the T-Rex stares at him for a minute and then walks away. It doesn't eat him.
Yeah.
He makes that hypothesis because he knows that there is frog DNA in some of these dinosaurs.
And frogs do have
How,
vision
go,
based on movement, but
I mean, not really. So they can see things that aren't moving. If they couldn't, that would be really, really weird. It's more so when things move, your eye is drawn to that movement.
I
It's
think
just
it's
how your brain works. And frogs especially react to movement.
yeah. The frogs are
Right.
also very reactive. If you move your finger in front of a frog, it will usually jump for it, because frogs are
Mhm.
stupid, and they
Yes.
believe anything that moves that's very slightly smaller than their mouth, they will try to fit it in their mouth.
Yes. Now, with that said, in the sequel book, so the Lost World book, Crichton parodies that explanation himself
Mhm.
because he has some people try to stand still in front of a very angry T-Rex, and it eats one of them.
Yeah.
And he explains it in that book too by the T-Rex in Jurassic Park probably just wasn't hungry because it had just eaten.
Yeah.
This Rex was very angry because these humans had hurt its baby.
Yeah. But yeah, you Tyrannus.
So yes. Also, apparently we do have some little kids watching, so we will be good on the language and things.
I haven't done anything yet, and don't plan on it. I am in a hotel room. I'm being courteous.
Fair. Anyway, Utranus is unique for another different reason, and that's because it's hypothesized that its fossils were deposited in a high altitude lake, and there are temperature indicators for this area that seem to indicate a temperature around like the state of May. So it probably got snow during the winter, even if it had warm summers.
It's a match for Boston, actually, almost exactly.
Yep. So apparently, the first real tyrant liked to wear a big fluffy coat.
Yeah, when
At
it
least in the
got
winter.
cold, at least. Now there's actually been a not hypothesis, but a weird theory that maybe Utyrannus at least partially shed its coat during the summer, because a summer in Boston and Maine is like 70 degrees. So
Yeah, it's definitely
Fahrenheit.
possible.
Yeah.
But for the record, though, Utyrannus does not seem to be ancestral to the Tyrannosaurids. The Proceratosaurs did split, but most of them died out. As for the Tyrannosaurids themselves, though, we have this little guy. So this is Suskityrannus hazeli, or Hazel's Tyrant Coyote.
Yep.
Which I think is a fabulous name.
For a creature we know very little about.
Well, we actually do have quite a bit of the skeleton. It's broken
Yes.
apart, but we do have most of the skeletons split between two different individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Suskityrannus, with that said, is even smaller than Guanlong is. And this one appears to be on the Tyrannosaur line. So the actual Tyrannosaurs appear to have started out really small and really fast, too. And here's the thing we haven't really talked about for a lot of theropods. Most of them weren't very speedy. They didn't really have to be. Tyrannosaurs, at least when they start, are very fast. And some of the later members might have been some of the fastest dinosaurs to ever live. Which is kind of weird to think about.
I don't think it's they start out fast. I think it's they stay fast, or at least mostly, and T-Rex is the weird one. Because even
We'll
like
get to that when we
Albertus,
get to derived Tyrannosaurs.
yes, because even some derived Tyrannosaurs are pretty built for speed, and then there's the weird O's.
That's true.
So were they fast chasing things or running away from things?
Chasing, probably.
Probably chasing. But they did have to run from larger predators in their environment, of course.
Yeah. But you tend to evolve speed if you evolve speed for one of two reasons. You are chasing something or you are being chased by something already built for speed. Otherwise, you tend to not build for speed. You tend to build for stamina.
Because running is very energy intensive.
Yeah.
It costs a lot of energy. So there needs to be either some big reward for your speed or you're avoiding a big risk with your speed.
So there had to be some, there had to be some planet eaters that were runners, because a lot of ones we talked about so far are either like sauropods, like they're built like tanks, or they're like there's Stegosauruses and Triceratops that don't need to run.
It actually might not have been even dinosaurs that early tyrannosaurs were going after. It might have been the early mammals.
Yeah, or both.
Yeah.
And you're right, Vandalia, there were a lot of really speedy herbivores, especially with the ornithischians. A lot of them start out speedy and then they slow down. But we do still have quick little things all the way to the end. They're nested within larger groups, so we didn't cover them a ton. Yeah.
There's other weird things on like Antarctica or Australia that are weird.
That's true. With that said, Suski tyrannus, about the same size as a coyote, actually, hence the name. But even though it's so small and so early, it possesses some traits that are going to be very familiar when we get into more derived tyrannosaurs. Compared to the Proceratosaurs, Suski tyrannus has a much more reinforced skull, shorter arms, longer legs, and a stronger bite. It also doesn't have the big, tall head crest that's very common in Proceratosaurs.
So is this guy protecting or eating that egg?
Oh, definitely eating.
Definitely eating. It's getting chased by a Zuniceratops.
Yeah.
And something to note, the skeleton of Suski tyrannus has a weird feature in its foot. And it's a long name. It's called an arctometatarsus. And it just means that the base of the middle toe, here, I'll put my fingers up. The base of the middle toe pinches out between the others.
Yeah.
And it's very common in animals that seem to be very fast runners, at least when it comes to dinosaurs.
You can actually see this a bit in if you have chickens. It's not as pronounced, but chickens, when they walk, their middle toe tends to be very slightly longer if you don't have a very bred chicken, like highly domesticated. The other thing, if have you ever seen the bottom of an emu or ostrich foot, they have it properly.
I thought they had fused metatarsals.
Well, they might. I might be wrong, but they have a similar functioning thing that, at least,
at
run
least superficially.
fast. Yeah.
Yes, and just within the dinosaurs, this feature seems to have evolved independently 3 different times.
At
We'll get to
least.
the other 2 later, but tyrannosaurs are the first.
They appear to be, yeah.
Well, the first in the list.
That's true.
And already, here's number 2.
Chicken!
So, yes, El Chicon. The ornithomimids. In other words, gotta go fast.
Or more like
Mhm.
ostriches and
I had to
chickens.
say it.
True.
Well, I mean, this isn't Struthiomimus. This is actually Gallimimus. So it is chicken.
Gala is the chicken, but yeah.
But if there was an award for a dinosaur track star, the prize would almost definitely go to an ornithomimid.
Oh,
As soon as they appear in the fossil record, they are leggy and they are quick.
they're probably
in
also
general,
very.
go ahead.
They're probably also very stamina
Go ahead.
efficient too. These are probably very comparable to modern day horses or gazelle or pronghorn.
Or ostriches.
Yeah, ostrich is a pretty good one too.
Yeah. In general, most, if not all, of these animals appear to have been herbivorous, and some might have been filter feeders. And for the record, those really long legs they have, which aren't really shown in that picture, I'm just realizing,
They aren't.
they're really good for running, but they're also really good for wading. But it's only a couple of them that are thought to be semi-aquatic,
Yeah,
at least
and
currently.
ornithomimids are the first example of coelurosaurs starting small, having one main trait, and then just getting gigantic and awful looking.
Oh, we'll get to the big duck eventually.
Yes, but it's a good thing to show that coelurosaurs have a tendency to do this a lot more than other theropods and even dinosaur species in general. They tend to pick a thing and then get really big. Not fast, but really big. Always.
Yeah, they have a weird tendency to lose speed and get huge,
Yes, it
while
happens
still having speedy members of the group.
5-6 times if we don't include modern birds. Yeah.
And now, with that said, the ornithomimids have 2 major branches, but we're only going to be looking at one today, because one of them appears right at the end of the Cretaceous, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But all of them have a fairly similar body plan, at least in the broad strokes. They have a very tall, very upright posture, a very long neck, but a short tail, and huge arms with really big claws. All of them have big claws.
Yeah, they do.
Some bigger than others.
Yeah.
And for our example of an ornithomimid, we have Pelecanimimus, featuring a little cameo from someone in a past stream.
Concavenator!
Yeah.
Yep.
And Pelecanimimus means the many-toothed pelican mimic.
His awful
And
mouth.
it has over 200 teeth.
Yeah.
It has over 200 tiny peg-like teeth.
Pelecanimimus is a weirdo as well because most later ornithomimids lose all their teeth.
Mhm. Yep, and I think all derived ornithomimids lose all their teeth, at least that we know of so far.
Dinochirids do, right? If so,
Yes.
then yes. Then yeah, they do.
Or I think they do.
We have like 2, so it's hard to tell.
That's fair. And when that kind of brings up a question, why have so many teeth? Like, why have many tiny teeth when could big few teeth? And there have been a few hypotheses proposed. Some people think it would have captured insects. Some say they might have ate small plants that had a lot of leaves, or straining food from the water. Or it could be a combination of all 3.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, I did mention that these guys would have been pretty good waders, So personally, I feel that the straining food is probably the most likely, but we can't really prove either way. At least not
Duck
at the
thing.
moment.
But probably less of a duck and more flamingo-y.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and to be fair, animals don't have to fit in little neat boxes.
No,
It could
not at
have
all.
eaten plants and insects, and in fact probably did.
Yeah. Horses eat meat, and cows, horrifically.
Mhm.
So,
Yes. They like chicken.
yeah.
Um,
Food is a spectrum.
yeah. And Pelecanimimus is also from the early Cretaceous, and it is one of, if not the oldest ornithomimids we know of from good material, but it
Yeah.
already has just about all of the features that define the rest of its whole family.
And it should be
Except for the
appearing in the Middle Jurassic.
Yes.
Yep. So,
There's a lot of ghost lineages, unfortunately.
yeah.
But our next group might be different. Well, kinda.
Big.
So rather than going through all of the individual families, we're gonna go over a brief overview of some basal Maniraptorans and then go into specific examples.
Yep.
And the major breakdown here is small heads, weird hands. Maniraptors love to do stuff with their hands.
They do.
And for the record, everything from here on is very closely related to birds. They're more closely related to birds than any other dinosaurs. And they all have something special in their hands that gives them their name.
So are these the bird clade or the closest relations to the bird clade?
That's one more group.
Well, birds are within Maniraptora.
But I think he's asking, is Maniraptora the closest one? Paraves is technically the closest one without being real birds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're very close to the birds.
Because clades within clades, you know, and I know if that was a side clade or the bigger clade.
We're looking at the side branches outside of the direct line to birds.
Right.
Yep.
But they all have a weird thing with their wrist. So if you put your hand like this and you try to tilt it to the side, you can only get so far with it. But with the Maniraptors, they have a weird fusion of several of their carpal bones down here that allows them to twist their hand to touch their ulna, so the outside of their arm. Very flexible. And I don't know if we're sure why that evolved exactly, but it seems to be a thing that all of them have.
The theory is grasping, right? Or manipulating objects in your hand.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the group.
Yes, probably.
But among the basalmost members of this clade, they go one step beyond just having mobile wrists.
Mm-hmm.
One of these groups loses all but one finger and turns its arm into a jackhammer chisel.
Yeah.
And the other one decides to turn into a giant ground sloth. With
it does do that
are longer than their legs.
Yeah. And this is the example of them getting big for no reason. These three groups, the two of the examples on here are T-Rex sized.
Well, they eventually lead to something that's T-Rex size.
Yes, they do. And there are whispers, not found yet, but the others do it. Alvarezsaurs, which are the one finger ones. It is not off the block that there's a giant Alvarezsaur somewhere in the fossil record.
That'd be terrifying, but I haven't heard anything about that.
Nothing's been found yet, but the other two groups do it, and ornithomimids do it. So,
yeah, that's fair. But let's get into our little examples of some of the early members of these groups. And we're starting with the problem.
Haplo, yeah.
Yes. this is Haplokyrus solares, or the skilled simple hand. And this genus is a pretty interesting one because sometimes when you're dealing with basal members of a group, they're so basal, it's hard to determine which group they belong to, or if they belong to both.
Or none.
Or none. They could be a bizarre offshoot. Haplokyrus is one of these. It is often recovered as a mononychid, which are the jackhammer chisel hands I talked about earlier. But it's not always. It's been in a bunch of other groups.
It's been in Therizinosaurs, I know.
It's been Therizinosaurs, Dromaeosaurs.
I haven't even heard it's been in Dromaeosaurs. That's awful.
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
But for what we do know about it, Haplokyrus has a pair of very strong reinforced arms. And the claw, I believe it's on the first finger, is very big and very powerful. So if it is a mononychid, then this might be the first step towards some of the weirdest arms we know of in the animal kingdom.
Wait, which
At
claw
least at
is it? Is it the middle one?
I think it's the first.
Okay, because if it's the middle one, I believe at least Therizinosaurus does. Oh wait, no, it's not. Therizinosaurus it's the first one that's the biggest. No, that's unhelpful. Never mind, ignore me.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right, and sorry, Caden in the chat is right. This is an Alvarosaurid, not a mononychid. Why did I say mononychid?
I didn't even catch that. Yeah, Alvarosaurs. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a typo. Thank you for pointing that out, Caden.
Yeah, we didn't even catch that. That's us.
Yeah, this isn't as bad as Lemusaurus, but it's a headache.
Go whip yourself for your misdeeds.
Yeah. Well, Lemusaurus is a mistake against God. So,
Ceratosaurus, what did your child turn into?
why does it lose its teeth and grow a beak during development? Why? It's awful.
So-
It's an awful creature.
So are these the? You mentioned the beak. Are these ones going more beak form than snout form?
Beak.
I-
Both.
It depends on the group.
Yes.
Most of the ones that become herbivores grow a beak, while most of the carnivores have a snout. That does not hold true for everyone, though.
No.
Especially once we get into the actual birds.
Yeah. And the other thing is that growing a beak does not mean they lose their teeth automatically. There are many instances of having both of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But let's go
So,
from
like,
one type of cursed creature.
Like a lot of them, these could be herbivores or carnivores. Then
Yes, a lot of Maniraptorans are. I don't know if we have. No, we do have evidence of that. But it seems a lot of Maniraptorans appear to be, at least early stages, omnivorous. Almost definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Therizinosaurs, or at least derived ones, are the only ones who don't have any possibly omnivorous members.
Derived ones, yes, correct.
because I know
Yeah.
modern day birds could either eat meat or fruit or nuts and stuff.
Well, it fully depends on the bird, but yes.
Yeah. But anyway, let's go from one kind of cursed to another type of cursed.
This one isn't
You
as
said-
bad.
you said the bad word. You said the K word.
Oh, you did.
Huh?
Huh?
You said the K word, the kind word.
Oh.
Oh. Well, so this is Falcarius utaensis. And
Yeah.
I just want to say, Falcarius, that's a good name.
Falcarius is a great name.
Some names just feel good to say, and this one's one of them. Its name translates to the scythe cutter, of Utah. And as put by Lindsay Zano, I think this was in a press release about it, this animal is the ultimate in bizarre, a cross between an ostrich, a gorilla, and Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah.
See, Falcarius is an early member of the largest group of herbivorous theropods, the Therizinosaurs. And it doesn't exhibit all of their famous
Right.
features, but it is making big strides in that direction. As an example, unlike just about every other theropod besides Spinosaurs, Falcarius's first toe, the little one on the inside of the foot, touches the ground. Its arms are huge, reinforced, and tipped with heavy claws. It has a long, slender neck, and it has a tiny head with leaf-shaped teeth. And all of its descendants are going to take these features and go nuts.
Yep. Now, there's one other issue with Falcarius, technically, and that's where it's from.
It's from Utah, and almost all the rest of them are from Asia.
Yep, which, except for Nothronicus, which is so derived.
Yeah, there's a lot of mysteries here.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, I know Falcarius is Cedar Mountain. How old is Nothronicus?
Nothronicus, if the documentary is to be believed, is with No, it's not is with Zuniceratops.
Zuniceratops and Suski
They're the same. They're the same. Nothronicus is the same formation, I think.
Just trying to. Okay. Depending on what member it belongs to, Falcarius might be contemporaneous with Nothronicus.
That's even worse.
Might. Okay, no, it belongs to an early member. It's about 30 million years older, but there was a chance.
If it was the same, that would be awful and bad.
Well, awful and worse.
Yeah.
With that said, another weird thing about Falcarius is we have hundreds of these things.
We do, I
Falcarius
forgot.
was found in a gigantic bone bed of at least a few hundred individuals, maybe thousands. I think, by minimum number of individuals, so if you count the number of left femurs you have, because every animal can only have one left femur, we have at least 300 in a bone bed. So these things were roaming in massive herds. Or at least appear to have been. It's kind of crazy. Are you okay, Dom? You look like you broke there for a second.
No, I'm fine. Just tired. Long day.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll try not to go for another hour.
Yes, that would be preferable.
With that said,
that's an awful thing to go next to. Why?
So this is Incisivosaurus godiei, and I hope I'm saying that right. It means Godier's incisor lizard.
I think you're right.
And it's probably hard for people to tell on the stream, so I'm going to exit full screen and zoom in here. Incisivosaurus
Awful.
has these doofy little buck teeth at the front of its mouth.
It's an awful creature. It has gigantic front teeth like a beaver. Why?
I don't know. To hurt our
Oh.
brains, I guess.
Oh, and to answer a question that might be up of it being, oh, it might be like a beaver. It has no semi-aquatic traits. I don't think it's even
Nope.
found in a formation with water that we know of.
I want to say it's Yishan and very little water. Yeah. This
Yeah.
is it. This is from Wikipedia. This is its head.
That's evil. That's awful.
It's horrific. And it's one of the most basal Oviraptorosaurs we know of, which is another group that is utterly cursed in every way. They are, to me, they are one of the most unnerving groups of dinosaurs.
They're the only group of dinosaurs that is evil. Actually, they are all evil. They'd be the worst things to. They lose their teeth. Just because they lose their teeth. They grow gigantic shell-cracking beaks. Some of them. They can
Yep.
probably bite off your arm, and then for some ungodly reason, not one get big. We know of one giant one called Gigantoraptor, but their gigantic eggs are found everywhere. There were giant, evil, 40-foot long death parrots everywhere.
This is not the skeleton of a kind creature.
That's Anzu, right?
This is Anzu.
Yeah, that's evil. Evil. It earns its name Anzu. It means it's a demon.
This thing is the size of a polar bear.
I
But,
forgot
like,
it's the
8
size of
feet tall.
fucking. That's evil. No, evil death creature. Yeah. Oviraptorosaurs are the only.
For some reason, Restream keeps cutting off the head, so I gotta zoom
Yeah.
out a bit, I guess. But yeah, they're awful.
They have giant hands. Their faces are basically
massive
pug faces.
claws.
They've
Was this the
shrunken
thing
their
that-
face.
They had in the last Jurassic Park movie with the giant scissor hand things.
That's Therizinosaurus.
No.
There
That's
is one in the new
Therizinosaurus.
Jurassic Park though. There's a little its head gets bitten off.
Yeah, a little Oviraptor.
Yeah.
Arguably the most innocent of the group, just because of what it was doing when it died.
Yeah. Conchoraptor ain't bad. The rest are.
Like, I think once they get above the size of a dog, they start getting horrific.
Well, because they'll just bite your arm in half. Because their bite force is also stupidly high for no reason. Awful.
And they start out awful too.
Yeah. No.
Incisivsaurus is one of the oldest ones we know of. There are a few that might be a little older, but
Same time around.
pretty about. I think this one's also from the. I think it's also from the Yishan.
It's
So,
from where
early
Dilong's
Cretaceous.
from. I don't know where. I don't know if you know where Dilong is off the top of your head, but it's from where Dilong is.
I mean, I know it's from Asia.
Oh, it's from Microraptor. So yeah,
Yep, Yishan.
yeah, it's Microraptor. Yep.
So this horror show lived alongside Sinosauropteryx.
And Uteranus. No, that's wrong. Uteranus is J-hole.
Is it?
Uteranus is J-hole, I believe. Yes, because J-hole's a lake, and Uteranus was the lake.
Well, it was in a lake.
Sinosauropteryx is J-hole, right? Or is it, or is the J-hole biota in the Yishan?
It's in Yishan.
Okay, they're all evil. Okay, so this coexisted with Sinosauropteryx, Sinornithosaurus, Uteranus, and a very close relative of Guanlong and Dilong.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's... What a neighbor. What a neighbor.
And a flying frog creature that I don't know if you've talked about yet.
No, we haven't. We'll get to that.
The best creature to ever evolve. Anyways.
Well, while Incisivsaurus is thought to be an herbivore, like Dom has alluded to, its descendants probably ate just about anything.
Yeah.
They've been proposed to eat shellfish, nuts, eggs, hence the name Oviraptorosaur, everything. And they develop some of the most cursed skulls of any dinosaur.
Awful.
Some of them re-evolve fake teeth in the roof of their mouths.
Oh, yeah, they do that. They have this one giant, flat, fake tooth. You're right, in the middle of their mouth.
In the middle of their mouth. They're
Yeah, no.
horrible creatures.
Demons. They're actually demons. I'm convinced Incisivsaurus just spawned from hell. And the rest evolved from it.
Probably. And, this rendition here I wanted to include. I couldn't get a good picture of it, unfortunately.
Prehistoric
But
Park.
this is from, yes, Prehistoric Park, show I absolutely loved as a kid.
Very good.
This thing makes the most cursed noises.
Wow!
It's awful, but the show itself is
Accurate.
great, though the dinosaurs could use more feathers.
So would you have to be worried about this if you met it in the wild, or would you be fine if you met it?
I think it would. How big is Incisivsaurus again?
I want to say about 3 feet tall.
I would kick it.
Here, let's see.
That's like asking, what would you do if you found a raccoon in your trash? Like, you want it away. It's evil. The raccoons are evil. But, yeah, no.
Oh, never mind. It's smaller than I thought. It's about 3 feet long, not tall.
Oh, then it's in the
small.
range of it being cute, which makes it derpy.
No. It is not within the range of it being cute.
Oh, it's a derpy evil
This is
creature.
not cute. This is horror.
That's like, it's like Pegomastax. It's like just evil. Just evil.
Well, shall we move away from the evil, at least temporarily?
Yes, and I am running out of time, so I might not be here for all
Okay.
of Paraves.
Okay. Well, we'll speed up a little bit.
Yeah.
So, we are finally within the Paravians. Now, before, we mentioned that Maniraptor and relationships can shuffle a little bit, they can move a little bit, and that is especially true for every group in this category. At one point or another, all of these animals have been proposed to be the closest relatives to birds. And they
Is that
do
what the
not
paired part
stop
means?
moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, that's what parave means. Almost bird.
Oh, yes. I will add one more thing with Paraves if I leave early. Paraves. So Paraves are the ones that evolve flight because aves are part of Paraves.
It's on here. It's on here.
Oh, it is the fact that okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, relationships between each group is kind of on shaky ground. That's just how closely related these things are. But the relationships within each group are fairly solid.
Yeah.
And we'll be exploring the relationships between 4 of these groups.
Yeah.
Scansoriopterigids, Troodontids, Dromaeosaurs, and the Aviolans, which, for all intensive purposes, are birds.
True birds, yes.
And would you like to read the fun little factoid at the bottom, Dom?
Yeah. Most vertebrates evolve flight once if they evolve flight. Mammals do it once in bats. Pterosaurs do it. For some awful reason, Paraves do it 4 or 5 times, and then they tend to evolve flight and then immediately become flightless again.
Yep. Especially
So
birds.
Times kind of like what insects did.
Yeah, actually, no, actually, most flying insects tend to be of 2 groups, either dual wing or single wing. Paraves evolve flight the most times out of any animal species. I'm 90% positive.
Well, any type of animal, yeah. And they
Yeah.
re-evolve and lose two-wing and four-winged flight multiple times.
They do.
These
It's
aren't even
bad.
these aren't even true birds, right?
No.
No,
True birds.
though true birds are within this group.
True birds
Oh,
are
they are
one of
within
the
the-
times
okay.
they evolve flight.
Well,
That's also iffy, but
anyway, Yi Ki,
oh yeah,
or
that's
strange wing.
meet an
Oh, I thought this was
actual
what you were
dragon.
referring to earlier.
It's not. I was referring
Oh.
to someone else.
I thought this was your flying frog.
No, I was referring to a Geholopterus. That's a wyvern. That's a
Oh.
dragon. It's a real dragon. What Yiki is.
Yeah, the Scansoraptorids are bizarre. These are dinosaur bats, both in anatomy and in ecology. These tiny little dinosaurs, because these are absolutely tiny things, like the size of a finch. They flew on membranous wings like a pterosaur or like a dragon.
They're
With
dragons.
a completely unique hand structure that we do not see in any other vertebrate.
Yep.
Because while Yi here does have the normal 3 fingers of most theropods, it grows a unique bone from the wrist to support the wing.
To make a pseudo. So, if you didn't know, there are many ways to make a wing. Birds do it weirdly. They kind of lose all their fingers and just use feathers mostly. Bats basically spread out all of their hands and connect it with that. About 4 of them, yeah. Pterosaurs just use one long finger. Scansorioptera just grow another finger for some reason.
Yeah, an unjointed finger.
Yeah, which is evil and stupid.
It is. Yi also has the distinction of having the shortest possible dinosaur name you can get.
Yes.
At least with the current rule set for naming animals, 2 letters are the bare minimum for a genus and a species name.
Yep.
So Yi is the genus and Kui is the species.
Yes,
Yep. Yiki.
it is very special, as there are a few creatures, a few dinosaurs that it is referred to by its full name, not just its genus name. Yiki's one of them. A Velociraptor, and that I don't know. T-Rex is another one that's very common. Spinosaurus is very common now. Spinosaurus aegypticus. And there's a Velociraptorine from Mongolia that's also like that.
Kurukula.
Kurukula. Oh, wait, no, I thought isn't there an Oviraptorid from there as well that does it?
I don't know off the top of my head.
No, either. But yeah, Kurukula. Now these are now. Yeah, so if these are creatures that tend to be, if another one is discovered, a new name will be erected instead of trying to fit it in the genus, because its genus and species names, while being genus and species, are one name basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, while this is a flying dinosaur, like some others we'll meet, Yi's descendants did not become modern birds. This lineage dies out completely sometime during the early or middle Cretaceous. So they're a tiny blip in time from 1 or 2 formations, and then they're gone. And the sad thing is there's probably so many ancient animals that are like that, and we will never find them. It's just how it goes. Next, then, we're going to be looking at troodontids. Featuring Sinovenator changai, or Chang's hunter from China. Go figure, another Chinese dinosaur here. Sinovenator is one of the most basal troodontids that we know of, which are a group of very lightly built paravians. And like ornithomimids, they seem to have evolved for speed. This is the 3rd group of dinosaurs that independently evolves that arctometatarsus, the pinched off middle toe. And while troodontids do have the killing claw that you see in dromaeosaurs. It's smaller for them, and the whole skeleton is usually much more lightly built and leggy. And you can't really see it in either the drawing or the skeleton here, but Cynovenator's teeth are short and sharp, but a lot of its descendants will develop these bizarre teeth with really weirdly complex shapes. A lot of them were probably omnivores too, and not including birds, they become the brainiest of all dinosaurs.
Probably.
That we know of. Then we're going to get to something a little bigger. So, weirdly enough, when you think of a raptor dinosaur, like a Velociraptor or Deinonychus, you're thinking of something that's fairly derived. The most basal dromaeosaur that we know of, or at least one of them, is Utahraptor, which also happens to be the biggest and one of the weirdest.
Dromaeosaurs do a really funny thing of doing the exact opposite of 90% of species, which is start big, get small.
Yes. At
Now, were
least
they
for
actually
the ones
from
we have in the
Utah,
fossil
or
record.
a name?
What was that?
I said, were they actually from Utah, or just?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, the name means Ostrom and Maize robber from Utah, actually. It's named after two different people, John Ostrom, and I forget their first name, but Maize, who did a lot of field work, sorry, got things mixed up. Maize did a lot of research on geology in Utah, and Utahraptor was named to honor his contributions to science. And basically the same thing for Ostrom. Because Ostrom is very connected to dromaeosaurs.
It also almost wasn't named this. As
True.
Utahraptor was discovered the year Jurassic Park came out, and the name and the person who named it was it Bucker or who was it?
So it was named by Kirkland,
Kirkland.
but it was discovered a few years prior. It was published in '93.
Yeah, it was published in '93, and when they were naming it and publishing it, there's a little saying going on that they found Spielberg's raptor. This was almost named Utahraptor Spielbergii.
Yep.
But they couldn't because of licensing rights.
Yeah, there was a lot of issues. And honestly, I do like that they honor Ostrom in here.
Ostrom's fine. Both names are beautiful. I like both names. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
And not only is Utahraptor a huge dromaeosaur, this is bigger than the Jurassic Park raptors. It's also a weird one because it's very heavily built, and it has a lot of weird little features in its skeleton that we don't see in a lot of other dromaeosaurs, or that appear to independently re-evolve in other dromaeosaurs.
It's a bear. It's a bruiser of a dromaeosaur.
Yes. It is not the only big one, notably, but it is both the earliest and the biggest that we know of. There are two later dromaeosaurs that get near this size, though they don't quite reach it. And by this size, I mean about 20 feet long and weighing about a ton.
I thought that.
Go ahead.
I thought that even the ones that get this big don't even get close to Utahraptor's possible mass.
Yeah, they're nowhere near as heavy.
Yeah.
And actually, there's three. I forgot the third. The first is Achillobatar from Mongolia.
Yep.
There's Dakota Raptor, which even if it gets a different name, it's based on some huge dromaeosaur material from the Hell Creek. So that existed.
And
there's the weird one from South America.
Ostroraptor, which for some reason is a group of group of Dromaeosaurs called Unilogines, which for some reason become Spinosaurs.
Yep, for
Mhm.
some reason.
Yeah.
And that kind of brings up the question, why so big? Why so massive? There are a few hypotheses. For Utahraptor, at least, it seems that it might have been the apex predator in its environment.
Yeah.
So there weren't any bigger predators. So it just ate everything.
Which is probably why it was actually so big and so bulky. Again, we make the joke that raptors start big, get small. Utahraptor is probably a perfect analogy of how T Rex became T Rex. It was just the biggest. It was just the best carnivore in its environment, so it became the best carnivore in its environment.
Yep. And
Yeah.
one of the most famous Utahraptor discoveries actually is the block,
The block is a great thing.
which is just this massive truck-sized block of rock, and by truck I mean semi-truck size, that has at least 3 individual Utahraptors inside it and a small prey animal. So it might be another predator trap. There are a few competing hypotheses for how that happened.
And the
And
block's been
I don't think the block has been fully uncovered yet, has it? It's
it's
still being
been
worked on?
it's been worked for I think 20 years, 15 years at this point, because it's so much. It's a giant cube of rock, so it's really annoying for predators to get through. Because unlike most of the time, you have a general idea where the fossil is, because of how big it is, and because it's most of the fossils is inside of it. The amount of it's an extra amount of work.
Yeah, you can't CT scan it. It wouldn't fit in any machine.
Correct.
And if you cut it up so you can do that, you're going to destroy things.
Yeah. So.
But anyway, it's a really cool dromaeosaur. Really, really cool. But somehow it's one of the first. And for our last critter of the evening, we have what is often found to be an aviolin. So this is, if not on the direct line leading to modern birds, very
Closest one we have.
close to that line.
Yeah.
Yes. This is Anchiornis huxleyi, or Huxley's near bird. And it is named for Darwin's bulldog, Thomas Huxley. Which I think is kind of funny considering how much of an advocate he was for birds being dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
And it lived about 160 million years ago, is slightly older than Archaeopteryx. And it is often recovered as the oldest known member of the aviolin line.
Yeah.
Not always, but often.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless of its exact position, Anchiornis is an important fossil for a lot of reasons. It's preserved with complete wings on both its arms and its legs, and kind of its tail.
Yep.
And the feathers are well enough preserved that this is another dinosaur where we know the original colors. This is what Anchiornis looked like.
Mm-hmm.
This could be a photo of a real animal.
Yeah.
Now, with that said, at least some specimens of Anchiornis have a shock of red or orange plumage on top of their head. So it might be like sexually dimorphic too, with like the males having a bright little head crest, which is really common in birds.
And if it is a bird thing, because birds induce with their feathers, I would not put it past it that the males would either get bigger or be able to move that head crest.
That's true.
Yep.
And we have no idea what calls they might have made, if they made them, but I think it's kind of fun to speculate.
Yeah, burb.
Yeah. And with that, we have come to the end, finally.
Yes. Part one, yes.
Yes. Part 1 of the Silurosaurs. So the next episode is going to focus on more derived members. I don't know if we're going to get all the way to the end of every lineage, but we'll work our way there. There's a lot of stuff still to cover.
So do you think 2 weeks from now?
I have a lot of things coming up in the near future. I don't really want to
Well,
set
2
a
weeks is
specific
near.
time.
Yeah, I
But-
have our episode planned next week, so whenever it had to be at least 2 weeks from now, on. But plenty of time to get started.
I
Anyway,
will see if I
sometime in
can
the
join as well.
all right, so
Yeah.
all right, time for questions. Anybody have questions? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Correct.
Yes. Were you collecting questions from throughout the stream?
I remembered a few, so I can answer the ones I remember. The main one I remember was someone. Actually, I can't scroll back in the. Oh, well, there's one right there. Yes, there is the theory, or sorry, the question is that why do we? Oop, I need to leave. Actually, I'm sorry.
Oh.
My roommate
It's
just
okay. It's all right. Thanks for joining us. Oh, yeah, he gone. So, was the repeated evolution and loss of avian flight possibly related to the presence of pterosaurs? Can't say for sure, but it's possible. Small pterosaurs and birds probably would have competed for the same niches, or at least similar niches. We do know that small pterosaurs start to become a lot less diverse toward the end of the Cretaceous, which is also when birds are becoming more diverse. But we can't really say for certain. A lot of the times when an animal loses the ability to fly, usually it's because it doesn't need to for its environment. And that might be because it's really leggy and it's just fine running around on the ground, or maybe it lives in an area that doesn't have many predators, so it doesn't need to fly away from predators and it can get food on the ground. Both situations have happened multiple times in all flying animals, as far as I'm aware. I think pterosaurs and maybe bats are the only groups of flying animals that don't just straight up lose flight ever that we know of currently. Have you read the recent paper related to Troodon? I have not yet. I want to sometime soon, but I have not yet. I'm kind of iffy on Troodon being revived, to be honest, just because the original one is based on a single tooth. But I don't know. I'll have to read it and see what all their methods are. I'm scrolling back through older messages I'm seeing from Caden. Have you read the study that suggests that amniotes got started much earlier than previously thought? I have not read that yet, but that doesn't really surprise me. No matter how basal an animal appears to be, we're probably never going to find the first member of a new group.
I am sad that we don't have any. Speaking of amniotes, I'm sad that we don't have any non-amniote reptilomorphs alive still.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, closer to us than they are to amphibians, but still on the reptilomorph side.
Yeah, I'm sad we don't have the giant amphibians anymore. Used to be huge, weird amphibians. So this is from a bit over an hour ago, but Eddie McCoy asked, why the name Mega, referring to Megaraptorans? The reason for that is because one of the first fossils found was just a giant claw, and it looks like a giant dromaeosaur claw, so it was assumed to be a giant dromaeosaur, a Megaraptor, if you will. But then later we found more of the group, and we know that's not really the case. I will say, while we're going back through these questions, folks, if you have any burning questions to ask before the end, or you just want to thank us for putting in the work for this stream, feel free to send a super chat. We will read all of those for certain. Okay, Caden asking, Dr. Dino, you have a Facebook? I do have a Facebook. I don't have one as Dr. Dino. I have a private one. I don't have a public one. If there's a Dr. Dino Facebook account, it's not me. I'd appreciate a link to that actually if it exists. Caden also mentions the big cats are a good example of ghost lineages. I mean, kind of. We have a fairly solid cat fossil record, at least I think we do. At this point, I think it's really just the basalmost cats that are kind of fuzzy. Oh, I guess derived cats are fuzzy too. Didn't think humans have a ghost lineage. So humans kind of do, actually. Well, we did in the past, and we still kind of have one. We don't have a definitive common ancestor between humans and chimpanzees yet, and part of that's just due to preservation because
Yeah,
a
we
lot
talked
of
about this little
good.
jungles and forests are bad at preserving fossils.
They are awful at preserving fossils, and guess where most African apes live?
In the forest and jungles.
Yeah, that's also why we have next to no fossil gorillas or orangutan relatives. The few we do have are fragments, and most of them are teeth, like Gigantopithecus.
I don't
Let's
think
see.
I have any more questions right now in the past. I can see at least.
I'm looking through. Yeah, I'm looking back through the chat. I'm not seeing any more questions. So I think we're caught up.
But if you have any, you can always send the comments in the reruns below. I will get to them later.
Yeah, or feel free to send them in while we're doing our closings. We don't really mind. Do you want me to close first, or do you want to go first, Vandalia?
You can close first.
All right. Well, to the people who've been watching and listening, thank you. Honestly, Caden, I know you've been here basically the whole time. Eddie McCoy was here for a very long time too. And I know some members of my family and friends were also watching. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Vandalia, for hosting this, and Dom. He's gone now, but he might watch the VOD. Thank you for coming, Dom. Really. If you want to see more... Oh, go ahead.
Always nice to have experts on here.
It's always good to have more people, yeah.
Anything coming up on your channel you want to advertise? That's not this.
I was going to get to that. If you like learning about dinosaurs or rocks or anything else like that, my channel is Dr. Dino, at Dr. Dino. I'm trying to do a lot more educational content now, talking about geology and prehistoric animals, all kinds of stuff. I'm still working on a pretty big video right now about how things keep evolving into crocodilians, though I am thinking of doing some more in-depth deep dives into particularly interesting fossil specimens. But we'll see how that goes. Other than that, I don't really have anything else coming up.
All right.
Caden in the chat does say, if you ever come by Utah, I'd be willing to give you a tour of the St. George Fossil Track site or Museum of Ancient Life. Hey, that sounds like a lot of fun, man. I don't anticipate being in Utah for a while, but if I ever am, I'll let you know.
All right. As for me, my channel is Vandalia998. I make random videos about random topics most of the time. I have a podcast this thing. I also stream games, which I'll be doing in a bit. I might be streaming a game over my Twitch channel in a bit. You want to check it out? But other than that, next week I'll be interviewing some people who do yoga. Apparently, what that's all about. And like I said, as for this miniseries, we'll get back to you when Doc Dino is free again.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
But in the meantime, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. We will see you whenever. Bye. Hey, thanks for watching my podcast or Let's Play. If you want to help support my channel, you can make a monthly or yearly pledge on Patreon, or just a one-time donation on Vimeo, PayPal, or Cash App. For those looking for something to wear, we have some shirts, hats, and other stylish things in our merch store. If you enjoy gaming, you can always follow and sub to me on Twitch. For those who don't want to give money, I have an Amazon and Steam wish list who can help the channel out. And of course, just liking, leaving a comment, and sharing this video helps more than you can imagine. And always remember to never stop learning and enjoy the randomness.